She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1, try to take a shot.
Also, still saying No. Offender in custody.
Good morning or afternoon, whichever it may be. Man, that song always gets me pumped up. I love it. Got my coffee ready to go, breakfast in my belly, and we're ready to sit here all damn day. It's going to be a long one today, but it's going to be fun afterwards because we're going to be doing the prices right tonight for a little wind down after this long day today. First hearing's at 11, seconds at 1 Pacific Standard Time. The first one's obviously sealed. I doubt we're going to get anything, but we're going to be live the whole time just to make sure in case anything does. So, if I am not able to notice something right off the bat, I'm going to have all my stuff open so that way I get notified as quick as I'm able to. But if you do before I am, go ahead and shoot me a message and send me whatever it is, and we'll get to it. But I got all the stuff ready to go, just like I do in all these court hearing days. That's why we always get to that shit first. But we'll see what happens with the judge. Now, I was hearing some things, that might not be able to play it, might be able to play it. I don't know. I don't know. But we're going to do it anyway. We've always kind of walked that line anyway. What's up, Skittles? Good morning. Kelly, hope you checked your email, guy. So, no, I haven't even checked it. Literally woke up, was doing some prep for a little bit, about an hour and a half. Then I went and got some breakfast, and then after that I came back and did some more prep and then got ready for the show. Barely even made it. Number 5, thank you. Skittles ticket number 7, Caddy ticket number 8. Been down for the awe. Is it another sick bug? Oh boy, it's all over the place. What's up, Jonique? D. Marie, ticket number 9. Thank you, Debre, ticket number 14. Can't wait to get into my email. I need to make me like I said, I need to have like a show where it's just a mailbag show where I go through all my mail and my DMs and we just cover everything that you guys send me. It's beautiful. Kib Kitty, ticket number 7. Just like my prep, it's always better to have too much than too little. Good morning, Aaliyah, ticket number 20. That's why I've prepped for so many damn shows, because I don't know. I'm always worried about never having enough, and I always never get through all my stuff. That's how it is. It's how it is. Ticket 16. What's up, Edmonton PSI? Whoops. PC. What's up, John Morgan? Collateral damage, ticket 22. Thank you. Oh, it's all good. What's up, Janet? Ticket number 23. Mary Mulliday, ticket 24. And we got a golden ticket 24. Mary, what's up? Good morning, Christina Rain, ticket 25. Jamming with the guitar. Charlie Brown, ticket number 28. Yeah, I tried doing that with my guitar game, and the sound doesn't. I don't know. I don't understand. So I've been, like everybody knows, like we're gonna be using this capture card that I got way back in like August or September. Yeah, because I was in PA. September. This is when I got this little. I'm pretty satisfied with it. It is only $30. If anybody's interested in a capture card, just go to Walmart. Vivitar. Just something I got a long time ago out in PA, and I didn't have any internet there for a couple days, like a week or so ago, and I was like, let me figure out this capture card. So that's what's got us to be able to do The Price is Right. Ooh, I can't wait. And if you want a sneak peek, just go to Evil CJ's Lounge channel. And that last stream, you can see it. It's pretty cool. We're going to be doing it tonight. Thank you very much, Christina. Appreciate that. Hello to you. What's up, AG? So we're going to take a walk around here. The social sphere. CJ, I got my 700 beads today. Cool. Thank you. I'll be in and out. It's 11 and 1. 11 and 1. What's up, Diana? Hello to you. This one? My Adidas. I love my Adidas. Sent me some deeds. What's up, my league? Golden ticket 33. Some deeds, huh? Aurora Dawn, good afternoon to you. Thank you all for hopping in. Some deeds, huh? Well, let me do the switcheroo. We'll share Judge's YouTube. I'll be having that up. I'll be having Twitter, all the stuff popped up, so that way, whenever something pops up, we'll let you know. If not, drop it in chat. All right, give me 1 second. We'll get it switched around, and I'll share Judge John Judge's YouTube. All right, so here is John Judge's YouTube. I know you guys are already subscribed, but if you're not, there's the link. Need to look at this. We need to tell Judge John Judge he needs to change his handle. Just change it, JJJ. 24. There's two of them. The sealed hearing is at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and the other hearing is 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we're looking at right now it's 9:18. Wait a minute. They're in Mountain Time, right? Yeah, Crime Solver. Judge. Somebody's got to hit up Judge. Somebody's got to hit up Judge and be like, yo, man, you got to change your handle. Let's see, home. Live. All right, and this is Judge John. Oh, there it is. Hold on. No. There is a handle. Here you go. All you have to do is at Judge John Judge. I guess you just got to click it one more time. What's up, Senny? How you doing? Oh, I doubt it. Pacific Time. Yes, they're all based off of Pacific. But I thought they were Mountain, though, right? What's up, Randy? I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to think, because when they did that demo, we were supposed to go live right when it started, but they started a few early. Well, we'll have it anyway. All right, let me see here. Appear to hearing. So this is, again, this is an episode that we watched last night. This is from Court TV. And what the lady said at the end was great. It's just a little 10-minute video talking about the court hearings today. And then we're going to check out a video from Brian Etten when it comes to those as well. But this one is from Court TV, just a little bit discussing about the court hearings today.
You read the affidavit and you just find out that nobody understands exactly why, but he was stalking them, he was hunting them.
The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
This was probably a person that blends into the background.
Yeah, from Pennsylvania. We actually don't have crosswalks.
His neighbors and people who know him superficially would probably never guess that he had any violent tendencies.
It's disgusting to think about someone that you used to hang out with all the time could do something like this.
Are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
If you got to know him well, you would see layers of things that were a bit off or different.
What I do know is that Brian did have anger issues.
You could tell there was some off about him. Very quiet, calculated about what he says. Actually, very similar to how he walked into court. No different.
I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh, no, yeah, I can find it for you. Yeah.
Everything that I've read about Brian Kohberger would fit the type of person that we would expect for doing a crime like this.
All right, he's going back to court. This is, from my perspective, and I think everyone's perspective, the biggest case on our docket here at Court TV. But you have 2 hearings set for tomorrow. The first one, no cameras inside. It's actually a renewed motion to dismiss the indictment because of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, prosecutorial misconduct. But the judge denied it once. You can argue again, but you can bank on it. The judge will deny it once again. Then there's a second one where the cameras will be on. And this is to reconsider another reason to dismiss everything based upon inaccurate instructions to the grand jury, talking about the standard of proof, etc. But none of that's going to happen. None of that's. It's going to be denied again. But we will see, and it will get us closer to the trial. And tonight, Julie Grant has a look at what I believe this case is really about, which are the 4 innocent victims.
What happened to Pastel Vinny? Where'd you go, Pastel Vinny? Vinny, you used to wear pastel pink, pastel purple, pastel blue, pastel green, pastel orange, pastel yellow, pastel red, pastel. Where'd all the pastel ties go? Commercial Zone. It's always a dark blue tie anymore. I don't understand it. It was pastel, 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 pastel. Like always pastel. It was Pastel Vinny. Now, lately, it's just... I know, Crime Solver. Like, it was all the time. Like, damn, Vinny's, but now it's like, it's always the navy blue jacket and the dark blue tie. Right? Vinny did. You are right, Aaliyah. Anytime it was court hearing or something serious, Vinny had that dark blue tie on every time. What's up, MM1? What's up, Frenchie? They got sucked into the tunnels and he only has dark blue ties left, huh? What is it, man? Like the pastels were the shit. I love pastel. Maybe. Is that what it is? Winter colors? It'll be back for spring. Winter colors. No light colors after Labor Day. Something. It's like seeing the same piece of clothing every time. I mean, you got to mix it up a little bit. I'm surprised.
On November 13th, 2022, at around 4 a.m., 4 college students were brutally murdered. Each would soon become household names, known for their deaths, but remembered for their lives. Kaylee Goncalves, she was 21 and born in Concord, California. Her family describes her as sociable, strong, and a hard worker.
Kaylee was our middle child out of 5. She was always competitive. She was smack dab middle, so Steven and Olivia were a little bit older. And Aubrey were a little bit younger, so she kind of had to figure out where to fit in, and she definitely did.
Maddie Mogan, also 21, was best friends with Kaylee since childhood. Maddie's family says she was known for her offbeat humor and her ability to make others laugh and smile.
She was so great. She lit up every room she'd come in, and she was just so positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
20-year-old Xana Cornoto grew up in Idaho and was a talented gymnast as a child. In high school, she played volleyball, track, and soccer. Xana was going to school for marketing.
Xana was such a light in my life and so many others, and she knew and understood me more than anyone. Losing her is the hardest thing I've ever had to go through, and it has left me heartbroken.
20-year-old Ethan Chapin loved sports and country music. He was Xana's boyfriend, a triplet who was incredibly close to his family.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him. And I want to remind you that that's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Okay, Kirk Nurmi, when this trial begins and when we start watching it, we will see it. There will be a camera inside there. Obviously, Court TV will give you every minute of this case. Who will this trial be about?
Well, it's going to be about the victims. No, there's no doubt about it, but it's also going to be about Mr. Kohlberger and whether or not he's a person, because right now we have a presumption of innocence, right? And so it's also going to be about this community. I mean, Vinny, I went to school at Washington State. I earned my master's degree there. I did research at the University of Idaho Law Library. I know those communities, those two schools, it's kind of close-knit, two college towns kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And it's going to be about these people too, and it's going to be about the healing of this community and the healing of these schools. It's going
I mean, are we supposed to hold on? Are we supposed to wear our necklaces with our crosses hanging out of our sweater or something? There we go. I want to look like this guy here. I want to look like this guy. There we go.
It's going to be about so much. That's why I think it's going to be such a monumental trial.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nima, how do you think prosecutors put this case together? How do they present this to the jury?
Well, I think, Vinny, they're going to start with the victims, of course, because that's what this case is about. And then they're going to look at the evidence they have in the case. Obviously, they don't have a murder weapon. They're going to spend a lot of time on that video of the white Hyundai Elantra. That's what sort of was the first key piece of evidence. And then they're going to move to the cell site evidence, of course, that puts Kohlberger's phone, at least traveling from Washington State to Idaho. It turns off or goes in airplane mode, but it was pinging on towers close to the house, before and after the murders. And then apparently there's some direct messages as well. Hopefully you want to establish some motive, but look, you have a single source DNA. It's not the strongest case. Hopefully there's a lot more evidence for the state. I mean, there's a gag order, so there's such limited information here, Vinny. Entire docket has essentially been sealed. I don't think that's appropriate. We talked about cameras in the courtroom. I think there should be cameras in the courtroom, but we don't know a whole lot about this case, even though it is the biggest case happening in the entire world right now because of the steps the judge has taken to keep everything sealed.
Okay, Eckler Mercy, take us behind the curtain here. Now, I don't know what these attorneys who are representing him think about his guilt or innocence, right? But let's, for the sake of argument, presume.
Hold on, what does he say to her? Because they sure did cut this off real quick after she said something he probably wouldn't agree with.
Even though it is the biggest case happening in the entire world right now because of the steps the
what does he say? Take us into the courtroom?
Judge has taken to keep everything sealed.
Okay, Eckler Mercy, take us behind the curtain here.
Take us behind the curtain here. Now you'll notice there's no response from Vinny after this because what she says is just like bam. And I could see I don't know. I've seen Vinny before when he's had guests on his show that said shit like this. It's not with his narrative. So I've seen the episodes where there's been a couple times. There was one where there was like a lady and a guy sitting off to the left of like the football announcer guy on the right. The guy on the left all the way had these weird glasses, and and when they said something like this lady says in the top right, he, well, I don't know about that. It's always met with some kind of resistance. And it's funny because she comes out and she says the most fire shit. And then all of a sudden, as soon as she's done, it just stops. There's no, he take us behind the curtain. And then when she took him behind the curtain, he didn't like what was behind the curtain. And that video just stops real quick. Watch. But what she says is fire as shit.
Now, I don't know what these attorneys who are representing him think about his guilt or innocence, right?
Take us behind the curtain.
For the sake of argument, presume that they, like me, are like, there's only one way that his DNA gets on the knife sheath at the crime scene. And, he's out driving around at the time of the murders, and they think that he did it, okay? Like common sense is telling them that they believe he did it, yet they know they have this obligation to represent them. How do you make those arguments to the jury? How do you do what you do if in fact in your mind, you've come to the conclusion through common sense that the person you're representing is not just a killer, but a very dangerous killer?
So here's the thing, Vinny. I think.
Damn, he just watch how the dangerous killer. Sorry, this guy just bugs the shit out of me. I just gotta give shit about it. The dangerous killer. Wow, look at his face right there, man. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, and that's why there wasn't even any fucking resistance at all. He was just like, cut
them. How do you make those arguments to the jury? How do you do what you do if in fact in your mind, you've come to the conclusion through common sense that the person you're representing is not just a killer, but a very dangerous killer?
Dangerous. So here's the thing, Vinny. I think there are peculiar people in the world. There are people that we consider weird. And
why'd they have to take Vinny out of the shot? Oh, man. His face. He was probably like.
Just by them existing doesn't mean that
dangerous.
They don't get the same protections of the Constitution. So here's the thing. It's on the prosecution to prove their burden, not only for the state, but also for these families. And the thing is, they don't have the knife, not because they don't have a murder weapon, not because it doesn't exist, but why did we stop the investigation? I think a lot of times we have towns that are yearning for normalcy, and they rush justice in order to try to retain some normalcy so quickly. And I think cases suffer because of that, because we have the public opinion. But I think that the victims' families they want to know that the person who did it. And if you don't investigate fully and we're just throwing circumstantial evidence together, we're not going to have a whole story, and you're leaving the jury to do your job.
Look at that. They cut it off. I know she's 150% right? Look at that shit they cut. Is there a full there's got to be a full episode. There's got to be. There's got to be. There's got to be a response from Vinny, man, cuz the way that he's a dangerous killer. And then she comes out like, "Yo, It's not justice if you're rushing it because you're trying to find normalcy because you're a small community. Oh, I didn't find it. So if you have it, let me know. Now, speaking of, now we have Banfield saying that Moscow, Idaho residents, it's time for Kohberger's trial. Is that the university? Is that the university propaganda again?
When on earth is Brian Kohberger going to stand trial for it? We know that right now, Steve Goncalves, that's Kaylee's
Right,
dad,
Jalen?
he is preparing for a very
Ticket number
important
53. Thank you.
pretrial
Yvette.
hearing. A couple of them, actually, tomorrow. And he plans to have a couple of family members with him.
What's up,
I spoke
Rosie?
with him early today, and
Hold on 1 second. Because I wondered that myself. I was gonna... This is from an article, though. Hold on. Here's the link for it, Rosie. There's that. Let me see if I can find the name. What's up, Star? Ticket number 52. There's the link for it. Because there's no closed captioning. This is just an article. Let me see here. Wait. Oh, wait. Here we go.
Okay? Like common sense is telling them that they...
Let's see.
There's only one way that his DNA gets on the knife sheath at the crime scene. And, you know, he's out driving around at the time of the murders. And
world, there are...
That the person you're representing, how do you make it? Yet they know they have this obligation to represent them. How do you make those arguments to the jury? How do you do what you do if in fact you, in your mind, you've come to the conclusion through common sense that the person you're representing is not just a killer, but a very dangerous.
Oh, he said her name before that. Hold on.
And, you know, he's out driving around at the time of the murders and they think that he did it. Okay? Like common presume. Now, I don't know what
a whole lot about the world right now because of this keep everything.
Take us behind the curtain here. Okay, Ekla Mercy, take us
Ekla Mercy.
Behind the curtain here. Now, I don't know what these attorneys who are representing him.
Yeah, this closed caption's all over the place. It's not even fucking... the closed caption, he's not even saying what the words are. What the hell? Yeah, we'll just shut that off. Ekla Mercy is the name. Yeah, no problem. It's funny the K's... It's funny the G's didn't give the scoop on how... Whoa, yeah. What's up, Cats Puppy Love? Ticket 57. Ekla Mercy. Jacqueline, ticket 55. Thank you very much. There we go. Thank you. Let me write that down too. Because I don't know what she does. Because I'm not sure why he didn't even say, unless he said in the beginning, which I didn't notice it. But usually he says who each is in their background. Let's see who she is. I was curious about that because the background looks like a gamer, like a video game streamer or something. She's an attorney. No, that's not her. Is it? Hold on. Yeah, she's an attorney. She's a defense attorney in Atlanta. Huh, that's interesting. So yeah, she's a defense attorney in Atlanta. Eklund Mercy. What's up, LR? Thank you for hopping in. I'm just like, these were worse though. These were worse. Like these weren't even saying I mean, like none of the words there. It was like you were watching a different program or something. Let me see here. Let me check Twitter. Let's see here. Hey. Let's see here. Is it the live from Fox GMA? Because I know that the Goncalves had an interview on Good Morning America this morning. Hold on one second. Is it gonna frickin' come on? All right, here we go. All right, here's the link for this. Yeah, they had an interview on Good Morning America. I know they were talked about some new things. I had some stuff prepped already for it. Let me see. What's up, Facts and Truth? Tiffany, what's up? Number 161. Good morning to you. Kelly Miller, number 61. Mama 5, how are you? What's up, Teresa? I never got that email from you. Shoot me that email. I never got that email from you. What's up, Gemini 65? All right, here. Let's see. Let's play this one here first. Forgotten Friday. First news report about the PCA. The killer said something to DM. No mention of BF in the house. Let's see here. Full video.
Get to the latest on another story that we have been following. This is out of Idaho, where the man accused of fatally stabbing 4 university students in mid-November does remain jailed on 4 counts of murder. An affidavit released Thursday provided some new details on the investigation, but it also left the public with several questions, including a possible motive. Ted Williams with Fox News, a Fox News contributor, joins us live from the jail in Moscow. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So a lot of information revealed in that affidavit. Tell me exactly what stood out to you.
You know, that affidavit was riveting, it was shocking, and it contained a great deal of information. And I can tell you that we received, since that affidavit, additional information. And here's what we know. That is on November the 13th,
Ticket 62.
that Brian Kohlberger, a PhD student at the University of Washington, entered the home where the 4 students were sleeping through a back entrance. As he got in the home, he encountered 2 of the students, Ethan and Zanny, and he wound up killing those 2 students. He then went up the stairs where Maddie and Kelly were sleeping together, and he wound up killing those 2 students. At that scene of where Maddie and Kelly was, he left a tan knife sheath as he was leaving. He came down.
You know, I just want to say something real quick. You know how they get these pictures? I mean, because you got to look at it. You're like, damn, that's like, How'd they get that perfect picture? What's up, Swampside Ticket 67? How'd they get that perfect picture? Man, he must have. What's up, Good Vibes? He must have been looking like that as he was staring somebody down. How do you get that good of a picture? People, cameras, when you hit one button, it takes fucking 15 fucking picture. You know, brrr. All right, you get, and then you just go through them all, and you're like, "Ooh, look at this one. This one's perfect. It's got the big snowflakes on the bushy eyebrow. You know, it's got the head turned the right way." What's up, Ticket 70? Thank you so much. Good vibes. That's how they get them good pictures like that. It's not like he's walking out staring somebody down. Them things snap pictures like crazy. Brrr. Oh man!
Of where Maddie and
Some of these
Kelly
pictures.
was, he left a tan knife sheath as he was leaving. He came down the stairs and he came face to face with one of the students who survived this carnage. She says that she looked at him, he looked at her. She could see that he was dressed in dark.
Man, he looked at him. She looked at him. He looked at her. Like, listen to the account of this guy's story. Like, he walked in, met Xana and Ethan, had to take them, then went upstairs, came down. What the heck? What's up with PD Ticket 67? This guy, like, and this is from the PCA, dude. What date was this? January 7th, 2 days after PCA dropped the morning. Oh man, this guy's account.
And he wound up killing those two students. At that scene, students were sleeping through a back entrance. As he got in the home, he encountered two of the students, Ethan and Zanny, and he wound up killing those two students. He then went up the stairs.
He got this from the PCA.
Where Maddie and Kelly was sleeping together, and he wound up killing those two students. At that scene of where Maddie and Kelly was, he left a tan knife sheath as he was leaving. He came down the stairs and he came face to face with one of the students who survived this carnage. She says that she looked at him, he looked at her. She could see that he was dressed in dark clothing with a semi-mask over his face. She could see his eyebrows were burly. He said something to her, and then he left out that back door in which he came. That is what law enforcement was initially faced with. The student, and for some unknown reason, did not report this incident for about 8 hours. When law enforcement got there, they found this very, very gruesome, bloody crime scene. They started their investigation. What they found through video was that there was a white car, and they specifically described the white car as a Hyundai Elantra.
I mean, that's pretty descriptive. He walked in the back door. I mean, this is it is so descriptive.
Contributor joins us.
I mean, who'd he talk to? Bethany? Like, what?
Live from the jail in
Who'd he
Moscow.
talk to?
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
It's so descriptive.
My pleasure.
So a lot of information revealed in that affidavit. Tell me
is so
exactly what stood
descriptive.
out to you.
You know, that affidavit was riveting, it was shocking, and it contained a great deal of information. And I can tell you that we received since that affidavit additional information. And here's what we know. That is on November the 13th, that Brian Kohlberger, a PhD student at the University of Washington,
I think it's 78.
entered the home where the 4 students were sleeping through a back entrance. As he got in the home, he encountered 2 of the students, Ethan and Zanny.
So he encountered them. Like, he came to the back, encountered them, then went up.
And he wound up killing those 2 students. He then went up the stairs where Maddie and Kelly were sleeping together. And he wound up killing those 2 students. At that scene of where Maddie and Kelly was, he left a tan knife sheath as he was leaving. He came down the stairs and he came face to face with one of the students who survived this carnage. She says that she looked at him, he looked at her, she could see that.
See, he said that she said. So who else is he getting information from? Because it doesn't say that she locked eyes with him. I mean, I can pull up the exhibit A of the affidavit there, and it doesn't say anything about that. So where in the hell did he hear that? Like, where did he hear that? If you're reading the PCA.
She says that she looked at him, he looked at her. She could see that he was dressed in dog clothing with a semi-mask over his face. She could see his eyebrows were burly. He said something to her, and then he left out that back door in which he came. That is what law enforcement was initially faced with. The student, and for some unknown reason, did not report this incident for about 8 hours. When law enforcement got there, they found this very, very gruesome, bloody crime scene. They started their investigation. What they found through video was that there was a white car, and they specifically described the white car as a Hyundai Elantra automobile. They, on November the 25th, they put an all-point bulletin out to law enforcement. On November the 29th,
That's why. Oh, okay. Okay, that's why he called him Burley, because he's like, yo, BK, I'm not. Listen, bro, I'm not gonna talk down on your eyebrows. I'm not gonna call him bushy. I'm gonna call him Burley. All right, we'll call him. I promise, BK. Thank you for talking to me. I promise, as a favor, I'll call him Burley. I won't call him bushy. that must have been it.
Washington State University
Burley.
police officer notified law enforcement that a vehicle how registered to a Brian Kohlberger was at a certain location. And it was at that time that they became laser focused on Brian Kohlberger as a potential suspect in the killing of these 4 University of Idaho students.
Burley.
They did a cell phone search, and they were able to show that Brian Kohlberger's cell phone pinged at least 12 times in the area where these students were killed. They were also able to show that Brian Kohlberger, they believe, came back to the scene after having killed these students. They continued to search and conduct their investigation, and part of their investigation was to let Brian Kohlberger drive that automobile from the state of Washington back to his home in Pennsylvania. At that stage, they were able to conduct and collect DNA, and they were able to show a nexus, a direct connection between Brian Kohlberger's DNA and the knife sheath that was found at the scene. At that time, they arrested Brian Kohlberger. They've confiscated the white vehicle. They are doing a scrub of that white vehicle. Brian Kohlberger, at this stage, waived extradition back here to Moscow, Idaho. Brian Kohlberger went before a judge where he was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and where he faced the death penalty or life in prison if found guilty. Brian Kohlberger sits in a jail cell, right in the jail that's over my shoulder. These are some of the things that we found out about this case at this immediate time.
So what?
So I wonder who he talked to for all that descriptiveness when it came, because I didn't get all that. I mean, I'm pretty creative, but I didn't get all that out of the PCA. Well, Petey, contribution call out. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Let me scroll down and see. What's going on with my feed here? 1 second. It's not showing me. It doesn't show me on StreamYard anymore, so I gotta go to YouTube. What the heck? It's not showing me. What is going on with YouTube now? Is YouTube... I don't understand why YouTube is so damn buggy right now. Give me 1 second. This is getting ridiculous with YouTube. I don't understand what their deal is. There we go. A little thinking emoji. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Give me 1 second. Now I got to switch back to StreamYard. This will be interesting. Burley. Yes, Burley. Go lay down, Uncle Leroy. It's nap time. I don't know. He looked at her, she looked at him. I think Steve was working on partial info at the time. He also said Kaylee's wounds were different. Yes. Yes. The real DJ Fruit Loops, what's up? Cheers to you. He keeps calling saying yeah. Oh, good vibes. Thank you so much for the $3 super chat. I appreciate that. Contribution call out. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. Big boned brows. I'll call him Burley, okay? Because he's spewing bullshit. Uncle Leroy gonna be ready. Oh my gosh. Laser focused on the 29th, right? Oh my gosh. Aired January 7th, 2023. Go Berg. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I mean, it's top-notch narration. Top-notch narration. I just like, damn, like he encountered Zany and Ethan first. I was like, whoa. He did an interview. Was on an interview here in PA. Really? You think so, Katrina? Aaliyah, I went and played my casino game last night over at the lounge. I was playing a casino game, and Bread was even saying, dude, it like, he's like, I don't understand it. YouTube's been unsubscribing me like for days in a row, and I don't I'm like, fucking got me. People complaining that they're not getting notified ever, and it's like, YouTube, what the fuck is your problem, dude? Mm-hmm. If you ain't got the DNA and the PCA, you ain't got that PCA, because that's the one thing that they kept saying. We need the PCA. D. Smith. Oh, yeah, we will be next year. I got a whole bunch of stuff ready for you guys. It's going to be a long day. What's up, Crafts and Crime? Well, for me, it is. I got another 5 or 6 hours to go on this, and then we got game night after this. I got the notification but had no chat box. Yeah, it did that to me too. Like yesterday, even with StreamYard yesterday, my chat kept disappearing. Like I'd flip to do a contribution call out or something, and then all the fucking messages would just I don't understand. It's been like this like nonstop, and we're the ones that make you YouTube. So fix your shit for the people that have shows, and definitely fix the shit for the fucking community, man. Because I put it in to be notified, but I haven't been. Yeah, it's, you know, and us content creators, man, we bust our ass. It's just, it's disappointing. It really is.
One thing that you mentioned, of course, was the cell phone that did ping in that area about
right,
12
Aaliyah?
times.
That's what I'm saying.
What does that indicate? Does it sound like maybe he was stalking one or all of these victims, or just that he was in Moscow in general?
Well, it's just like this. Think about it. Not only from that, but we only get so like every 1,000. And this is why, and I'll be honest, this is why a lot of people say, I ain't worried about, contributions or nothing. Yeah, because your videos get fucking 100,000 fucking views, and you make $15 off of 1,000 views. You know what I'm saying? So if your videos are getting 100,000 fucking views and you're making $15 off of 1,000 views, yeah, you ain't got to worry about fucking contributions. So of course you're gonna brag about not having to worry about contributions because you get 100,000 fucking views. But when somebody only gets 1,000 views on a video, or 1.5, yo, that's 15 or 20 bucks off of 3 or 4 hours of work. You know what I'm saying? And they make, and that's just the revenue from the ads. So you get $10 to $15 for every 1,000 views. So I literally make like 15 or 20 bucks for every show just off the ads. Can you imagine what YouTube makes off of those ads? And then you add that, because it's not just, think about what YouTube makes off of the videos that are 100,000 views. You know what I'm saying? If they're giving the cut to the creator, every 1,000 views equals $10 to $15. Imagine what they're getting for every 1,000 views from the actual person. Yeah, that's why you'll hear somebody brag about not worrying, no. It's because you get 100,000 fucking views and you ain't got to worry about it, because you already made how much? 15 times, What's 15 times 100? It's a lot different than just 10 or 15 bucks. So fucking
it
YouTube,
sounds
man.
like he was laser
And they can't
focused
fix
on the
nothing.
house.
I don't
with
understand
these,
it.
4 victims. It could be considered tantamount to stalking, but when we look at the fact that the Moscow Police Department has put out that one or more of the victims in this house was targeted, it is my belief that once Brian Kohlberger entered on that second floor, once he killed Zanny and Ethan, if they were the targets, he would have then left. But he didn't leave. He went up to the 3rd floor. So it's more likely than not that one of the girls on the 3rd floor, either Madison or Kelly, was in fact Brian Kohlberger's target.
So at this.
So what is that where he talked? Is that where he talked to Steve or something? Shit, dude. People, you know what, AG? Like TikTok is fucking, yeah, but TikTok gets crazy views. Like, that's the crazy thing about TikTok is I'm on TikTok, but I don't have a TikTok. You know what I'm saying? Do you get it? Do you get it? I'm on TikTok, but I don't have a TikTok. It's crazy. Zanny. Right? Are the most viewed ones who believe I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? I see there's a lot of videos out there talking stuff that we've talked about for months or for a year, and they'll have 20, 30,000 views. I don't know. I don't know what it is. All I do is I just keep doing my show, and whatever comes from it comes from it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, yeah, these people ain't gotta, it's easy to walk around like that, but you know what? Some of us have to work our ass off. It's just how it is. It's all
At this
good.
point, one of the big questions that just about everyone is asking is a motive, because we learned so much information in that affidavit. But at this point, we don't really 100% know the motive, and that's a question that could linger for a while.
It could linger for a while, or we may very well never know the motive in this case. In light of the fact that when this case is presented to a jury, that is certainly something that a jury would want to know. Law enforcement, if they know the motive, they've not shared that with the public yet. But I have a feeling that law enforcement, if they believe that that there was a targeted individual in that home, that they clearly believe that they know the motive, and at the right and appropriate time will release that information.
Yes, so many questions about this one. We also learned, as you mentioned in the affidavit, that he essentially came face to face with one of the roommates who did survive. So to hear that he walked right by her and apparently didn't injure her in any way, what does that indicate? Does that indicate a targeted attack?
Well, it indicates that that person, that student, that surviving student was not his target. Because if she was in fact his target, and by the way, there was one other roommate that was in the house at the time, she was on the 1st floor. If either one of those two was the target of this killer, he certainly would have possibly killed them also. So that tells me that he specifically had someone in mind as he went in that home to kill.
All right, Ted Williams, Fox News contributor, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, I like those. Here's the link to this. Shout out. We're going to get to a couple more. Now, there was one from Good Morning America, and there was one from Today, the morning show Today. What's up, Michelle? there was one from the morning show today, so we're gonna check that one out after this one. Here, I'm gonna share. If you're on Twitter, here's the link to AG for this post. And then we got a few more videos that we're going to check out that are recent videos here. And here's this one. Let's see, rewind.
Mostly what they want is a trial date to be set.
We're just left in limbo.
This morning, Kaylee Goncalves' parents sharing exclusively with GMA never-before-seen pictures and videos of their 21-year-old daughter.
This is a type of, you can like season with these, you can't really season with them, but you can cook with them.
Yeah, I know that's in front of the tower.
Yeah.
This is in front of the University of Idaho Tower. The family still waiting on a full digital copy of Kaylee's phone from authorities.
These are the last moments of your child's life, and you're sitting here
Shit, they still don't even have an inventory list.
fighting with somebody who just doesn't care.
They were able to collect some of Kaylee's belongings from the university over the summer, which raised concerns for them about how well possible evidence was processed, including a trash can from Kaylee's room that was full and appeared untouched.
We opened it. It was a little squeezy applesauce thing like you would give to like a toddler.
Yeah.
It did not appear to have been gone through.
Police saying they had gathered more than 100 pieces of.
Wow, they said it did not appear to have been gone through. Just probably like the garbage outside wasn't either.
Saying they had gathered more than.
It did not appear to have been gone through.
Police saying they had gathered more than 100 pieces of physical evidence from the scene, along with some 4,000 photos and 3D scans of the residence. Still, frustration mounting for the family over what they consider a lack of communication and a rush to tear down the home on King Road. Christy describes for the first time how Kaylee was found. It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up and had fought.
And the way that room's put together, if you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
Yeah. You're in the bed.
Tiny room. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was wall. You know, the headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped. I mean, she was trapped.
Whoa. Whoa. Wow. It's difficult in this. If anybody, because any of the walkthroughs, if you go to the end of the last couple days of November, the first week or so of December. If anybody is interested in looking up some of my old videos, I know specifically around then sometime I was doing a lot of walkarounds in the house tour where you used to be able to walk around. You can't do it anymore. They totally, so there's like 3 different links people can send, and none of them you're able to actually walk around. All you can do is click on the pictures and move around like I am right now. So it's hard to kind of wait, is this one, can I? Oh wow, this one does work. Never mind, here, because there's like 3 of them out there, and I guess this one works again. Hold on. So here's this. Yeah, it's a small room, period. It's from Good Morning America from this morning. They had an interview this morning on 2 channels, and then today we're going to be going into that one next, where they talked later on. But this is, oh my gosh. She was slumped over up in the corner. I'm telling you, who said the K-bar wasn't theirs for protection? As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-bar USMC. And the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the sheath. Man, up in the corner. Wow. All right.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up and had fought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the way that room's put together, if you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
Yeah. You're in the bed.
Tiny room. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was wall. You know, the headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped.
Up in the corner. So right there. Where that arrow is, stand here. That okay. What's up, Jessica? Well, if you okay, so this is always what I thought here. This is the reason why I feel like the sheath and the K-bar could have been Maddie's or Kaylee's. And this is what I think took place, and this is why I think it goes along with the rundown of what I feel took place, okay? What I've always felt. What's up, Fallon? So when the PCA states, I think, remember, the dog playing with the dog, thought the roommate was playing with the dog. It wasn't the roommate playing with the dog. It was the person that came in to commit the crime playing with the dog. That's what alerted Kaylee. That's why you heard the second statement say, I think somebody's here. And that's when I think, because when it comes to the sheath, 2 reasons the sheath I don't think was the person that committed the crime. Because number one, if they truly did leave it upstairs and DM saw the bushy eyebrows coming from the second floor living room past her door and said they walked towards the sliding glass door, if they would have forgot it, DM would have said they walked back upstairs. Number one. Number two, the person that committed the crime is not going to occupy one of their hands with the sheath if they're going in there to use this. They're not going to give a sheath to a military member if it can fall off their belt with a slight struggle. So the person is not going to have the sheath in their hand when they're going in there to commit the crime, because they need this hand to block, to push, to hold, to do whatever. So they have this hand. They need this hand free. They're not going up there with a sheath and a knife. The reason I feel all of those things, I think what happened is when Kaylee said she thought she heard somebody, that she thought somebody was there, she got the sheath, didn't know if she was going to have to use it or not because she didn't know who was there. So she's the one that would have the sheath in the other hand because she don't know if she needs to use it or not, because if it's just somebody playing a prank, I can put the knife back in the sheath. That's why the sheath was on the bed, and that's why I feel like the sheath was one of theirs that was there for protection. And I think that the reason that they can't find the knife is because the person that came in there to commit the crime, what more ultimate trophy could you have than somebody else's weapon that was meant to fend you off, and you were the one that fended them, and you got to take their weapon that they were going to try and use against you. And you could literally be the person that committed the crime, could be, if they aren't incarcerated or in custody, could be walking around with that damn K-bar in their brand new knife sheath that they bought for the damn thing, and nobody would be none the wiser. I don't know. That's just what I think happened. The sheath being there, the person that's going to commit the crime's not walking in there like this. They need this hand. They need it. But that's the vantage point of, and I think what happened is she heard somebody, grabbed the weapon for protection, and where are you going to hide in this room? You know, if you hear somebody playing with your puppy, and you don't know who the fuck it is, then where else are you going to hide? You're going to hide back up into the corner, right? Where else are you going to hide? You're going to hide in that small ass closet? No. Maddie probably was having a hard time waking up. Kaylee was up, was fucking scared, and didn't know what to do. So she's gonna back up into this corner because that's where her mind is gonna take her. And unfortunately, the person that came in, she was probably in shock. You're intoxicated, you're half asleep, you're trying to focus on what the hell's going on. You don't know what's going on. You've never been around, you haven't been in this position anymore, so your mind's going crazy and you're just trying to figure out, like, your mind's going, is this fucking real? And then with that weapon and the person coming in, who says they didn't just walk up to Maddie and go, and then go right for Kaylee? Man, that's crazy. What's up, Tanya? Check out that video. It's been a month or two since I put it out, but check it out. Maybe we'll check it out later on in the show. But that's why she was in the corner. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide. We'll listen to it one more time.
Christy describes for the first time how Kaylee was found. It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up and had fought.
Yeah. And the way that room's put together, if you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
Yeah. You're in the bed.
Tiny room. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was wall. The headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped. I mean, she's trapped.
The home on King Road was torn down in the pre-dawn hours of December 28th. Now, the first of the two hearings today is closed to the public. The judge is also holding a scheduling conference later this afternoon. Remember, the prosecution is asking for a trial date to be set sometime this summer.
And this is what's crazy to me. Is, remember, you had the stories about Xana's fingers. Remember? Think about this. What's up, Miss Shelley? What's up, Bart? Thank you. Appreciate that, Aaliyah. Yeah, please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way. Think about this. This is what's crazy to me, okay? You have, first we thought the only one that put up a resistance was probably Xana, right? Remember? Fingers. Then you hear this story up here. How in the hell? Two out of the 4 people put up resistance. 2 out of 4. We don't know about E. We don't know about M. But we heard about X and we heard about K. 2 out of 4 put up resistance. And this dude didn't leave any DNA behind? This dude didn't have any injuries from the crime? The dude didn't leave DNA, didn't have any injuries, but got resistance from 2 out of the 4, and who knows, by the time trial starts, maybe we find out all 4 of them fought with resistance. How is this making sense? Randy, there was no cut. It was we went into that photo, oh my gosh, last spring, last summer, last spring. It after I looked into it, it just looked like a shadow. But I did not see a cut. But that's just my opinion. But we did dig into it. What's up, Sandra? Ticket number 81. 2 out of 4. Yeah, there would have been screams. There no, something. Yeah, other male DNA. Think about 2 out of the 4. At first, we thought this person went in and was like a fucking ninja. Went in, was like a fucking ninja. 8 minutes, bam. In and out. You know, sloppy as shit on the way there and leaving the crime scene, but when they went in there, it's like they went into that phone booth and put the cape on and fucking flew in that motherfucker, you know? And then as soon as they walked out of that sliding door, well, walked towards, then all of a sudden their cape came off and they were Clark again, wearing these. You got 2 out of 4. How in the hell is there no DNA left behind other than the touch? I'm talking red stuff. And if you're able to send that shit to a lab, to this lab and to that lab, and then it goes to here, then why couldn't you send the other red stuff and get the same result? Because if you're telling me, because who knows, by trial, we might know that all 4 of them gave resistance. Right now, we know 2. And if you're telling me 2 out of the 4 gave resistance, one of them was downstairs, one of them was upstairs. No. It sounds to me like the other DNA that you did find there, it sounds to me like that other DNA is probably the DNA that you probably should have been looking for. Or you should have been trying so hard, because if you can get the match off of that DNA that you got from that button snap, then I'm pretty sure you could have got some information from the other DNA, because the DNA that you did get is pretty fucking hard. And if you had other DNA there that was, I assume, a lot better than the DNA that you can get from the underneath of a button, you know, pretty sure you could have got something with the other DNA. It just didn't match up. I have a weird question. Why even tell us about the unidentified DNA like that? Because they had to. Because if they didn't disclose it, then it would have been... They had to disclose it. Just like they had to disclose the Brady Giglio. They knew about it. They tried to downplay it from the middle of December when they started realizing. I mean, come on, look at the DNA Dirty Glove video. They probably seen that. They probably came across the drone footage and were like, oh, fuck. I would have. The DNA Dirty Glove video. If I was a fucking detective, I would have been, oh, fuck. Right there. I still don't understand to this morning why the DNA Dirty Glove drone shit is not a topic. I don't understand it. if you seen this take place on any crime scene, you would be like, what the fuck? Court TV. Why aren't you talking about it? Jesse Weber. I saw you look at my message when you were doing a live Q&A. Why didn't you talk about it? I always thought, Tanya, that it started 3 or shortly before. I always thought the first timeline that they came out with was close. Because you got to think about it. Everything else was changing, and it was changing to fit. You know, hell, we didn't even know that it was a 2016 Hyundai Elantra. We thought the whole time it was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra all the way up until the arrest. And then we found, oh, shit. Oh, it was a 60. Oh, the time changed from 3 to 4 to 4 to 425. Oh, it changed from a Sentra to a Hyundai. I don't know. Is Linda Lane timestamp real? That's what I've been wondering ever since we dug through it. That's right. I forgot to do the playlist. And also, I need to put together that book Cliff Notes thing, too. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, you can't even say that Xana was on the phone, because you don't know. We don't know. I mean, hell, most of it's fingerprint. You can't take somebody's hand and go, Danny, I spilled my coffee yesterday, and it took me more than 8 minutes to clean it up. They get them. When they don't, they make sure they don't. What's up, Turquoise? Big mess. Even if he did do it, he needs to be let go. No. If he did do it, he needs to be in fucking prison. Many Brady violations. Yes, that's how I feel too. Could be the DNA from the contamination. Yeah. It's like, who knows where that lady's boot was at? What if she was in a fucking McDonald's? What if she was in Jack in the Box in Pullman, and he was in Jack in the Box in Pullman, and then they fucking stepped on the dirty glove. She had it on her hand, and she's the one that picked the fucking sheath up to take the fucking picture of the sheath. And then his shit's on the sheath. If you're new here and you haven't seen the video, let me know, because the shit is crazy, yo. And this was right there. They were taking pictures of the fucking crime scene, and you seen the contamination they had before they even walked in that damn thing. And all their sterile gloves weren't sterile, because they fucking used that glove to touch this one and then that one, and then they put them in their pocket. It was not sterile, period. And when you're talking about this kind of DNA, you have to fucking question it. If you can, just like Johnny Cochran, if you can question the evidence before they enter the crime scene, then you have to question the fucking contamination after. What's up, Johanna? I stream every day. So I'm just doing a longer show because we're waiting to see if anything drops. Yeah, that too, Tanya. They always said 2 a.m. was a dark hour, right? Because usually if you're going off 3 a.m. is the dark hour. Like if you're just speaking in general, 3 a.m. is the dark hour, because that's the 3 a.m. is when the spirits are supposed to be at their height and, you know, all this other shit. 2 a.m., no. 2 a.m. is usually associated with, you know, closing time. So when you're talking 2 a.m. as a dark hour, Mark and Betty, ticket 114, thank you. Appreciate that. When you're talking about the dark hour and it being 2 a.m., that's when you start to think it was 2 something in the morning when all this shit started happening. That's just me. I think it was 3, shortly before 3, 2:44, 2:45, somewhere around there. That too, Creatix. What's up, Jessica? Let the dog out. They got the grub truck food at 140 something. Got home at 156, 158, somewhere around there. I think they were calling because I don't know. There's so many damn questions, period. So many. Yes, ghosts. Be so nervous to let my... Yeah, that too, Turquoise. What's up, Chrissy? Ticket 116. Thank you. Back chime just to hear the 2 a.m. Black SUV, and the one guy had something in his hand when he left. Yeah, probably because she contaminated the whole fucking scene, Jen. I didn't have a front view of the face. But it's got to be Dawn Daniels. It's got to be. I didn't have a front view of the face. There's the sealed one at 11, so that'll be starting in about 15 minutes. So the sealed one starts in 15 minutes, and then the other hearing is at 1 o'clock, and that'll be starting in about 2 hours in 15 minutes. Who the fuck were they? We can go through that again too. I still have that video. All right, we're going to, let me see how much is this one's done. We're going to go to this one now. This is from today, the program today, but today also. So today.
For the first time in the new year, and all eyes are on whether they leave with a new trial date set.
It's time to prepare, time to get ready, and time to get some answers.
The prosecution has requested the trial be held this summer when schools are out of session. The parents of victim Kaylee Goncalves told us if that doesn't happen, they're concerned it will be pushed to summer 2025.
We know if they don't push for this summer, we're looking at over a year, and that's mind-boggling. It's sickening.
All right. Koberger is charged with the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves in November 2022. A judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf, and he said through a former attorney he believes he'll be exonerated. Steve and Christy Goncalves preparing to again come face-to-face with the suspect in court today.
How does it feel to see Brian Koberger in that courtroom?
It's hard to keep control of yourself, you know?
It's not fun to see this person be able to sit with a nice, tidy haircut, nice, clean shave, a suit.
Before they get to the question of the trial date, several procedural hearings. Koberger's team asking the court to reconsider its previous decision to deny their motions to dismiss the grand jury indictment.
The more that they can complicate it and the more that they can delay it, it is harder for the state, to have to put their arms around all of this.
Earlier this month, the judge ordered the prosecution to turn over to the defense some of the DNA records they say led them to...
Whoa, hold on. Did you guys hear this? Is Koberger... This is from Angelette Levy. Just saw someone report Brian Koberger that they spoke to a prosecutor in Idaho who said it's highly unusual for a defendant to be permitted to wear street clothes to court. They quoted someone who said they hadn't seen this done in 33 years. This is done in high-profile cases in which cameras are present for pretrial hearings. So he's going to be wearing street clothes today? What? So Kohberger's going to be wearing street clothes? Why street clothes? Sorry, I just saw that and I'm just like, what? I don't know. Did you guys hear anything like that?
Around all this.
Earlier this month, the judge ordered the prosecution to turn over to the defense some of the DNA records they say led them to Kohberger. That's all under seal.
We just want to know about the evidence. There's just a lot of unknowns, and how long do you have to wait before you can find out about your own child's life and what happened and who did this and how do you hold them accountable?
And as Christy Goncalves pointed out, Bryan Kohberger has been allowed to wear a suit in his pre-trial appearances. A former county prosecutor in Idaho told us that is highly unusual. She says in every case she's tried in her 33 years, the defendant came to court in their jail clothing for pre-trial hearings. A court spokesperson told us back in June, Kohberger's attorneys asked if he could wear his own clothes, and the judge agreed. Savannah.
What the fuck? So they're calling a suit street clothes? He's been wearing a fucking suit for months. Damn, I'm thinking he was going to be able to go in there with an Adidas hoodie or something. That confused me for a second. Rewind. All right.
For today, for the first time in the new year, and all eyes are on whether they leave with a new trial date set.
It's time to prepare, time to get ready, and time to get some answers.
The prosecution has requested the trial be held this summer when schools are out of session. The parents of victim Kaylee Goncalves told us if that doesn't happen, they're concerned it will be pushed to summer 2025.
We know if they don't push for this summer, we're looking at over a year, and that's mind-boggling. It's sickening.
All right.
Kohberger is charged with the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves in November 2022. A judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf, and he said through a former attorney he believes he'll be exonerated. Steve and Christy Goncalves preparing to again come face-to-face with the suspect in court today.
How does it feel to see Bryan Kohberger in that courtroom?
It's hard to keep control of yourself,
It's not fun to see this person be able to sit with a nice, tidy haircut, nice, clean shave, a suit.
Before they get to the question of the trial date, several procedural hearings. Kohberger's team asking the court to reconsider its previous decision to deny their motions to dismiss the grand jury indictment.
The more that they can complicate it and the more that they can delay it, it is harder for the state, to have to put their arms around all this.
Earlier this month, the judge ordered the prosecution to turn over to the defense some of the DNA records they say led them to Kohberger. That's all under seal.
We just want to know about the evidence. There's just a lot of unknowns, and how long do you have to wait before you can find out about your own child's life and what happened and who did this and how do you hold them accountable?
And as Christy Goncalves pointed out, Bryan Kohberger has been allowed to wear a suit in his pre-trial appearances. A former county prosecutor in Idaho told us that is highly unusual. She says in every case she's tried in her 33 years, the defendant came to court in their jail clothing for pre-trial hearings. A court spokesperson told us.
Yeah, he shouldn't. I thought it was ridiculous the first time because you're already looking like you're guilty as shit when you're showing up in an orange on orange. It's what's up, Brooke? Yeah, that's his release. Yeah, that's what it says. But we got the court hearings today. But yeah, when you're showing up with orange on orange, yeah, you look guilty as shit. I thought it was only right for him to be able to, show up in a suit, and then when people want to talk about how he's walking in all weird and shit, well, it's like, yeah, when you see the apparatus that he has to be on, the hidden shackle, yeah, people are gonna walk weird when they especially with the hidden shackles, and probably has some kind of, ticket 126. Thank you, Nevada. How are you? Probably has some kind of protection. I was just like, saw that post from Jeanette Levy, and I was just like, what? I just I don't associate street clothes with a suit. Street clothes to me is like a hoodie and fucking jeans. That's a business outfit. That's, I don't know. Maybe just because I'm not in that world or something. I don't know. But I don't see, to me that's not street. To me that's not street. Shit. How do you get, hey, I don't know if I could even send one. I would though, for real. Cuz I'm almost done getting the store done. I'll be having the fry tie shirt done here soon. Then we're working on the peace, positivity, and progress shirt. And then I'm going to be working on just hoodies with my name on it, like like a zip up hoodie with the baseball style of letters with evil CJ going across it, but it'll look like a baseball, like the baseball font that goes across it. Get him one of those. I'm excited to show you guys the clip-on fry shirt. But I would love to get him a zip-up hoodie with Evil CJ. Can we talk about the fact the state hasn't handed over evidence requested a year ago to the defense? Yeah, that's what they're talking about today. Fingers crossed, in a few minutes they're going to be having their first hearing, and hopefully, but like they already said, it's probably gonna get denied again anyway.
Back in June, Koberger's attorneys asked if he could wear his own clothes, and the judge agreed. Savannah.
All right, Liz, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Good morning. So what are you expecting today? 2 separate hearings. What's
Send me some white Reese's.
So remember, this is a death penalty eligible case. There is an enormous amount of physical evidence and circumstantial evidence. So if I am Koberger's defense attorney, I am doing everything possible to delay. And that's what we've seen. So now today, he's trying to get a second bite at the apple on motions that he has already lost. This is in front of the same judge. I think it's highly unlikely that the judge is going to actually reverse himself or say, actually, he can leapfrog over me and go straight to the Court of Appeals. I think that's highly unlikely. But all the time that this is going on, he's not facing the death penalty. And so that's a strategic win for him.
So this crime happened 14 months ago. Yeah. Typically, when would a trial date be set? It feels like things are dragging.
So what's unusual about this is not that there's been a delay or 14 months. It's a murder case. That makes sense. It's that there hasn't even been a date that gets delayed and delayed. We see that all the time. It's the fact that there hasn't even been even a schedule. And I think today, I know I'm a broken record on this, but I might actually finally see one, since the prosecution is asking for a summer trial date because they want the school not to be in session. And I think today we might actually see a trial date set.
And finally, let's talk about what Liz just alluded to, the fact that, contrary to what is customary in that court, he's allowed to wear a suit and tie.
I've seen it both ways, and I think it depends on the jurisdiction. It certainly is up to the judge. You can understand the defense wants it because it humanizes him, makes him not look like a suspect. But they're not in front of a jury yet, guys, right? This is only in the court of public opinion. It could be tainting the jury pool, but it's not actually tainting the jury yet.
So usually at a jury trial, a defendant wears civilian clothes, but at these pretrial hearings, you're used to seeing them in the orange jumpsuit, but the judge has let him wear a suit for this.
Yes.
All right, Laura, thank you.
All right, give me 1 second. Now here's another one from News Nation. This is Banfield saying Moscow, Idaho residents say it's time for Koberger's trial.
These might be some names you've heard before, maybe not. but Randy Davis is going to go to court with Steve Goncalves tomorrow. That's Xana's stepdad. Randy Davis was married to Xana's mom for about 8 years, and Randy and Xana's mom, Kara, had a baby, a boy, and that is Xana's stepbrother. They grew up all together as siblings. So this will be really important that Xana's stepbrother, who she considered a brother, and her stepdad will be in court with Steve Goncalves tomorrow. Also coming in via Zoom is going to be Xana's dad.
Is that better?
Jeff Kernodle. And maybe for moral support, whatever it is.
Thank you, Dad.
Jeff's supposed to have his brother.
Is that better, you guys? At least, you don't have to see her face. We can, get to the Moscow residents that are telling Banfield that it's time for the trial. That's funny. When I was out there talking to everybody, it there wasn't such a need for the rush to get that it's just getting the right person.
Jeff Kernodle's brother with him coming in via Zoom. So that's what we know about who's going to attend tomorrow.
Okay, I will.
But it's important. This is huge because last week, we were talking about the strategy of separating the case victim by victim and then trying Kohberger 4 different times for 4 different murders, not at the same time, separate cases. And that would be in case there's a not guilty verdict the first time round. Double jeopardy means you can't try him again. Off he goes. If he's not guilty, he's free forever. If he's not guilty of the first murder, you get 3 more bites at the apple. Kaylee Goncalves' dad, Steve, said that he is really on board with that theory and with that idea, and that he and his team are hoping that actually might happen. Whether it will or not, it's a long shot, but I want to get to News Nation's national correspondent.
You notice that too, AG? I was like, wow, it's not the same tan shirt that has the little tie things on it and stuff. I was wondering, she's getting like Vinny. Vinny's, he's going with the navy blue, dark blue tie. I hope he doesn't have it on today because they're going to be streaming the court hearing too. We'll be going from Judge. I'm just going to say Triple J. I always fuck that shit up. A new shirt. I'm glad she's not Canadian. What she Ben Dizzy. What she used to be from Canada or something? What? Oh no. Whoa, what happened here? At trial we will find out pic of him going in or out, even if TikTok pic was taken that night. We'll see. We'll see. Wonder if she still has the hots for PK. Talk about double jeopardy. Oh, Danny, hold on 1 second. Contribution call out. Danny, thank you so much for the $4 super sticker. Is it going to show me? Oh my gosh. Why is YouTube will not? Hold on. I actually have to go to this is such a pain in the ass. I actually have to go to the YouTube studio just to see. This is crazy. Fucking YouTube, fix your shit. Oh, my favorite. The prickly pear coffee cup. Oh, thank you so much, Danny. I appreciate that. The fucking prickly pear. He gets a suit, eyebrow waxing. Yeah, Vinny. I watch. If he's wearing the dark blue tie again, it's like, bro, I don't even wear these hoodies 2 days in a row, I should get the same hoodies though, and then I can look like I wear the same one every day for the same show. You're going to need lots of sleep when this goes to court. Let's see. Fingers crossed I'm available to fingers crossed that I'm available whenever it happens to be able to do it. Because who knows? I don't even know when it's going to be, you know? So who knows? Just fingers crossed I'm available to even have the opportunity to do it. Ashley was a reporter on CNN, the headline news. Really? Then how'd she become such a huge how'd she become such a huge personality on News Nation? Because isn't she like, you know, the Mark and Betty? Isn't she like the head reporter at News Nation? Isn't she like the bee's knees? Yeah, the first one's sealed. The first one is sealed, but I have a feeling we're gonna have, because we're gonna have, so even if we're not, even though it's sealed, okay, even though the first hearing's sealed, we're still gonna see some kind of documentation come out, not necessarily right now, but what I'm saying is we're gonna see some sort of documentation with regards to the sealed hearing. So even though the stuff's going to be sealed, we're still going to see some kind of documentation referring to the hearing. The second one at 1:00 Pacific, which is in 2 hours, that one will be. So we're kind of doing an extended show today. I'm going to be going through my emails. I'm going to show you a couple videos. We're going to be going through some articles, checking out different programs, things like that. So we're going to be filling it up with stuff that a lot of it I haven't been able to get to over the last couple weeks just because we've been so busy. And plus, with Next Door doing all this work and me not being able to do lives during the morning most of the time, it really just took a lot of opportunity for me to go through a lot of the stuff that I have to. So that's why we're doing that today too. You need a judge's robe to go with the background. That would be sweet. And get like the George Washington wig shit too, you know. That would be sweet. Just get me the wig. Just give me the wig and I'll wear my hoodie and the wig, and I'll have the wig with the red hat. I need the judge's wig with a red hat. There we go. So I look like Santa, but I'll have the red hat on instead. No beard, because you know we're always clean shaven over here. I used to have a beard for probably 15 years or so when beards weren't popular. And then when beards got popular, I was like, fuck this shit. I've had a beard forever. I want something different. So I started shaving the face. But yeah, I had a beard for like 15 years, 20 years, something like that. 15. We just keep this baby shaved now. I have thought about growing like just a mustache or something. Or maybe like a mustache and a little, like a painter, you know, like a French painter or something, to get that mustache and the little chin thing going or something. I thought about doing that. It'd be crazy, right? Yeah, I used to have a fucking, you know, the whatever that trim line, you know, whatever that shit is.
And Alex Capriello. He is in downtown Moscow right now. I think if I can recognize your location, you're at the Mad Greek restaurant, and that's where both Maddie and Xana used to work, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's actually right here behind me. You can probably see it over my shoulder. Obviously, a place that is very close to this story, to the 4 victims, particularly the 2 of them. I had a chance to walk in there earlier today and see how people are doing. I had a chance to speak to the manager. He had some new information that I didn't know. First and foremost, he said most of the coworkers there at the Mad Greek that worked with Xana and with Maddie no longer work there. It's just too hard to actually be in that space. The memories are just too difficult. But one thing that was really touching actually was this beautiful memorial that's actually standing right there by the bar. And I think we have video that we
Maybe
can
I'll
actually
do
show
my-
that shows these 4 Idaho4 victims.
Maybe I'll, what is that? The handlebar or whatever? Maybe I'll grow one of those again. One of these, you know, do the handlebar thing. Maybe I will, because I haven't had one of those in years. And I always liked the whatever that, the mustache that goes down to here, but that's it. I might, you know what? I think I might. I think we might change it up. Maybe I'll do the handlebar from now on.
As a way for people there
Why
to
not?
remember them, to lift up their lives. The manager telling me that just about everyone who walks in there and orders at that restaurant, orders at that bar, takes a second, looks at those pictures and remembers the tragedy that happened to these 4 young people.
Oh, Alex, we're seeing it now. Thank you for loading that. Thank you for putting that up on the show. That's you know, I kind of wondered if they were going to do something like that, Alex, because at first they were really overwhelmed at that restaurant. They were so upset with media coming in. It's almost as though they just wanted it all to end, people to go away. They just didn't want this to be such a big part of their lives. But I'm really glad that here we are a year plus and they've decided to honor the kids in this way.
Right. And the people that have their mufflers fall apart while they're driving down the road, you know, they don't want to have to deal with that muffler making sounds and all that gas, you know, like they don't want to, but it's called, sometimes you're given things that you don't have a damn choice, and you don't just shortchange or shortcut other fucking people's souls for your own fucking benefit. Jeez, why are it can't, the selfishness, I don't know. This is what I don't understand. When I went there and I talked to the people in Moscow, I talked to the people in Pullman, I never sensed one time that anybody was remotely selfish. When I talked to people, they were all appreciative and caring, and like I literally was like, wow, these people are so fucking nice. I couldn't believe it. Like when you hear stories about small town America, and you hear the stories about small town America and about how there's, you know, the morals and the you know, the hospitality and you know, the benefit of the doubt and all these other things. And when I went there, that's what I felt. I felt when I was talking to people like, wow, these people, they're fucking nicer to talk to than a lot of the people from the bigger city, because like the big cities, like da, 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 da. There it's more like laid back, and they'll, you know, hey, they have time to sit there and talk to you about a couple more things or anything like that, you know. No, Serena, like everybody was totally cool. Like that's why, like, I'm surprised that they're even like, maybe the business owner, you know, maybe the people, I don't know. When I'm talking to everybody, I never got the sense that anybody was selfish like that. You know, and when they want to talk about how everybody's saying that the trial needs to happen and, you know, BK is guilty as shit and all this stuff, I'm sorry, but when I fucking went there and talked to the people, it was half and half. No, I didn't have rental Idaho plates. I had rental Washington State plates. So everybody assumed I was from there. And plus I was decked out in Cougar and Vandal gear. What's up, AR? I was decked out in Cougar and Vandal gear, and I had Washington State plates on my rentals. So You know, I didn't have the dude driving around with huge flags in his truck fucking harassing my ass because he probably didn't even think that I was from out of town. So when it comes to, oh, they just wanted this to be over with, not from who I talk to, and I don't know who you've been talking to, Ashley, but damn, maybe just the business owner, because I could see the business owner wanting this shit to fucking be done right away. You know, I could see, you know, the fucking Demon Lady and Jimmy Neutron and Daddy Green wanting this shit done right away. But when it comes to these people, I'm sorry, more than half these people still feel like there's something else that took place that night instead of what is being presented like today. And I'm not lying to you, when most of the people, more than half, I'm not going to say it's 60-40, I'm just going to tell you more than half, when more than half of the fucking people there from Pullman and Moscow are telling me, and I'm talking your Walmart worker, I'm talking the dude that's at the grocery store, I'm talking about people that I'm seeing walking down the street, I'm talking about the people working at the gas station at the 76, I'm talking about the people at A&W, I'm talking about all these different people. And when more than half still feel like somebody else is out there, still feel like there's more than what is even being presented to them, I don't understand where people like Ashley are getting this fucking information, because right here you're making a video making it seem like everybody there wants this fucking trial right now, when more than half of them are still fucking scared to this day, still do the buddy system, still tell everybody where they're going more than they normally would, and still are fucking scared because they still feel like somebody is out there. It's sending this message.
Hard to actually be in that space. The memories,
it's just to push their narrative even more.
are just too difficult. But one thing that was really touching, Ashley, was this beautiful memorial that's actually standing right there by the bar. And I think we have video that we can actually show that shows these 4 Idaho4 victims as a way for people there to remember them, to lift up.
So you're gonna tell me that the fucking people they wanted this shit out of their fucking hair as soon as possible, but bro, you're gonna tell me that they set up a fucking barrel inside, promoting it even more? Shut the
their
fuck
lives.
up.
The manager telling
Shut
me
the fuck
that
up.
just about everyone who walks in there and orders at that restaurant, orders at that bar,
Right.
takes a second, looks at those pictures and remembers the.
Yeah, we were trying to get away from this, you know, ASAP, but we have a barrel that you can see as soon as you fucking walk in. Shut the fuck up.
Tragedy that happened to these 4 young people.
Oh, Alex, we're seeing it now.
Thank you, AR. I
Thank you
appreciate
for
that.
loading that. Thank you for putting that up on the show. That's
I don't
I
know. I
kind
don't
of wondered if they were going to do something like that, Alex, because at first they were really overwhelmed at that restaurant. They were so upset with media coming in. It's almost as though they just wanted it all to end, people to go away. They just didn't want this to be such a big part of their lives. But I'm really glad that here we are a year plus, and they've decided to honor the kids in this way. But I also get it that the other coworkers just couldn't deal it. They just couldn't hack it, and that they had to leave. Did you have a chance to talk to some of the other people around town? Because, you know, this is also their reality, right? So I would imagine that they have some strong feelings about tomorrow's hearing and getting a date on the calendar for a trial.
Yeah, I think overall, a lot of the sentiment here is that this is just a very painful tragedy that has befallen this town. And it's really hard still, more than a year later, for people to come to grips with it. Beyond that, it's a fact that there's a trial that's happening at a courthouse about 2 blocks from where I'm standing. And it just never seems to actually have its conclusion, its day in court yet. And so this trial is something that people are eagerly awaiting just because they want to get past it. Of course, they remember and love the victims of these University of Idaho students, but at the same time, they know that there is a accused criminal.
The university has fucking influenced that community so much it's disgusting. They have influenced it, and they're hearing a lot of this from the fucking university, the PD, Jimmy Neutron, Demon Lady. Yeah, the students, they just want to get it past them. It's all about the healing and all this other shit. Really? Then why in the fuck are they still doing the buddy system? Why in the fuck are they still telling everybody where? Why in the hell do they still feel like somebody's out there that committed this crime? The bullshit that they are spinning, it's sad. Just to fit their narrative, they only, like the girl that was out front of the fucking movie theater when they interviewed her a couple months ago, and she was like, "Oh yeah, we just can't wait to get past it." Motherfucker, were you even there when this shit happened? Was your ass even enrolled the fucking day that this shit happened? The last and what, like, AG? They can't wait for the last person that was enrolled in that fucking school to be gone. Because that's the last person that's going to remember where exactly they were the day that it happened and how they felt and how scared they were afterwards. And once that last student that was enrolled is gone, they can't wait. And it's students like fucking that girl. Oh yeah, we just can't wait to get past it. They should have had her trial already. We're just done. Can't wait. Need to heal. Fuck you. How about the families? Worry about their healing first instead of your little fucking healing, because your ass was probably too busy fucking playing video games your senior year of high school fucking before you even went out to the University of Idaho to make that damn statement to News Nation about what you fucking want. And it isn't about what the fuck you want, it's about what the fuck these families want. Go Vandals. Go Vandals! It had nothing to do with the University of Idaho itself. The people, the students are fucking amazing, man. Like, that's who I'm talking. Like, the students, the older people that I talked to, they were fucking amazing. My issue is with the president of the University of Idaho. My issue is with the dean of students of the University of Idaho. My issue is with that fucking demon lady that wants to even downplay the University of Volleyball football coach assault shit. Y'all saw that video too, right? Demon lady downplaying the whole fucking University of Idaho volleyball scandal. Got to what at one point got so fucking pissed off that she was fucking being real shitty to the lady that was interviewing her. Why? Because she was asking you real fucking questions, lady, and you didn't want to answer them. Oh, it looks so shady. So shady, demon lady. You could see it when she gets angry, because she's got that long blonde hair. When demon lady gets angry, you'll see those fucking green ears that start to grow pointy and shit, and they'll start to poke through little parts of her hair. And if you look right, you can see her ears starting to cut. When she gets angry, her ears grow. You can see it peek out of her hair. It's gross.
Criminal that's in a jail underneath the courthouse, and they want to see that
gross.
person brought to justice. In fact, I think it feels as if there's this dark cloud that's actually hanging over this city. They want to see it go to trial. Here's what one man who lives here in Moscow had to say.
Yeah.
It's time for this trial to happen, but now they want to postpone till summer after the kids are out of school, which that's understandable.
Why?
There needs to be a trial.
Why is urgency so important to you?
Well, it's not urgent. It's only been a year and a half so far, or at least a year.
But meaning that you want the trial to go, is it?
I think everybody would like the trial to happen. He's been sitting up in that jail for a year. Something needs to happen.
You know, you guys remember what my last show that I had, and I played that video for you guys about the guy, the reasons why you shouldn't move to fucking northern Idaho? And one of them is that they don't like outsiders. That's why I made the video. Yo, if you're an outsider, change your plate ASAP. Because you got a dude that's from northern Idaho, lived there for over 30 years, and he's telling you, look, guys, they don't like outsiders. They don't like out-of-towners. They don't like people coming to fucking visit. They don't like your traffic issues. They don't like you coming and throwing trash. They don't like you there, period. Of course they want this fucking... If you're going to ask that dude, yeah. Go ask the dude that's bringing in carts at fucking Walmart from the parking lot. Ask his ass. Some dude riding a bike down the street. What's up, Rob? Ticket 160. They just handpick these people.
And I think another major concern is that it feels like there's not enough information for them to grasp onto. This restrictive gag order in place really prohibits.
Get a laundry basket, a garbage can.
So I think tomorrow with the scheduling conference, if a date does come down, it's going to be a relief to everyone because it feels like progress is being made.
Yeah, that's a huge deal. There's a couple of other things on the agenda for tomorrow, too, that we will or won't hear about, some public, some private stuff. But I know you're going to be on the job for us. Alex, thank you for this. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ashley.
So, Alex.
Okay, what?
Alex is in Moscow, and what's really interesting is what the judge has made, clear about the trial when it gets scheduled. And that is not very friendly to me. Or you. And when I say that, I mean we the people. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
When I say that, I mean me the people. All right, let me show you that video here. 1 second. It's a very interesting video. Then we're going to get some other stuff here. I got a lot of shit to get into. Give me 1 second. Let me get that video for you. I got to show it to you. It's a quick video. It's very informative, and it tells you the fucking real. When it comes to Idaho. It's living in North Idaho. And I'm just going to skip some of it. So here's the link. Here's the link for the video. I'm going to skip some of it because some of it talks about like wildlife and shit like that. But this is reasons why you shouldn't. And if you haven't seen this before, Ticket 160, thank you, Summer. If you haven't seen this before, just listen to how he tells you how it is. So you got Idaho is a very red state, weather in Idaho, wildlife in Idaho. I'm going to go to tourism, okay? So this is avoid moving to Idaho unless you can deal with these 10 facts. And let me hit the like on that video real quick.
Number 4. Tourism is a thing here in Idaho. This is a vacation destination spot for a lot of people, especially in the summer.
Listen to
North
this.
Idaho, you really feel it because we only have small towns up here. So when there's an influx of 10, 20, 30, 40,000 people, which can happen during Ironman, big triathlon that takes place up here, you really do feel it.
Or a trial. They really feel it.
People, when they're vacationing, they're not in a rush. So they're just kind of moseying along, which can create congestion on the roads. And Idahoans aren't really used to that yet. So it gets pretty frustrating. In South Idaho, not as big of a deal because you have 250,000 people down there. So you add an extra 40,000, it's not felt that much, but it is a thing here in Idaho. And tourists, they sometimes can be kind of rude. They can leave their trash places. They can, not open doors. They don't have the same kind of manners that Idaho is known to have up here. So it can create some problems for people. And it's just something you should be aware about. Number 5, the people here in North Idaho. Now, once you get moved here, you get those plates switched over and you start fitting in,
Once you move here and you get those plates switched over, right? Once you move here and you get those plates switched over.
Whereabout. Number 5, the people here in North Idaho. Now, once you get moved here, you get those plates switched over and you start fitting in, people can be extremely nice. But until that happens, if they know that you're moving from out of state, especially if you're from California, they'll let you know how much they don't want you here.
Oh, yeah, they let you know.
Idahoans are very friendly people, but they're very defensive about our state growing too quickly or getting too big. They do not want to see it become California. And so that's kind of their way of letting people know this is not a place that we want you to move to. A lot of people are doing it. I myself am a transplant from California 30 years ago when my parents brought me here. So a lot of the population is from out of state, but you need to know some people can get a little bit aggressive. So you want to get those plates changed over as quickly as possible. Number 6. Now, this might not seem like a big deal. I didn't have to deal with this for a long time, but when I did, man, it sucked. Allergies are a big problem, especially in North Idaho. The pollen gets so thick during that time of the year that it will cover some of our smaller lakes. You can walk around Coeur d'Alene Lake and there will be like 6 to 8 feet of just pure pollen on top of the water, this yellow layer. And so the allergies, you can just be feeling sick a lot. I had friends that during that time, they just felt sick the whole time. It's pretty miserable. The trick that I found to that is eating raw local honey on a regular basis leading up to spring and summer. Once I started doing that, I don't know how that works. I think it's the bees that are getting the pollen from the local area. And when you digest it, it helps build your immune system up. I don't know if that's true, but seems accurate enough. So yeah, eating raw local honey definitely helps with the allergies here in Idaho. And it can happen down in southern Idaho, but not as bad. Again, their mountain desert area down there, not a ton of the pine trees that you see up here in North Idaho, but it still can be an issue. Number 7, for those who like entertainment, Idaho is lacking in that department pretty severely, other than Boise. Boise is one of the biggest cities. Actually, it is the biggest city in Idaho, but all the other towns in Idaho are just tiny compared to Boise. So Boise, you've got the shows, you've got comedy clubs, you have the Boise Broncos to go watch football. People are really big into their football down there. But all the other towns in Idaho, especially North Idaho, there's just not a lot of entertainment, not a lot of concerts, not a lot of shopping, not a lot of shows. There's not really any comedy clubs state, but you need to know some people can get a little bit aggressive. So you want to get those plates changed over as quickly as possible. Number 6. Now, this might not seem like a big deal.
Got to get those plates changed over as soon as possible. Freaking horrible. All right, so this is, let me see here. If you guys didn't hear about the details when it came to how Kaylee was, again, shout out AG. I'm going to share their link instead of ABC Good Morning America's. We'll go check this out one more time, and then we're going to get into the next part here.
Trial date to be set.
We're just left in limbo.
This morning, Kaylee Goncalves' parents sharing exclusively with GMA never-before-seen pictures and videos of their 21-year-old daughter.
There's a type you can like season with these. Can't really season with them, but you can cook with them.
Yeah, I know that's in front of the tower.
Yeah.
This is in front of the University of Idaho Tower.
the family still waiting on a full digital copy of Kaylee's phone from authorities.
These are the last moments of your child's life, and you're sitting here fighting with somebody who just doesn't care.
They were able to collect some of Kaylee's belongings from the university over the summer, which raised concerns for them about how well possible evidence was processed, including a trash can from Kaylee's room that was full and appeared untouched.
We opened it. It was a little squeezy applesauce thing like you would give to like a toddler.
Yeah.
It did not appear to have been gone through.
You know, and that's sad because it didn't. There's a garbage can. And you see when I'm going to show you this video that I made, and you see how they're approaching contamination before, it's just like, what?
Police saying they had gathered more than 100 pieces of physical evidence from the scene, along with some 4,000 photos and 3D scans of the residence. Still, frustration mounting for the family over what they consider a lack of communication and a rush to tear down the home on King Road. Christy describes for the first time how Kaylee was found.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up and had fought.
And the way that room's put together, if you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
Yeah, you're in the bed.
Tiny room. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was wall. You know, the headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped. I mean, she was trapped.
The home on King Road was torn down in the pre-dawn hours of December 28th. Now, the first of the two hearings today is closed to the public. The judge is also holding a scheduling conference later this afternoon. Remember, the prosecution is asking for a trial date to be set sometime this summer.
So here's another view. I wanted to give you guys another view. Ticket 163. Thank you, Serena. I wanted to give you guys another view. Not necessarily, sitting up. So imagine me sitting on the bed, slumped over, you know? Sitting on the bed, slumped over, up in the corner. That's so when Christy says that door, you would almost hit the bed from the opening the door, which is true. You got the frame right there. You got the wall right there. So right up in that corner, right there. I think she was up in that corner from the beginning. I think that's where she was just... Where else are you going to hide in this room? Yeah. Are you really hiding in that closet? You know? It doesn't go that far back. Where else are you hiding? And that's a twin bed, you guys. That's not even a queen or a king. That's a twin bed. So where, you know, and I think that's just a natural, you know, it's just a natural thing. You're in bed. I wake up. Yeah, right, Misha girl? Like, that's the worst room of the house, yo. Like, really? That's the worst room. And the best room is probably the one that Kaylee stayed in, honestly. You got the sliding glass door as part of your room. You know, who wouldn't want a sliding glass door for your room? It'd be beautiful. You just open it up. You got the deck. You open the door. You got the fresh breeze coming in. You got the birds chirping, and you're just chilling in bed. She did. She did. That is true, Beth. That is true. Her stuff was there. I think her, because if you look at those pictures, we looked at the pictures, they're the same. I think she left. I think Jack, I think, I'm just going to say that I think that she was trying to let Jack down softly, because the reason they all split up in the first place is because he couldn't handle his jealousy. He couldn't handle his jealousy. I think that's where, you know, the split came from, and I think that she didn't want to make it look like she was moving out, even though she was. That's why you hear different things, but you see different things, because it's like, well, your room doesn't look like you were moving out, but we heard from your mom that you were moving out. So, but then you see, yeah, Jack and I, they were taking a break, but then you look at all the shit that Jack was posting to people that was hitting on his fly woman, and like, that's some jealousy. The shit he was typing to the people hitting on Kaylee through the Instagram and all that shit, he was fucking jealous. I don't know. So I just think that, yeah, she just naturally went up in the corner and then had the sheath in one hand and the knife in the other, because she didn't know if she had to use it or not, and she was scared, and she was hiding in the corner. And somebody came through, and she had to be in shock. And, you know, you just take one swipe at Maddie and you go after. Because maybe Maddie was having a hard time getting woke up or something, you know, and then somebody just walked up to Maddie and then started going after, you know. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to leave it on there. I'm going to see if we have any kind of anything dropping here. Give me 1 second. Gonna see if there's anything coming out here. Let's see. Above and beyond. So the man accused returns to court. Yeah, we got that. News Nation unbiased. Judgmental. Let's retweet that. Let me see here. Let's see. Judgmental. News Nation unbiased. Said right. Beg to differ. Let's see if we got anything out there going on yet. We'll judge. Let's see. All right, let me look at some of my other sources here. Again, here's John Judge. Damn, his channel went up like 6,000 subs now. You got, damn, 6,000 people weren't subbed to Judge yet? That's crazy. All right, let me see. See if we got anything. Not seeing anything yet. I'm just kind of going over all the updates. Or if there is any. I'm not seeing anything there. All right, let me go here. And let's see. You know what? While I look up all of my sources, because I got like 9 different. Okay, that's good there. While I'm looking up all these different sources to see if anything's coming here, let me go. I'm going to share. If you haven't seen why I think the K-bar was Maddie, since I keep talking about it, this is why I think the K-bar was Maddie or Kaylee's. And let me see here. So I'm going to take this time. I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to look through the background. I'm going to figure out if there's anything out there, the smallest, slightest, and then I'll let you guys enjoy this. If you haven't seen this yet or you want the link for the video, here it is.
Very heavy. It is a combat knife. It's been used by our troops since World War II, famously by the United States Marine Corps.
So how did police know exactly what they were looking for? In late 2022, that wasn't clear. But what you could easily find out is that anyone could go online and buy a K-bar knife.
And that's very specific. Folks that didn't see it, there's the word, K-bar. It actually is what's referred to as a bastardization of the words kill a bear. And that's how far it goes back. And so the knife was considered to be that robust as a combat knife. You show up with a knife like this, you know, it kind of implies that you're showing up with, say, some level of homicidal intent.
But who says that anybody showed up with that? It could have easily been one of the victims that they were trying to use to defend themselves when the person came in and committed
It
the crime.
appeared police, even with the help of the FBI, had little, if anything, to go on.
Just what happens in the beginning of a case like that, you don't know what's what. You don't know where to go. So you're just trying to stay in the investigative mindset so that once you get that break, whatever that break is that you were alluding to, like what that was, what was that one thing, you want to be able to be in a position so when that one thing happens, you can.
That I mean that it was for protection is because the person that commits the crime is either going to leave the sheath out somewhere or it's going to be on a belt loop. The reason that I think that it was found next to the victims and it wasn't on a belt, the person that's going to commit the crime is not going to walk in and hold a sheath in one hand and a knife in the other because they need the other hand that's not holding the knife to hold the person.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Or to push them back or to make sure that they have some kind of defense. They're not going to have their hand tied up with a fucking sheath. So that's why I say the sheath to me seems like it could have been some kind of protection because to me, it's the only thing that makes sense why a sheath wouldn't be on a belt or in somebody's pocket or left in a vehicle or sitting somewhere, period.
Yeah, because I mean, here's the thing: if you have the knife in a sheath and you're going to commit this crime, I mean, you're pulling it out, like you said, with one hand. And how are you going to leave it there? Because when you leave, you're going to put that knife, if that's where it came from, you're going to put it back in the sheath. You're going to automatically know that that sheath isn't there if it came out. You know, if it came off, unsnapped from the belt or whatever. That's what you do.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying.
How could
So
you
like,
miss it?
so if you're going to commit this crime, say you're going to commit this crime and say you don't have it on a belt loop. Okay. Say you're in your car or you're standing outside next to the bush. I don't give a shit where you're at. You're the thing that you're not worried about is putting the sheath over the knife while you're inside the property. You're not. You're worried about putting it on when you go out of there.
Yes.
So to say that the person came in there and had the sheath in their hand and then the other hand, the knife. No, it doesn't make sense to say that they carried it in 2 feet into the. No, it doesn't make sense. The person's going to be walking in there with the sheath already off.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's going to be on a sheath, then I would imagine it would be on their belt loop. And if they're wearing a suit, then they would have left it in their fucking car. They would have left it outside. They're not bringing it into the crime scene.
Exactly.
Just as a general thing, because you don't want to have your one hand tied up. You need it. You're taking on 4 people. You don't even know if you're going to make it out of there before you get to the 4th person. You don't even know, because anything can happen. So the last thing that you're going to do is have one of your hands tied up with something that isn't going to help you commit this crime. That's why I feel like the sheath was part of one of the roommates that had it up there for a protection from a boyfriend or somebody. It was protection. It was not the person that committed the crime. It just, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me that somebody would walk in there to commit the crime and have one of their hands tied up with a sheath.
Labar believes the case is defendable.
But the evidence, when it's viewed individually, you can attack that evidence as a defense attorney. But if you take the DNA evidence that's recovered from the sheath, for instance, I believe that to potentially be touch DNA, transfer DNA, which would mean that it could remain on that sheath for an indefinite period of time if undisturbed.
Forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan on the sheath.
Ticket 249.
Over and over again to get access, and it's just kind of actuating the snap.
It's important to note the public doesn't know the source of the DNA on the snap of the sheath.
If it is touch DNA, which is generally associated with dead sloughing skin cells, this is a perfect place to harvest it from, because it can actually be caught in this location and kind of protected in that area, because it's
protected in that area. Like they just said, it could be there for who knows how long.
Exactly.
It's in a protected area. That's why I keep saying, who says that, who says, what if it was a gift from BK? Who says BK didn't know that Kaylee was a sleuther? Or, knew she was a sleuther, wanted to do something nice. Hey, I got 4 of them. How about you have one to protect yourself in case, you're getting into some you're getting into some ugly shit. And no, don't carry a weapon around, or a gun or something. Here, have this knife, as protection, just as some kind of friendly gift. I mean, who knows? Who's to say that BK didn't go pawn the damn thing and one of their friends went and bought it at a pawn shop?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then there's no connection there at all. What if you went and sold it to a pawn shop?
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what his explanation is, because we don't know. But I mean, it makes sense to sleep. Like, there's a lot of times I sleep with a dagger.
I mean, he might not ever know. As far as he knows, maybe he just pawned the damn knife off because he had 4 of them. Maybe he just pawned it off because he didn't need it. He needed a couple extra bucks because he was a college student, and maybe he was a little short on money one month, and was like, you know what? I got 4 of them. Why don't I just go pawn it? Or why don't I sell it to somebody on Facebook Marketplace? Or sell, and then it got sold to somebody. It's that simple, where he might not even know. Yeah, I sold it to Jim Boy, and Jim Boy then sold it to Johnny, and then Johnny gifted it. I mean, who knows? It could be that. When we're talking about the protected area where it was at, it's not like it was on the top. It's not like it was along the side. It's not like it was in any of those places. It's a protected area that it could have been there quite a long time. So that doesn't mean, and just because, okay, maybe if you had the weapon, then damn straight, the sheath.
Yeah.
But when you're trying to say, well, they were unalived with a sharp object, there's different. I mean, we've shown different sharp objects. Who's to say, that none of that was used there? And like everybody keeps saying, that is just because the sheath was there doesn't mean that's the weapon. That's why I continue to say I feel like it could have been a gift. Just when you look at why the sheath was even there in the first place, why would it be there? Because one of the victims had it in their hand. In the other hand, while they had the knife in their hand, because they didn't need to, they weren't thinking about using the other hand to push somebody away, because they were thinking about, shoot, if I don't need this, then I can put it back and be safe.
Right.
That's why the sheath was there. That's why it was by them, because I feel like one of them did have it in one of their hands because they heard sounds. They didn't know if it was a friend or not. So they didn't know if they needed to use it or not, but they were ready to use it if they had it in their hand. But if they didn't need to, sheath was there. They could have put it easily away. I think the person that committed the crime took the weapon as their own souvenir for a celebration of committing the crime. So, they're laughing, in their little secluded spot where they're protected. They're laughing, going, I not only got away with this crime, but they get to look at the K-bar that somebody was trying to use to fight against them, and they were successful. So they're looking at that knife as like a piece, like a prize to them, because it's like, you know what, not only I committed this crime, but they can sit there and look at that knife that they took and replay it even better than an article from the crime scene. Because think about it. If they're saying that the sheath, they're not even entertaining the idea that it could have been used for protection from one of the victims. So who's to say that that person is going to get in trouble for being able, they probably have it on a shelf in their living room. That's how they're, they're so, because nobody's, how is any good, when it comes to an ID or it comes to an article of clothing, well, son of a bitch, that'll look odd. That'll tie it right back. But with the knife, not if they're thinking that the person that committed the crime used it and they're about to be on trial. They're not going to associate that knife at all with the crime scene. So that's why I'm saying they could put it up there like they're hanging a fish, except there's a K-bar up there, and every time they're sitting there at home, they're watching Jeopardy, and then they look up and they can relive the crime every single time they look up during a commercial.
That is horrifying.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
it's
horrible. Absolutely horrifying.
When you focus on one thing, you don't even focus the possibility that other people can be involved either. And you just have that tunnel vision. And that's the other cases we've brought up before on the show, the tunnel vision. You don't think about these things. You really have to think about it. Why in the hell would a sheath have been there in the first place? You think somebody that committed the crime really walked in there and held it in their hand? No, they went in there to use it. So why would they need the sheath for protection of it? They don't. They went in there to use it. Somebody that would need it would be somebody that didn't know if they needed to use it or not. That's why it was it. Just me.
No, that makes perfect sense to me. I mean, yeah, if I were going in there, I wouldn't have. If I were going in there to commit the crime, I would not even have, unless I had it on my belt, I would not even have brought the sheath in. What you going to need it for? Nothing.
No, because you already know that you're going in there to use it.
Right.
You already know. So why do you need it? No, you're going to put it, if it's not on your belt, you definitely don't want to lose it, do you?
Right.
If it's not on your belt, you definitely don't want to use it. That's why I'm saying somebody that went in there to commit it wouldn't have brought it in there with them. Because why are you going to use one of your hands when you need it? Because you don't know if you're going to make it out of there when you're going against 4 people. You don't know that you're going to be successful all 4 times. What happens if on the 3rd try something happens and then they end up with the knife? You know what I mean? You don't know that. You don't know that. So you're going in there to use it no matter what. So you don't need the sheath.
Right.
You don't need it.
And even if it's on your belt and you leave. Okay, you've done your business and you're safe and you're leaving. You would be looking for that sheath to put the knife back in. So why is it, you still have time. You can go back. You're like, shoot, I left it somewhere,
Well, and like this too. You heard the noises come from upstairs. The sheath was upstairs. Then you heard the noise come from the second floor. Now, and then when you're going on DM's statement, she says that the person walked by and she saw the bushy eyebrows. There's only one way you can walk by and see eyebrows and open DM's door. And that the only way that's possible is for somebody to walk through that walkway next to the good vibe light sign and DM be able to see through the crack door. And she said that they walked towards the sliding glass door. She didn't say that they walked back upstairs. So if somebody did commit the crime upstairs, lost the sheath, went downstairs to commit the rest of their crimes because there was two left, went downstairs to commit the rest of their crimes, then why didn't DM state that the person went back upstairs? Because if they would have forgot the sheath, they would have even if they didn't know where they lost it. It's only in a couple spots. You just got done on the second floor, so you can search. Okay, shit, I didn't leave it here. I'm going to go back upstairs, right? To search, because that's the only other place it could have been. No, they didn't go search. They left. So to me, that's another thing to me that says, no, that sheath was not part of the crime, because if they would have forgot it, damn straight they would have walked back upstairs to go look.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to leave it behind if you did lose it. No. To me, the sheath was from one of the victims that they were holding when they had the knife in their hand, because they didn't know if they
Ticket
needed to
180.
protect themselves or not. And for them to be so tunnel visioned on the sheath, being that that's the murder weapon, even though we don't have the weapon and we have all these different statements from the coroner about the injuries. Okay, well, it's pretty obvious if it was the same weapon, right? Then don't you think the same type of injuries would have taken place? Don't you think if it was only one weapon, they would have been able to come out and say, we know for sure it was a knife that was this long, this many inches, yada, 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 because you hear about it in all these other crime shows.
Yeah.
They tell you how many inches on average with the knife that they're looking for, from this inch to this inch. You don't get none of that. You get different statements about the injuries. So to me, to sit there and be so tunnel vision that you're looking for, or you're interested in a K-bar, what about being interested that was one of the victims that they had for a defense, and the person that committed the crime took the trophy and put it up on their wall like a fish? That's for somebody to get, with all these people that do these crimes, they usually take an article of the crime so they can relive the crime when they're away from it, right? What better article from the crime would be than like a knife that nobody thinks is tied to anything but the person that committed the crime that they have charged? Like, that's the best part, because it's not a clothing, it's not an earring, it's not a necklace, it's not a phone, it's not nothing. It's something you could literally hang on the damn wall, and nobody you could comfortably put that on your wall and know that your ass ain't never gonna get caught. You could bring it with you. You could walk around with it and pull it out and relive the fucking crime while you're on Santa Claus's bus going through the North Pole. Like, that's sick.
Yeah.
And they're so focused.
That is horrifying.
It doesn't make sense. The sheath, it just doesn't make sense that the person that committed the crime left it, especially when you look at DM's statements even. That doesn't tell you the person forgot something. Yeah, that don't tell you the person forgot something. Now, that was a little video that I put together a while back. Now, Nothing's going on out there as of right now. Again, if you're not subbed to Judge, he is already up to, gosh, when we started the show, he was only at 8,000 and something. Now he is up to 14.4. I'm surprised that there's a lot of people that weren't even subbed up to him yet, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, that was old. That was, gosh, how old was that? That was from December 31st is when I made that. So almost a month, somewhere around there. Live feed is starting. I'm not seeing it. I don't know how it could be starting. It's not even time for the court hearing yet. We still got about another hour until the court hearing. I am keeping an eye on everything to make sure as soon as something does drop, even live updates. I'm checking here and I'm not seeing anything. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. So let me just double check. Yeah. Let's see. Nothing yet. Just a bunch of talk and somebody just getting out a lawn chair saying they're ready for the hearing. So yeah, we're there is not a live feed yet. Here is the YouTube channel. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to help. SG said they didn't need to go upstairs. Just like when we were watching that the one from Fox News where the guy was very descriptive about his story when he was reading it. He said that he went downstairs first. So, and he then said that they went upstairs according to his story. And so it could be taken as if the target wasn't upstairs, that he didn't even have to go upstairs if the target wasn't upstairs. So you could take it that way too. Well, if she did see someone, it doesn't mean that was the only person that was there. That too. That too. Please read previous comments of mine. Let me see. Let me scroll up here. Let's see. Ethan was the target? You think Ethan was? I always felt the event that took place at the frat party had something to do with it. Oh, WLFL, yeah, they're just getting on to chit chat. You can't play WFLA because they'll strike your ass hard. If it seemed like your kid was the target and it's your kid that got the others, oh, very interesting point. That's a very interesting point, Peachy. Very interesting. Then again, seemed like SG was giving us more clues. Yeah. I mean, it could easily be, hey, if it wasn't, nope. There's nothing on Judge's YouTube. Right there. Live, and there's nothing. I agree with the domino effect. I mean, it makes sense about Ethan being the target. That's for sure, Peachy. That too, Turquoise. Different things. A plane crash, a plane just don't fall out of the sky. There's lead ups to that event. I watched too many plane crashing documentaries to know that there's not a lead up There's always a lead up to events. All right, so we're going to switch to, let me see here. There's a couple videos from Forensic Frenzy I want to share you guys. Shout out to Forensic Frenzy, supporter of the show and a beautiful part of the community, and the information that she also comes out with, her theories, thoughts, and opinions for the true crime community. We appreciate those two. This is one that she just came out with about the doc drop discussion. So this is Forensic Frenzy. I'm going to share her channel real quick. Shout out Forensic. We love her here over here at the show. And there's a couple other videos we're going to check out later on today. Like I said, I'm going to be going live for another probably 4 hours. Then we're coming back later on tonight to introduce The Price is Right to the community. And so we're going to have a game night tonight where we just sit back, chill back, have fun. Price is Right, Family Feud, just all sorts of games. But we're going to be introducing The Price is Right tonight. I can't wait. And I think that game is going to be the hit when we have our game nights. We'll be having one of those tonight after we have this long day today. So thank you all for hanging out with us today. Appreciate your company, your conversation. We got plenty more to go. Again, this is Forensic Frenzy talking about Idaho4 doc drop discussion. And let's hear what she has to say. I'll share the link to the video. Go show her some love. Hit the like on the video and drop her a little awesome comment.
4 series. Today we have a Forensic Frenzy doc drop alert. So if you didn't notice, today in the iCourt website, we had 3 new documents drop, and those documents pertain to search warrants for entities such as Instagram, TikTok, and Microsoft. Now, usually I don't talk about the documents as they drop along with everyone else.
Right, Beth?
In fairness, I have no interest in that. I liken that to everyone hearing the same breaking news and speculating amongst themselves all at once, loudly talking over one another, whereas I would rather sit back and listen to everyone's opinions and see whose opinions I align with the most when it comes to my own opinions. However, in this specific segment today, I will talk about the latest docs and my opinions of them only because they relate back to other videos. So first, let's talk about this document for Instagram. So it looks like Lawrence Mowry sought out on the 25th of July a warrant for the Instagram accounts of Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves from June 23rd of 2022 to November 21st of 2022. This particular document doesn't really say much to me, except for that there could be potential that mainstream media was given credible information relating to the defendant possibly following the 3 girls on Instagram. If that's true, then kudos to mainstream media for having those secretive sources that you do, because sources ring true.
Yeah,
However,
we love her here.
On July 25th.
And we'll be having her on the show coming up here in the future for our conversations with CJ, where we'll be having her on. It's going to be neat. We love her here at the show. We came across her channel, I think, 2 months ago. And yeah, we love her over here.
There was also
She does great work.
a warrant from Lawrence Mowry to TikTok.
And there's something that just dropped from Law and Crime, so we'll be switching to that next. A new video from Law and Crime.
And that warrant pertained to the TikTok accounts of Ethan, Dylan, and Bethany Funk. Now, Ethan Chapin passed away in the attack on November 13th. Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen.
Yeah, we know, Johanna. That's why anytime that there was court hearings where there was discussion about the links, that's why I always covered that up too, along with the zoom-ins that they had. The last couple court hearings, Court TV was pumping a bunch of misinfo out. And not only did I had to use my coffee cup to cover BK's face, I also had to use my coffee cup to cover up the misinfo, especially that last court hearing. It was kind of ridiculous. I had to watch that more than pay attention to the court hearing. It was kind of sad.
The survivors, I do understand, survived the attack, okay? However, what interests me about this TikTok warrant is actually that the warrant relates to Ethan's account up and through November 14th, despite the fact that Ethan did pass away in the early morning hours of November 13th. Furthermore, what's interesting to me about the warrant is that Bethany and Dylan extend to the present, which would be either July 25th when the warrant was served, or gracefully on August whatever when the warrant was returned. I believe it was the 19th. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at it anymore. Additionally, that to me,
They wanted to know what was going on too.
Indicates that
they wanted to know the
law
truth.
enforcement may believe that all of the victims were actually awake, with the exclusion of possibly Madison Mogen.
Like I
August
said,
17th is
like
the
I
date.
said earlier, I think she had a hard time waking up, and that's why you found him the way they found him the way they found
I
him.
stand corrected.
Yeah.
I say with the exclusion of Madison Mogen because
Yeah,
I do believe
they wanted to know what was really happening.
that law enforcement is aware that on the night of November 13th, in the early morning hours, when someone said there's someone here, they believe that it was Xana because she was on TikTok. And I believe that they believe that Xana was talking to Ethan, who was laying in bed with her also on TikTok.
Interesting.
So this warrant for TikTok pertaining to Ethan specifically for the 13th and the 14th makes sense. However, if that's true, then what it also insinuates to me is not that they are looking for something on Dylan or Bethany's TikTok that extends beyond the 14th through the present, but rather they also believe that Dylan and Bethany were on TikTok in the early morning hours of November 13th.
Or
be it
somebody.
before
Or somebody.
or after the attacks.
Or somebody.
What's most interesting to me, though, from today's doc drop is that on July 25th, all of these warrants were served on the same day. And on July 25th, there was also a warrant for Microsoft for a redacted account and all of the account information listed
Tracy.
as 7 different bullets, including IMEI and OneDrive Res ID. They want this information, this digital cloud-based information that would be affiliated with a Microsoft device from January 1st of 2022 through December 30th of 2022 when the current defendant was arrested. So to me, all of these things together
That's interesting, Bierman.
just back up the story that the prosecution is putting out there. Now, how Anne will combat whatever is found within these warrants that is clearly enough to be hidden, we'll never know. Not until trial, anyway. But this, to me, is just backing up some of the things that we already know. These kids were not asleep. This was likely some kind of ambush style attack. The DoorDash may have been the way to get into the house, even though they want us to think that while these kids were awake, someone just slid in through a door or window. And this may have come from a lot of digital, online, social media stalking and harassing. And I am now wondering what would be found within the TikTok accounts of Xana and Ethan, Dylan, and Bethany if they were awake and on TikTok. But also, I'm wondering about the possibility of things having been picked up on someone's TikTok. And I have yet to find any information on Xana's phone being on the tower dumps, yet she's the one who's supposed to have been on TikTok. And we do see from the Queen comment on TikTok that it does look like she may have been. However, I was able to find Kaylee and Ethan.
Is it King or Queen Road? Is it King or Queen Road? Queen. Right? Is it King or Queen Road? Is it King or Queen Road? Queen. No, I'm not asking chat. I know it's Queen Road. I've known it was Queen Road since the case. I'm saying the reason that Xana would have typed Queen, right? Is it King Road or Queen Road? Somebody that doesn't know. I'm not asking you. It's part of the little story that I'm playing out here. That's why you would have a message of Queen. Because somebody's asking you, is it King or Queen Road? Your address is King, but right. I like the whole DoorDash or case out video that I made and using Court TV's own video to show you guys what a delivery driver would be. Is it King or Queen? Is it King or Queen? Which is it? I don't. Is it King or? That's why Queen. You know, just like, I'm sorry, the event that took place at the frat party and then the delivery driver right before, it just doesn't make any sense. It just
Again, we started at 3:29 a.m. So this is more than 30 minutes later, 3 passes by this home later. This is the 4th time, like you said, 4:04 a.m. again, making its way east on Queen Road one more time. This is the only way into this area. You see the crime scene to the right. He, according to this affidavit, continues on straight past these apartment buildings on the right and would make it's very narrow road. As you can see, I've spoke to most of these neighbors that live here on this road, this apartment complex. You would have to go all the way towards the end of this narrow road before you could turn around. It's going to be apartment number 52, according to the affidavit. In this area, this wider circle area where that white Hyundai Elantra turned around, according to this affidavit, and then goes back down the hill west on Queen Road, where he passes the crime scene one more time. It would have been on his left side, his driver's side. of the car at that time. And according to the affidavit, that's when he sort of fails to either turn around, attempts to kind of park or turn around there right in front of the home. Remember those tire marks, Vinny, on this road that I'm showing you? They would be about where that red car is in front in this video, where those
The tire marks, right where that red car is. Yeah. In the parking lot that wasn't closed off in the beginning, right? They're the killer's tire marks. The tire marks are not even in the right spot where they were looking. They're the killer's tire marks. It wasn't closed off, but it was preserved, sir. It was preserved.
tire marks were. So he would continue down. He would pass it after this failed attempt to park or turn around
preserved
in front of the home.
So I'm gonna make a replay of a DoorDash getting lost with this footage.
And then see the intersection further down where King and Queen meet. He does a 3-point turn there before heading back to this home
That's why there was a Queen message on TikTok. It's Queen.
where, according to this affidavit, committed these murders within about 16 minutes before speeding off at 40.
Those tire marks, they weren't even looking in the right spot for where there'd be tire marks. Where there would be tire marks, where they were looking at, you were already going straight. Your momentum had already changed, so the tire marks would have been before where they were looking, and I used my own real footage to show that.
4:20 a.m. this direction out Valencia Road.
So let me ask you, Chanley, at 4
They're not even in the right spot, the tire marks. It just doesn't make
when all this is happening, what we're showing the folks right now, what's going on inside the house?
At 4:04, well, around 4 a.m., according to the affidavit, there's a DoorDash food delivery delivered to the home, and that was ordered by Xana Kernodle, the second floor room. She ordered food. I believe it was like Jack in the...
That's what they just did with the killer. Look, okay. Does this not look right by where that vehicle's parked with the hood up? That's where they were looking for the tire marks, and they should have been back up farther. Trust me. Look like we're not even going to listen to him, okay? We're not even going to listen to him. Does this not look? I'll show you my real footage when I'm turning that corner and how and if you are going at a high rate of speed, that's not where the tire marks are at. Where those camera people are standing, that's supposedly where the tire mark is, where that person's standing next to the snow. It's not that far. The tire marks would be before the red SUV was even okay. Does this not look like somebody that's freaking lost trying to order food? I'm not even going to play what they're talking. Just watch their driving, okay? Damn, I swear I'm on Queen Road, but it says 1122 King. Is it King or Queen? Is there another way to get to King Road? How do you... Hold on a minute. Let me look at my GPS again real quick. Okay, Xana, is it King or Queen? It's telling me I'm at the location, but I'm not at the location. Is that it? I don't know, but it's telling me I'm at the location, but I'm not. Shoot, hold on. Let me see if I can go. It must come around. King Road must come around because it's on King Road, 1122. Okay, hold on. Let me see. No, shoot. I can't go anywhere. No, it dead ends. Hold on a minute. No, hold on a minute. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me go back. It's got to be this way. It has to be. Hold on. All right. I don't know. I'm on Queen Road now. I'm on Queen Road, but it says 1122 King Road. Is it King or Queen, Xana? Huh? Is that it? But it's Queen Road. I'm looking at the numbers on the house, and it says 1122, but I'm on Queen Road. I'm lost, y'all. Is it King or Queen Road, right? That's why you get a Queen Road message. All right, we're going to switch to this law and crime video here real quick. And if you guys want, I'll go ahead and pull up some of the real footage I have, and I'll show you guys why the tire tracks weren't even in the right spot. I will take you on that turn, and you can see exactly. You're not going at a high rate of speed because if you just committed a crime and you're trying to get away, don't you think the last thing you want to do is crash your fucking car? Don't you think the last thing you want to do is crash your damn car? I'll show you. You would crash your damn car leaving at a high rate of speed. So we'll get to this law and crime video that just dropped. I'm still looking for updates whenever they happen. Trust me, we'll have them. Here's this latest law and crime video from just a few minutes
Criminal
ago.
defense attorney Andrea Burkhart. We get into the defense asking the judge to.
Nice. The last time he had Andrea Burkhart, he didn't like what she had to say. So fingers crossed. Yes, Andrea Burkhart. Rock
Reconsider
on.
their arguments to dismiss the case.
That's
Koberger's
same thing,
team
Beerman.
now having access to DNA records and whether any shady stuff happened with the.
Because the only time justice happens if the right person is convicted, not the person that you want, correct?
Grand jury. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So we had such a great response to our first Brian Koberger debate, back and forth, whatever you want to call it. It's an episode we did, and we figured, why not have another one? And I'm not sure where it's going to go, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, so much to talk about in the Brian Koberger case, the Washington State University grad student accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students back in November of 2022. Authorities say Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Goncalves, they were all found stabbed to death in an off-campus rental home. Brian Koberger, a then 28-year-old.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same one when Rosenthal took the picture of Kaylee's ID too. And also the officer also noticed that that's interesting. There's no access up there. That frickin' stop.
PhD criminology grad student was arrested, indicted on murder and burglary charges.
Right.
He faces the death.
And if you were focused on him, this is why I always said they weren't zeroed in on BK until the end of December, because they wouldn't have let him drive in the middle of December from one side of the country to the other. If he really truly did commit these 4 crazy ass crimes with that kind of brutality, do you think the FBI is going to let him go from one side of the country to the other, being exposed to all the adults and children at every rest stop, gas station, side road, fast food restaurant? You know what I mean? You're leaving somebody that could commit this crime the opportunity to do that to all of those different. Just think of all the different people that crossed his path and his father's when they went from Pennsylvania, or when they went from Washington to Pennsylvania, from one side of the country to the other. No, they would have figured out a way. Hey, guess what? Something happened with your registration. Hey, something happened with something happened with the title. Something happened where you're not able to leave the fucking area. They're not going to let you leave the area if they have you in their crosshairs, especially if you committed that brutal crime against 4 individuals. They're not going to let you around a rest area where you could be walking next to a kid that's standing outside of his mom's vehicle while she just ran in to go get him some fucking M&Ms or something. I mean, who knows? You're not going to do it, because then their blood is on your hands. That's why you don't let somebody. That's why you stop. Figure out some other way that you can stop them from leaving, so you can keep them in a confined area until you're able to do what you do. They weren't focused on BK until the end of December, and that's just my personal opinion,
And
based
prosecutors
off
have
of
tied him to
whatever's
the
out there.
crime through cell phone data, DNA on a knife sheath left at the scene, a potential eyewitness, surveillance footage of a white Hyundai Elantra that investigators say was at were near the house on King Road the night of the killings and on previous
I'll
occasions.
take you around here.
But
We'll see.
now there are some new developments, and I want to debate it out, maybe, with Andrew.
New developments. Which on the east side of Queen Road Apartments? That's the area that has that huge incline, and then you go around the back. Let me know more specifically what you're asking, because they do. You can loop around the Queen Road Apartments. That's, to me, I never understood, and when we get to the real footage, I'll show you. I never understood how people can pull in, and then like that court TV video I just used in that in the highlight. I'm surprised they exited that way, because it's that whole lot area is just so confusing.
Andrea Burkhart, criminal defense attorney. You can check out her YouTube page at Burkhart Law. You can also go to her Twitter.
I hope so. I hope so that Jesse finally fucking paid attention to somebody from mainstream. Look at this dirty DNA glove and tell me what the fuck, yo, because I'm tired of you digging into Linda Lane and shit like that when there's real fucking video showing you contamination.
Profile, the same handle. Andrea, thanks so much for coming on. Great to see you.
Thanks, Jesse. It's great to be back.
Great to have you. So let's start with
She's
the
awesome.
hearings that are going to happen this Friday. So let's break it down. So the defense is trying once again to get the case thrown out. They have argued that the grand jury indictment cannot stand because evidence was withheld from the jurors, that there was a question of jurors' impartiality, that there was insufficient evidence to support the charges against Brian Kohberger. Judge John Judge previously rejected all of these arguments.
They can get DNA. They couldn't get DNA from his trash at his Steptoe Apartments commercial. Like, they couldn't have got DNA from when he went to Jack in the Box and tossed his fucking cup in the garbage. I mean, there's so many ways to get DNA. I don't understand how they would let somebody go from Washington to PA if they committed these crimes, and then that blood would be on their hands. You know what I'm saying? I really feel like if with the steps that they took to get the daddy's DNA from the garbage, I'm sure they could have got BK's DNA, you know? They could have brought him in. They could have questioned him. They could have said, hey, where were you? Hey, do you mind giving us a sample of your DNA? Hey, do you mind? Because look, if you're innocent, you're not going to have any issues giving us a sample. You're not gonna, you know? If they left from Washington to PA, considering the brutal crime, and then a child had the same thing happen to them, that blood is on their hands. I just have a hard time feeling like they just let him. What's up, JR? How you doing? If you can just circle all the way around, I miss that part of the drive every time. Yeah. You just circle all around. I mean, any footage. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe nobody else recorded the footage of circling. I don't know. Maybe I was the only one. That's cool.
He wrote in a
I'll show you guys here in a little bit the real footage, the nighttime when we're going through there, so you can see how dark it is too.
Filing, quote, that the defense attorneys had failed to successfully challenge the indictment on grounds of juror bias, lack of sufficient admissible evidence, or prosecutorial misconduct. Kohberger, quote, was indicted by an impartial grand jury who had sufficient admissible evidence to find probable cause to believe Kohberger committed the crimes alleged by the state. And he wrote further, the state did not engage in prosecutorial misconduct in presenting their case to the jury. So, first, let me give a caveat to everybody. We don't have a lot of information. This is under seal. Let's keep that clear. Having said that, Andrea, any reason why the judge would rule differently on this now?
Well, there's generally two reasons why lawyers will pursue a motion for reconsideration, because speaking very frankly, judges don't typically change their mind. If they've read the pleadings, they've heard the argument, they're
Right.
familiar with the issue, and they had a reason for the decision that they made. So the reason for bringing a motion to reconsider first can be because there's a specific issue that the defense thinks is important that the judge either did not address in the ruling, or they want him to flesh out his reasoning for it. And the reason why they would want to do that gets to the second reason why you file a motion to reconsider, which is that you're positioning the case to ask for an appeal. So typically, appeals, you have to wait until the case is completely done and resolved before you're allowed to go to a higher court and ask them to find that a wrong decision was.
But you don't need an arrest warrant to bring somebody in to question them. You don't need an arrest warrant. They're a suspect. You don't need an arrest warrant. You can just say, hey, do you mind coming down to talk to us? Can we talk to you right here? You know what I'm saying?
Was made, but there can be exceptions for that to be done while the case is still ongoing.
I'm gonna be getting to your emails here in about 20 to 30 minutes.
Idaho has a specific
So
rule
go ahead
for
and
how
send
this
them
is
again if
done,
you want.
and it appears to me that this is a big part of what the defense strategy is in bringing these motions in the first place. They're required to bring this motion to the court, ask for permission to appeal. So they would be potentially asking him to flesh out reasons for his decisions so that they can then present that to the Supreme Court as essentially the question they are asking the Supreme Court to rule on, whether that decision was correctly made, whether the reasoning was.
That's why I always said, if you don't have the DNA and the PCA, you don't have the PCA. So if you don't have if there's no DNA, then there's no PCA, because you know what? They can easily tell you when you go put it in front of a judge and they said, look, I can't sign this. I need to have this on it. If you want me to sign it, I need to have this on it. And it's normal practice. It's normal practice. So if they said, look, this isn't enough. We don't have a real picture of the car. This is all just, you say that the cell phone, he utilized the tower. Well, I utilized the tower before I even see the Moscow sign as I'm coming from Pullman. So if I'm utilizing the same tower that the house uses when I'm not even by the fucking house, well, then I think we're going to need something else on this PCA in order to, to get me to sign it. So if you can get some kind of DNA, then we'll go ahead and sign the PCA. And that's why you're going to see a shirt coming out from Evil CJ that says no DNA, DNA symbol, no PCA. And it's going to be a red fucking shirt. No DNA, no PCA.
But affect potential jury pool, because they're fighting this not only in the court of law, but the court of public opinion. So much has been said about Brian Kohberger. That's not allowed, though. I mean, what justification could they have to unseal this for everybody to see?
Well, I first off agree with you on this one as well. I don't think they're likely to win this one.
Because it was a lost DoorDash driver. That's why I played the video. This one right here. Is it a case out or a lost DoorDash driver? So, Danny, check out this video, and this will explain why there's a 3-point turn instead of driving all the way around. Because it wasn't a case out. Because it was somebody that was lost. And so I actually do a little version of my own, like, oh, is this 11? Is this 11 something? Huh? Is this a what? Listen to him. Does this not look? They're driving road? Is this what? Huh? Is this a thing? Yeah. Check that out. It's perfect example of why it's a DoorDash driver. I'm pretending to be the lost DoorDash driver while the camera's looking around like a lost DoorDash driver would be.
all the reasons you
It
said,
was
the grand
perfect.
jury process is highly protected. But the defense has been signaling for quite some time that they want the public to know what the evidence is in this case. They wanted a public preliminary hearing. The state obviously is not required to do that. They chose to go with the secret grand jury.
Yeah, because they wanted to agree, hey, that not them wanted the secret grand jury, the fucking prosecution, not them. But they agreed to have some shit sealed because, Ann Taylor, I'm going to throw you a couple bones because I think you're going to give me what I need, right? You're playing chess. Hey, I'll give you my pawn because I'm going to try and take that fucking rook. I'll give you the pawn so I can take the rook, right? We'll go ahead and let stuff be sealed so I can get what I need. Now, after all this gaslighting, I'm tired of it. Fuck it, unseal it. I'm tired of your gaslighting. I already agreed with the demo. I already agreed to seal some shit. You've been gaslighting us the whole time. You ain't gave a shit, and you've been fucking denying shit. Fuck this. Unseal it. And that's where she's coming from. And I'll get to that. I'll get to the real footage here in a few. I'll show you guys.
So
It's not.
It's have against Brian Kohberger is still extremely opaque at this point in time, beyond what was there in the probable cause affidavit. But even in the original hearing on these motions, Mr. Logsdon had made a comment to the effect that some number of the grand jurors had expressed concern that this is all there was to the state's case. They had wanted to see more. He was kind of rapidly cut off from going further down that line by Judge. But it seems pretty clear that the defense thinks this is a thin case, and they want the public to be aware of that, in part because there's a need to balance the coverage that has been out there on this case. There is a lot of just presentation that tends to presuppose guilt, that has relied on a lot of information floating around that isn't necessarily accurate. We've seen a lot of inaccurate information being put out about this case for quite some time. So I think the defense does want to respond to some extent to that media environment. But as you said, this is a protected process. So the only way I could really see this being viable is if the defense was so careful in how they crafted their motion that they didn't discuss kind of the facts, the underlying actions that took place in the grand jury, and simply kept it at the 10,000-foot abstract legal issues, where it wouldn't be necessarily revealing anything the grand jury did, but just kind of talking about, the principles of the issue. I still don't think that would get them there, because if you're talking about principles of prosecutorial misconduct in different contexts, well, then it's pretty clear there's a reason why you're talking about that, kind of showing the hand.
I don't see it. And even if they were to release a document, was it going to be filled with redactions that we can't even see any? But they did raise an argument that they said, listen, the reason we only agreed for this to be sealed, the reason Mr. Kohberger sought sealing of these filings was based on email communications with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, because they wanted the filings sealed. We just did what they wanted. I don't know. That seems like a flimsy argument.
I mean, I agree. It doesn't seem like the strongest argument to me.
It's called, I'm throwing you frickin' bones because I'm asking you for the same shit over and over. So I'm thinking, hey, if I throw you a couple fucking bones, you're going to give me something that I want. Because we're a tight-knit community. I know you. You know me. Hey, I do you a favor. You do me a favor, right? But the prosecution's like, fuck that. Fuck that.
I can understand procedurally why they would do it that way. But at the same time, I have to imagine that if their motion does detail facts and circumstances that occurred in the grand jury process, that the judge would have been extremely unhappy had they not moved to seal it on their own initiative. So it does seem like perhaps a bit of an explanation that is convenient more than persuasive.
Okay, well, again, and to be clear about this one, it's my understanding that the hearing on this issue will also be closed to the public to protect the privacy of the grand jury proceedings. All right, so not much of the debate yet. But this one, I feel like this is the one we might not agree on. And by the way, we didn't come into this saying, you take this position, you take this position. This is just what we feel. So if we debate, we debate. If we don't, we don't. But another hearing that is also scheduled to hear arguments is on the order denying the motion to dismiss the indictment for inaccurate instructions given to the grand jury. And this hearing is open to the public. I find this one to be fascinating. So Bryan Kohberger's team had argued that the grand jury was instructed on the wrong standard to return an indictment. They argue that the burden of proof should have been only return an indictment if the evidence presented is proof beyond a reasonable doubt, our highest standard, the one we see at a trial. Because they looked at the language of the Idaho statute and they said, look, the standard for a grand jury is the standard as a trial jury. I'm going to read it. This is Idaho Criminal Procedure Rule 19-1107. The grand jury ought to find an indictment when all the evidence before them taken together, if unexplained or uncontradicted, would, in their judgment, warrant a conviction by a trial jury. So they say it's the same standard. Now, the Judge John Judge, said, creative argument, interesting. Can't do anything to change the law. My hands are tied at this point. The law has been settled in Idaho for decades. This is what the Idaho Supreme Court has held. It's always been return an indictment if there's probable cause. Any success there, Andrea, that they might win this?
I don't think they're going to win this one
No.
with Judge. But
No.
once again, I think this is a situation where they're setting it up for the Supreme Court to look at this.
Right. And like, she's doing everything, even though it seems like it's, and I love those fucking piranhas in the back of her background. I love them. I really do. They're fucking badass. No, she's doing it to make sure that she's doing everything that she's supposed to. Even if it doesn't seem like it's normal, she's doing everything to set it up so that way there can be appeals on all of it.
This question. I'm with you. I find this a fascinating argument. I actually think this is quite clever, quite compelling from a defense standpoint. It has its grounding in the Idaho Constitution and the right to a grand jury that the Constitution provides. The argument is that the grand jury provision has to be based on some pre-existing standard at the time of the adoption of the Constitution, because if it wasn't, then the legislature would be able to just legislate away your right to a grand jury indictment. So they're arguing that it was fixed at the time of the enactment of the Constitution, and the statute reads, as you're indicating, that it would have to warrant conviction by a trial jury. And that standard seems pretty clearly to be beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't convict somebody of a crime on a lower burden of proof. It makes sense to me from a sort of functional standpoint, because under this system, the grand jury process, the defense doesn't get a chance to present anything. They don't get a chance to challenge the state's case. They don't get a chance to present their own evidence. So it's basically requiring that.
Yeah, I'm just, what I've been doing is we're checking out all these latest videos, having discussions, and also I'm waiting to see if there's any information that's dropping. I keep checking and there is nothing so far. We're also waiting. This is Judge's YouTube. There is no live yet. Trust me. Just like any of these other days that we had court hearings, everybody was, how'd you get it first? Hey, listen, trust me. We're going to have it first here. I ain't worried about it. We're just waiting for it. The next hearing is supposed to start in 11 minutes. But we'll see. The last time they had a sealed hearing and then they had another hearing later, that one was pushed back a good hour and a half or so because of the sealed hearing taking longer than what was anticipated. So just giving you a heads up, that might, and that's why I'm going to be live until like 6 o'clock Central today. That's why I'm doing a long live, because we should have something coming out. And it's not going to be streamed live either. So if y'all think that, this thing's going to start in 10 minutes, I don't think so. I believe from this point on, just like the other times, they're going to have it. It's going to be recorded, and then they're going to make it available. So, but like I said, I'm going to be sitting here. I got 10 fucking tabs open with different sources. I'm waiting for any kind of updates or any kind of live to happen, and it will be. As soon as it happens, I don't give a shit if I'm in the middle of my footage. We're going live when this baby drops.
If everything that the state presents goes unrebutted and goes unchallenged, would the jury be able to convict? So
bet.
that would get you the grand jury indictment. Then at trial, the defense then
Jan.
has the opportunity to be able to challenge the evidence put on their own case, and then
No,
we would
they're not.
establish if there is reasonable doubt or not. So from a practical standpoint, I think it's logical.
And even though it's sealed, with what this is how we're, even though it's sealed, I have a feeling like something's going to happen after this first hearing, and we're going to kind of have a little bit of an idea because of the paperwork that is going to be put into the court system. So we're going to have a little bit of an idea of something because of the paperwork dropping. Now, whether it drops today or tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday, we don't know.
Logical. Now, the state, of course, has pointed out two things.
Jason,
One,
everything
no other
is
state does
speculation.
this. Jurisdictionally, it's pretty commonplace now that probable cause is the standard for an indictment. And similar.
Are you serious? He started off at 8,000 this morning when we started our show. And he's up to, like, how in the hell was there 8,000 people that weren't subbed to Judge when, I mean, shit, I think I was ticket number 248 or something. 248, 348. I was one of the first couple hundred subs on the channel when we started promoting it. And damn, 8,000 just in how long we've been on today already? For 4 hours. Wow, we've been on for 4 hours already. So in 4 hours, he's doubled. He's hit 16. So he's doubled in 4 hours. I didn't know that many people weren't subbed to him. I'm surprised. That's crazy.
The Idaho Supreme Court has adopted the rule that establishes probable cause as a standard to return an indictment. That was the language that was relied on for the jury instructions. And that's why Judge is essentially saying, look, my hands are tied. The Supreme Court has said this is what the standard is. And the defense has pointed out, but they haven't looked at this particular issue. They haven't considered this argument. So it's entirely possible that they just weren't aware of, these implications when they adopted those rules. So it's a fascinating issue. The Supreme Court is the appropriate jurisdiction to be deciding it. And that's where I think this question is going to get very interesting.
I agree. I think if they take it up, it would be very interesting. But this is where I disagree. So, yes, look, the Idaho Supreme Court, and as John Judge said, I mean, nothing's going to change. This case is not going to decide it right now. I mean, this has been the law of the land for hundreds of years, and this is how we've seen it. But I think from a practical point of view, where I disagree with you, is that the grand jury has always supposed to be a screening test. It's not about guilt. It's not about a trial. It's if there's enough evidence to go to a trial. And I would suggest to you that if you were to accept proof beyond a reasonable doubt, who raises a reasonable doubt? Defense raises a reasonable doubt. That's the purpose of a trial. Both sides get to do it. I don't think that standard would make sense for a grand jury, because it's not the prosecution raising the doubt. It would be the defense attorney. It would be defense counsel. And so I think I've always believed, and even though it is a creative argument because they're looking at the language of the statute, for me, practically, it would not make sense for the standard of proof for a grand jury to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It should always be probable cause. Is it reasonable that the evidence would lead someone to believe that a crime was committed? That's what you have there. It's a smaller burden. It's a lower burden. It's a screening test before you ultimately decide someone's guilt at a trial. So that's the part where I disagree.
Mm-hmm. Well, I understand that. I would disagree with you on the position that it's kind of the defense's job to point to reasonable doubt. The jury most likely would have been instructed, and certainly will be at trial, that the defense has no burden of production whatsoever. The state's evidence has to be evaluated on its own merit. And so it's entirely possible and does happen that the state can go forward with evidence that fails to establish an essential element of the charge, with evidence that the jury simply finds not credible. There can be, for example, heavy reliance on a witness that if you believe this witness, there would be proof sufficient to go forward. But if the jury doesn't believe that witness, then there's not enough to go forward with the prosecution. So the question, I think, is really, does Idaho have a reason for wanting there to be a higher standard for this screening in the first place? And I would argue it does make sense that there would be a different standard between the preliminary hearing, where, again, the defense now is present, gets to challenge, gets to present their own evidence, and has a probable cause standard, as opposed to the grand jury proceeding where there's no defense involvement at all. It does make sense that you might want the state's evidence to be somewhat more vigorous to justify in taking somebody's liberty away and subjecting them to a criminal prosecution.
I hear you on that, but I will also suggest that sometimes, and I think you would agree, that when you are dealing with a case at the grand jury level versus the trial level, the evidence, prosecutors or investigators learn a lot more in that period, and they present more, obviously, during a trial and during a grand jury proceeding. And I would suggest that the danger, of course, is if you create such a high burden at the initial stage, you are essentially creating a possibility that people who committed crimes may get off. I mean, that's if you're creating such a high standard at that point, that could be very concerning, because we always talk about trials, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, jury of your peers, presentation of evidence both by the prosecution and the defense. It's the time to decide. But if you're creating a situation where they have to decide proof beyond a reasonable doubt at this initial stage, where you might not have all the evidence, where the defense counsel can't present something, I would be concerned that would have a bad effect.
Well, and I would argue that the counter to that concern would be have a preliminary hearing instead of going to the grand jury, and then you get the probable cause standard.
Boom.
Yes. But
he is not liking what she was saying, just like the last time. And he's like, and I think you would agree. And she's like, well, actually, I would have a preliminary hearing instead of a secret grand jury. I love Andrea. Oh, I'd love to have her on the show sometime. She is so awesome.
But there would be times that a preliminary hearing,
I got to reach out to her.
Well, I'll give you an example. So with Kohberger, right, I think one of the issues concerned the surviving roommate, DM, right? And if this was a preliminary hearing, by all accounts, she would have probably had to testify. This was a grand jury private secret proceeding. The evidence that's presented is very different than in an open public forum. And sometimes I would say it would be unfair. Now we're saying that everything has to be on the open if we're going to change the standard. There are advantages, not just for the prosecution, but there's advantages both on a legal and a human level to having a grand jury secret proceeding versus a preliminary hearing. So I would say, now everything has to be public could be a problem.
Well, and that just comes down to, I think, a question of values that a particular state might have. Do you want to make it easy to charge people with crimes? Do you want to make it easy to shield the process, the reasonings and the basis for a prosecution from the public? I can certainly see a reason why a state might conclude, no, we would err on the other side. We believe in liberty. We believe in freedom. We believe the state needs to have strong evidence before they're going to subject somebody to this kind of process to deprive them of their liberty. And the difference in the standards between the grand jury and the preliminary hearing would be a way to balance those types of considerations. Again, this is all just theoretical. It's likely to end up being up to the Supreme Court. But I do think that they are fascinating questions.
I think
she is so awesome. All right, I'm going to switch to the first update that we have for today. This is the line to get into today's hearing in Moscow, Idaho, in about 10 minutes, the second of the two hearings which will begin, which should include the judge and legal teams deciding an official start date for the criminal trial to begin. Here is picture number 1. And there is picture number 2. So all of these people are waiting to get in. Man, I wish I could be there. All those people waiting to get in. So that's the first update. Since we are taking a break, I am going to take you to that real footage real quick so we can sneak that in case something does pop off here real quick. I'm going to take you to the footage. Danny, if you're still in, let me know. And I'm going to take you around Queen Road Apartments. And I'm going to show you that you can do a circle around. There is no reason for anybody to do a 3-point turn, whether it's at Linda Lane or whether It's in front of King and Queen intersection. I'm going to show you guys. All right, so this is at night. I'm driving up to the property here in a second, and I'm going to show you guys. You can literally circle around Queen Road Apartments. There is no reason for you to do a 3-point turn at Linda Lane footage or at the Queen King Road intersection. You got the Sigma Chi house to the right. This is when I went to my trip between 11/8/2023 and 11/15/2023 is when I recorded this footage. So right here, I'm going to be turning on King Road. So there's King Road straight up ahead. Let me go full screen on this for you guys. There's Queen Road ahead. Now we're turning on Queen Road. We're going up next to 1112. Okay, so you guys know that there's the road that goes in between the Queen Road Apartments and the King 1122 King Road, right to the right. All right. I'm going to show you two footages. There's this one. Okay. Now watch. You can circle this whole complex and end up back on the street that I just showed you could turn right on. All right, so I'm going to go park real quick where the Linda Lane footage was taken, and then I'm going to show you guys. Watch. So that's where Linda Lane footage was taken, straight up there. Yep, here's Judge's YouTube channel. Let me see. He is at 16.7 now, and there is no live yet. All right, so now I'm going to be turning left, and you can literally, so you can pull in. All right, so I pulled in. You saw where you can turn right. Now watch. Thank you all for the kind words. I appreciate it. So yes, you can circle around Queen Road Apartments, because see, you come back here, you got the parking lot in the back, and then you can turn right. You can turn right after the tree. So you can circle Queen Road Apartments. You don't need to do a 3-point turn. Now I'm going to take you to another footage real quick, and I'm going to show you why you're not leaving the property at a high rate of speed. Okay? This is why you're not leaving the highway or leaving the property at a high rate of speed. Did you use GPS? Yes, I did use GPS. Did you put in 1122 King Road? I put in 1122 King Road is what I put in. Did it tell me that I was at this is why I said that the DoorDash driver probably got lost, because if you do take the directions to 1122 King Road, it does take you in front of the property, like where you're supposed to go, but it's not King Road. And that's why I think the DoorDash driver got confused, because when you're driving on Queen Road and you look over and you see 1122, you automatically think it's 1122. So then when you drive on King Road and you go up on King Road and you're like, well, there is no 1122 over here. That's weird. It goes from 1118 to 1126 on King Road, and then King Road is a dead end. So then that creates more confusion. So then that's why you do the 3-point turn, and then you turn back around and go back in front of the house, because it doesn't make sense. So this is why you're not leaving the scene at a high rate of speed. I'm literally only going a few miles an hour. You can see how slow I'm going. Now, I'm going to give you some tire marks, and I'm going to show you where these tire marks happen. Tire marks happen when there's a change in momentum and direction. So when I start to turn, that's where your squealing's going to happen. Watch. Okay. Now, when you come back here, look at how close I get to that dumpster. Look at how close I get to that dumpster. You're telling me I'm going to exit at a high rate of speed, possibly run into the dumpster, maybe even run into that bush that's straight ahead of me, and you're telling me that I'm leaving at a high rate of speed. And then I'm going to leave tire tracks right here when I'm going straight. Doesn't make sense.
Legal perspective. Okay, we're going to get back to Bryan Kohberger in just a second. And look, I know we are talking about some very serious subject matter right now, and I don't want to take away from that in any way, but I do get excited talking about our partners here on Sidebar who help make these shows happen. And that includes apostrophe, which is something we talked about. And the key pieces of evidence is DNA. So we know that DNA from a knife.
Sorry, Jesse, you don't pay me.
Knife sheath left behind at the crime scene has been linked to Bryan Kohberger. Authorities were able to make a familial match of the DNA to Kohberger's father. They did this by collecting trash from outside the Kohberger home in Pennsylvania. And then after Kohberger was arrested, authorities took a cheap swab from him. And court documents have revealed that was almost a statistical match, that the DNA from the sheath is almost a statistical match to Bryan, or is a statistical match to Bryan Kohberger. But we know that Kohberger's defense team for months has been asking the prosecution, to turn over DNA records. These materials held by the FBI in a private lab known as Othram that apparently performed the DNA tests in the case.
They never said that he lost control a bit and swerved and skidded, leaving tracks, but they did investigate tire tracks that they were claiming to be the person that committed the crime. And they were investigating the tracks that weren't even in the right spot. And that's why I showed you where the tracks would have taken place. They were investigating tire tracks out in the front.
Prosecution fought back on this, saying first they didn't have access to the records because they were in the custody of the FBI.
It did not snow the 12th. It snowed the morning after the crime took place. So there was no snow there when the crime took place.
Never saw them. They even requested a protective
There was
order
snow
for the
after.
privacy of those individuals who were mentioned.
What's up, mistaken?
In the search results, but Judge John Judge reviewed the materials and he has ordered the prosecution that they had to turn over to.
Oh, you don't have to wait for a notice from John Judge, John Judge, because trust me, I'm on top of it. Don't worry about that. We'll get it as soon as it drops.
The defense, some DNA records about investigative genetic genealogy used in this case, again, namely how the material was entered into a public genealogy database. The filing says, quote, the court has now completed its review of the information provided by the state and orders the state to discover to the defense a portion of the IGG information. My opinion on this is, and I'll allow you to jump on that. Well, first, before I give my opinion, let me turn it to you. Do you think that this is a big win for the defense? And do you think that this could be problematic for the prosecution?
So I do think this is a win for the defense. There is not a whole lot of law out there yet about investigative genetic genealogy and particularly its role in active investigations. It's been historically used for cold cases and for identifying Jane Does, John Does, people who die and are unidentified. So this is quite a novel situation for it to come up in an active prosecution, and there's not a whole lot of law about it. There also seem to be some kind of conflicting decisions and conflicting reasonings as these types of motions are beginning to work their way through courts all over the country. So I do think this is a win for the defense for them to have access to some of this material for investigative purposes. Is it likely to be detrimental to the prosecution? Well, I think the defense is looking at two things. Number one, they already told us during the arguments on why they wanted this information, what they think it's helpful for. They think that the FBI and law.
Great.
All right, thank you. Let's get on the record, please. Okay, we are on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger, case number CR 29222805. We have Ms. Taylor, Ms. Logston, and Ms. Massa representing Mr. Koberger. Ms. Mathis is remote. Mr. Koberger obviously is in the courtroom. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, who is here also remotely, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Beatty. So we're here. This is an open case. You probably know we had a closed hearing this morning, and that was necessary because that was related to the grand jury, which is secret. So that's what that was all about. I'm assuming that you've all seen the amended order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. We made some changes, and you probably also know that we are streaming now, and that is on a YouTube channel. If you don't know that, you can go to the Supreme Court, I guess, website, and you can get that channel if you don't have that already. So you don't want to be on a camera, you probably should leave. But generally, we can't see very well farther back in the courtroom. So just so you're aware of that. So today, we are addressing reconsideration of the order denying motion to dismiss the indictment, and that order is focused on the claim of inaccurate instructions to grand jury. Also coupled on that is the potential for permission for appeal for interlocutory order. So, and a stay of proceeding in the case. I think that's all the preliminary. Ms. Taylor.
Mr. Logston will be arguing, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Logston.
I'm gonna, I guess, be succinct since we argued almost the very same thing this morning. But in essence, what we're asking the court to do is to give us the court's blessing to take up the issue to the Idaho Supreme Court. I think the court has noted that it's certainly an interesting issue. The Idaho Supreme Court does have a rule that essentially lays out that this is to be done in very rare circumstances, important issues where people may disagree and that may make it more orderly in a particular case. Our argument is that for this case to exist, the indictment needs to be valid. If there's something wrong with the indictment, that's something that certainly should be addressed. We're also concerned about the fact that there is case law that says that if this case goes to trial, issues with the indictment may become essentially mooted by that and would never be answered. And there's relatively little in the way of case law in Idaho in the last 20, 30, 40 years. And so without permission to appeal, we may never get an answer on this. And certainly that's very important to Mr. Koberger, because whether or not there's a valid indictment in this case is going to decide whether or not he sits here and whether or not a trial should occur, et cetera. One of the major issues is whether or not that's going to have an issue with the timeliness of this case. And my understanding is that's going to be the next argument that comes after this one. And so we believe if a trial is set out as far as we think it ought to be, that an appeal at this point won't disturb where we think a trial should occur in any case. And in any matter, this isn't our attempt to achieve some delay. This is our attempt to make sure that our client is getting due process at every step in this case, and that nothing is being left, no stone left unturned. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Langston. Mr. Nye?
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to start with the rule that was just referenced. It's Idaho Appellate Rule 12, and it governs interlocutory appeals. And the criteria in that rule set out two factors the court is supposed to consider. The first is whether or not there are substantial grounds for difference of opinion. And on this particular issue, as the court stated in its order, the standard of proof for grand juries in Idaho has been consistently probable cause for at least 3 decades. That doesn't sound like substantial grounds for a difference of opinion. And in fact, the defense conceded in their opening brief on this issue that, quote, the whole of modern jurisprudence on this issue is against this novel theory that they've raised. So they haven't met that first factor. The second one asks whether an immediate appeal may materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation. And I have not yet seen in their briefing or heard in their argument any path forward for them in which winning this appeal materially advances this litigation. I think if we're all being honest with ourselves, a trial in this case is going to happen. And the question is when. And if we send this case up on appeal, even if the defendant wins, the law clearly allows for us to bring the case back. Even if the Idaho Supreme Court goes out on a limb and says, you're right, the standard of proof in a grand jury should be beyond a reasonable doubt, we could use a normal complaint and probable cause hearing in front of a judge. So it would be the same standard yet again, and we would go in a whole circle, basically resetting the case to be where we're at today. We need to get to a trial in this case. And that brings me to my final point. I'll also try and keep this short. There are secondary factors that the Idaho Supreme Court has looked to in addition to that rule, even when those first two factors are met, to decide, is this actually the case that we want to take an interlocutory appeal? And my read of those secondary factors is it's really asking, like, what is the effect of this appeal on the litigation and on the parties and those involved? And I would just like to point out to the courts, under the rules, this is Idaho Appellate Rule 13F, and it's talking about the stay upon permissive appeal. And it says in F sub 2 that the granting of a motion for permission to appeal under Rule 12 by the Supreme Court automatically stays the entire action or proceeding until the appeal is terminated. So at that point, there's no more discretion. It automatically this case hits the pause button. But more than that, Your Honor, it continues and says, and during that time, the district court or administrative agency shall have no power or authority over the action or proceeding. We're not just talking about a stay in the proceedings. We are talking about this court losing its power and authority over this case while the appeal makes its way through the appellate process. That is going to cause significant delay. As we're about to have an argument or a conversation at least about scheduling. And there is a lot that needs to be done before this trial happens. And this court will have no power to address those issues if this case is pending on appeal. Now, in full disclosure, there are some exceptions to that rule, but it's the exact same exceptions that apply to an appeal as of right after judgment. So it's things like you can change the sentence, you can sentence the defendant, you can change bail, things like that. But for discovery, we've had the genetic genealogy issue that's still out there. We're working and making progress on, but pause button on that, pause button on discovery, pause button on change of venue, pause button on motions about experts and who can say what. It would significantly delay this litigation, which brings me to my final point, and that is I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the seriousness of this case. We are talking about a quadruple homicide Under Idaho's law, not only are those who were killed victims, but every single one of their immediate family members is a victim. And in this state, in Idaho, our victims have a constitutional right to a timely resolution of the litigation. We are already quite a ways out. And the idea that we would hit the pause button and take power away from this court because there is a interesting issue for the Idaho Supreme Court to address is not something that this court or any court should tolerate. It's time for a trial, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nye. Mr. Lawson? Reply.
Judge, once again, we believe this to be an important issue and one that is worth getting a glance, at least from a higher court, rather than being tucked away and forgotten in the maelstrom that is to come. As the state undoubtedly knows, trial won't put an end to this case. This case will go on for 28 years if they do actually achieve a conviction. So the idea that somehow we're running towards something and that's going to do anybody any good from their standpoint is, I think, false. What we're trying to do is make sure that the things that occur in this case are done correctly. And if you want to talk about how long things are going to take, get some stuff wrong and then see how long it all takes. We're asking that the court would give us permission to go and see if the Idaho Supreme Court would be willing to weigh in on this particular subject. Whether or not the case makes its way to trial at some point is, in our mind, just part of what the court has to look at, particularly in a case where the state's decided that it wants to try to kill someone. Thank
you. Excuse me. Well, first of all, this is a reconsideration of the order relating to dismissing the indictment, whether or not the standard for proof on a grand jury is probable cause or beyond reasonable doubt. I don't think we've done anything wrong about that. That decision was put out quite a while ago. It's rooted in well-settled law. And I think it was correct. Supreme Court, I guess, could turn that around, but that is doubtful in my opinion. We went through Idaho Constitution, statutes, case law, criminal laws, and really common sense. So I feel quite confident that that was a correct decision. So that established that it is well established that the standard of proof for indictment in the grand jury is probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the standard for trial. So putting that aside, now we get to this permission to appeal under Rule 12. So, excuse me, let me just get this in front of me. So the criteria for permission to appeal, this is in Rule 12 of the Idaho Appellate Rules. First of all, it's very, very rare in case law for such an appeal going to the Supreme Court. It does happen, but it is rare. And the court has established this criteria. And I'll just read this part of this. The issue needs to involve a controlling question of law as to which there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. Again, in my opinion, and based in all the law in Idaho that I've found, is that there is not a difference of opinion about what the standard for the grand jury is. So the defense is making that argument. I respect that. I don't agree with that. but that's where this is. I don't see a difference of opinion throughout the state about what the standard is for grand jury determining an indictment. But this also has a second component. And this is something that Mr. Nye really focused on, is which an immediate appeal from the order may materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation. And I'm very concerned about delay. And I think that if we send this to the Supreme Court, that it's going to add delay. Mr. Logston is correct. I mean, this is a complicated case. It could take a long time, longer than any of us want. But I think that would add additional delay. As I said, I'm already concerned about that. We're over a year. Could be another year. I'll just let you all know that. Now, even if the Supreme Court takes up this appeal, or I deny it, and I'm going to deny the permissive nature of this. If I deny it, the Supreme Court can still pick up the appeal. That's up to them. But they do look at what the district judge's opinion may have some bearing on that. I hope so. But they could still overturn the orders of this court denying the motions to dismiss the indictment. And they could dismiss the indictment. What would happen then? Okay, is this going to really materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation? The state could just file it, refile it, as Mr. Knight said. So that's significantly more delay. So there's some other, actually, this is in a case law, Budell versus Todd, where it's an old case, 1983, but the court also considers other factors, including the impact of the immediate appeal upon the parties, the effect of the delay of proceedings in the district court pending the appeal, the likelihood of possibility of second appeal after judgment is finally entered by the district court, and the case workload of the appellate courts. But it finishes with an appeal must be exceptional, seeking of that appeal. Because the Supreme Court doesn't broaden the appeals, which may be taken as a matter of right under Rule 11. So, in my opinion, I do not find that the criteria is satisfied for permissive appeal. There's no controlling question of law where there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. The law is settled as far as I'm concerned, and there's no difference that I'm aware of. I also do not see how the appeal could advance the case. To the contrary, it would stall the process when we really need to move forward. So I'm denying the permission for appeal, but obviously denying the motion to reconsider. And with that, I think we are ready to go to setting a trial, or at least a schedule order. So anything else about this issue before we go to that? Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
No, sir.
You want to go first, Mr. Thompson, about the state's position on scheduling.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to. And to start, Mr. Logden said something that I think needs to be addressed. He makes the allegation the state is trying to kill someone here, and frankly, I find that offensive. What the state is trying to do is to enforce the law that our legislature has put in place. It says, in cases such as this, with facts like this, a jury is entitled to decide not only guilt, but potential felony. We are simply trying to fulfill our responsibilities under the law. To characterize it as the state is trying to kill someone, is just simply appealing to raw emotion, and it has no place in this court. We would ask that that not be allowed any further. Now, as to the trial, Ms. Nyer already noted that we have a variety of competing interests here. We have certainly the defendant's right to a speedy trial, which he has waived at this point. There are also interests of the state itself, and I think even more importantly, the victims and the families of the victims in this case to a timely disposition of this case. Granted, this is a complicated case. It is a very serious case, and a lot of effort needs to rightly be put into it to make sure that the case is handled correctly. At the same time, we need to also balance the need to move forward in a constructive, productive fashion. When the state filed our motion asking for a scheduling order and trial date, which was a little bit over a month ago, we proposed the summer of this year. And at that time, at this time right now, we believe that we could be prepared for trial summer of this year. We realize defense has factors and considerations they want Your Honor, to take into account, and certainly we want to afford them that opportunity. I will say, though, that, and that we touched on this in our motion, in our request for the scheduling order, that given the nature of this case, if we are going to try this case effectively with minimal unnecessary harm or disruption to our community, it should be done during the summertime. And I say that because right across the street there is Moscow High School that shares parking all around the courthouse with everybody else who's going to have an interest in this case and being here. And we've already encountered the conflict between those interests. We can't sustain that for weeks and weeks on end. That's just not fair to the students. It's not fair to the school district. It's not fair to the media. It's not fair to anybody. The other factor is, as Your Honor knows, we have two universities, part of our community. And during the academic year, we have graduations, we have numerous sporting events and other university-related events that essentially consume every available hotel or motel room within miles. This case is going to involve bringing in people from out of state, numerous witnesses from out of state who will have to be put up in lodge. And we would submit that that's going to be unnecessarily complicated if the trial occurs while the universities are in session. So those are the considerations that we have, Your Honor. As I said, we filed this last month at that time, and as we stand here today, we believe that we could be ready for trial this summer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Your Honor, I received Mr. Thompson's motion for a scheduling order, and I had the opportunity to meet with him and talk with him and Ms. Jennings about that. So it is no surprise to the prosecution that we do not believe a summer of 2024 trial is realistic in any way. Understanding the state's concerns, if a trial were to happen in Latah County, we would suggest looking at summer of 2025. However, counsel and the court's aware that our intention is to file a motion for change of venue. That hasn't been filed yet because we're not ready to have that heard yet. There's work that has to be done to present to the court and counsel in support of that. So that's just for the court's information. Your Honor, that in the state's scheduling order, it asks the court for various things. And a lot of those we don't have disagreement with. We think they're appropriate. And in fact, they were things that were covered by the court in the court's original scheduling order. As the court and counsel recalls, last fall, we had not made the choice to waive speedy trial. And so the court did a scheduling order at that time. It wasn't but a few days later that we'd had enough time to discuss that. And Mr. Koberger decided to waive his speedy trial. And the court vacated that order. So I'm familiar with what the court likes to put out there as far as a scheduling order. And I don't think there's a problem with that. I would want to inform the court that I do not believe this is a 6-week trial. I believe this is more like a 12 to 15 week trial. This is, as everybody said today, a very complicated case. And I want to talk a little bit about what drives both our request no sooner than summer of 2025. And I say that with fear, Your Honor. There are a lot of things that we have to still do. I want the court and counsel to know that we haven't sat around waiting for a scheduling conference to begin doing those things. We have been on this case and active and seeking discovery and reviewing discovery, meeting with experts and working the case since the day we were assigned this case. So with that said, there's still plenty to do. And I want to talk a little bit specifically about that. In a case where there is the potential for a death penalty, we're looking at two tracks of trial. We're looking at the innocence phase where there's tons of witnesses and a lot of things that happen. And if there is a guilty verdict, we immediately go to a sentencing phase. That's up to the jury what happens there, but both parties have to be ready to proceed forward. So we don't get the luxury of focusing on our case, the state's investigation, our own investigation solely. We focus on that. We are working on that, but we are required to begin our mitigation case. That's what it's called, the penalty case. We are to put on mitigation. We are guided by the ABA standards, American Bar Association standards in capital cases. That's what this is. A death penalty case is a capital case, and we're guided by those standards. And they tell us that as attorneys, we must investigate every aspect of the case in the innocence phase. We must meet with our client regularly, which we do. We must engage in experts and understand the issues that are coming, which we are. The American Bar Association guidelines in capital cases say we must hire a mitigator and there must be a mitigation investigation. We hired a mitigator, probably one of the very first people we contacted. And so that has been ongoing for 13 months almost as well. We have not been sitting back and waiting. Your Honor, in this case, the complexities are that there are special areas of focus. And when we get to trial, counsel for the state will put on experts to educate the jury on specific areas of focus, as will we. And it takes a while to get all of that done. In addition to that, as the court knows, everything is recorded. There's digital footprints all over the place. And so we have a lot of records that we have to go through. I know that the court has heard about 51 terabytes of information that we've received. And I want to tell you what that means. Ms. Massa found a statistic for me, and I want to tell you how much 51 terabytes of data is. And she found that. She was looking at Dropbox.com, and 51 terabytes of our discovery, to put it in perspective, 1 terabyte can hold 250,000 pictures. 1 terabyte, and we have 51 of those. Or 500 hours of high definition video, and we just have one of those. So 500 hours times 51, or 6.5 million document pages. And that's equal to 1,300 filing cabinets. And we have 51 terabytes, not just one. So that's a lot. There's specialized knowledge. There's a lot to go through in this case. We also have another player in the case, and that's the presence of the media. This is a case that has drawn a ton of attention from the media, and it continues to do so, and I don't think that's stopping anytime soon. The impact of that is that we have found that when we want to talk to witnesses, sometimes they don't want anything to do with us. Sometimes they're people that have already talked to the media too much, and so we shouldn't talk to them or bring them into the case. So that's just a complication. We're working through it. We're working around it. But that's something that the court has to be aware of. I want to let the court know that there are over 400 potential witnesses in the innocence phase alone. I personally and my team have talked to less than 10%, well, less than 10% of those witnesses. In the mitigation phase, our mitigation expert has been actively working the case. We've all been working alongside our mitigation expert. There are still well over 100 people left to try to contact and try to interview. And let me back up and explain what we do with mitigation. We are to learn Brian's life story. We are to go all the way back to before he was born and learn his life story. We have to be prepared to talk about that in different ways. But it's not just a life story. We're required to go 3 generations back on each side, mom and dad. The court can imagine that there are a lot of documents that must be collected and examined and reviewed so that we are aware of things that we would need to present to our jury if we ever got to that phase. We have had a lot of trouble collecting documents. Sometimes it takes a court order to get documents. Sometimes documents are missing. Sometimes they're very old and you have to piece things together. We're working through it, but I want the court to know it takes some time for that as well. There are records yet to be obtained that we need in both sides. There are still experts yet to be hired that we need to find an expert that has the right expertise and will work on the case with us. We do have several, we're working with them, but there are still more that need to be found. And then let's come back to the discovery. I want to talk about some of the difficulties with discovery, and I want everybody to know that I am not disparaging the state when I say this. I'm describing a complication, a challenge, probably one that the state shares. In this case, we began asking for supplemental discovery in February of 2023. We had some initial discovery, and then we started looking at it and asking for other discovery. We are up to our 11th request for discovery, and there's, I think, 250 items total with subparts to that. The state will respond to us. They're not ignoring us. I'm not saying that at all. There's just a lot out there. But this is complicated because the discovery that we receive, the materials, there's videos, there's interviews, there's police reports, there's photographs, 13,000 photographs that come in, and they are not indexed. So you get a discovery file and there's tons of sub-files, and I believe this is the way the state's getting it too. And I believe this is complicated because we have multiple law enforcement entities that have been working on the case, and I believe they filter discovery through one of the entities and then it gets to the prosecutor. And I think they're hurrying as fast as they can to get the discovery to us. So I think they're giving it to us as they get it. But there's no indexing in it. So you must open each of those files and see what you have. And you might have police reports in sequence, and then you might not. And you might have photographs, but you don't know which officer took them. You can tell where they are, but you don't know which officer, and you don't know what day because the officers were in that residence multiple times. So that's complicated to try to match all of those things up. There are things that we've asked for that have taken, it's just taken a long time. The court knows we've had motions to compel, and we've had some pretty lively debates about what certain things that we should have and certain things that they don't want us to have for other reasons. Those things take time as well. We don't have complete discovery. I don't think the state has complete discovery, but we definitely don't have complete discovery. I'll give you a couple of examples. There is a video that's a really important video, and we early on received some of it, and we are still waiting for the complete of it. The court would know from our 11th discovery request that there's still outstanding portions of that video that we need to have, and I think the state's working through it, trying to match up video and sound together for the completion, the full several days worth of video. But there's not even an estimated day when we'll get that. And that is critical for us to review and hear all of that. So that's an example, Your Honor, that is not us saying we just don't want to go to trial, we just want to drag our feet. That is us saying there are critical things that we don't have. I am very concerned about expert reports. We have a draft of one, the cast report. The court had ordered that we receive the cast report. It's a draft. I don't think the state has it. I don't think they're sitting back on it, but I don't have that yet. And there are completed materials all over the place like that we just don't have. Our team speaks with the prosecution team fairly regularly about these issues. We communicate by text and by email about things like this that are coming up. We've sat down and spoken with them. They're very open to talking to us, but this just isn't a closed deal. There has to be a deadline on discovery. There has to be a target date where that ends. And then there has to be time to make sure that we've read every piece of it, watched all the videos, looked at all of the photographs, and know where they came from. A few months from now is not a sufficient amount of time to do that. There is no possible way I can even read or watch everything I have now or react to things that are still coming in if we're to have a deadline in time for a summer of 2024 trial. There is no possible way that I would be effective in my investigation, in my presentation to a jury, if I don't have the state's expert materials ready to give to my experts and then give them a report to respond to. There is no way that I am effective assistance counsel if I haven't looked at every bit of discovery that's available. Recently, Your Honor, as recently as January 4th, we received discovery that contained over 9,000 tips that law enforcement had obtained. And we've had, this isn't a new issue, I think the court's heard about this before. We've had bits and pieces of tips and they've come in and we've reviewed them, but the 9,000 new ones we received January 4th, those were closed out in October of 2023. And I don't think the state sat on them. I think that's an example of the process that they close them out so they can give them to us, but they go through other agencies before they get in the prosecutor's hands to give to us. I have to read every one of those 9,000 tips. There are things that matter to us in our innocence phase that have come up and been done, and I have to read them and appreciate them and react to them and see what's there. That's the duty I owe to Brian. That's his right for effective assistance of counsel to have me do those things. Your Honor, summer of 2024, it's impossible for us to do it. Our team constantly meets, we constantly work. We are on this. This is our priority. Brian's our priority, but we are not going to be ready in June 2024. Your Honor, I want to also talk about some of the other deadlines. One of the things in the state's motion for scheduling order had to do with the alibi defense. And as the court remembers, we had made some submissions and we needed more information before we could do anything more complete. We're still in that circumstance. But when the court vacated its scheduling order last fall, that was part of the scheduling order that was vacated. So the state asserts in its scheduling order that our time has expired, and that just can't be because the court didn't carve that out and say, I'm going to vacate everything but this. So we'll need a new date, but I'd ask the court to be really mindful of the other information we need. We need the cast report. We need other information of things that past agents and other specialists with the FBI might have done with cell towers and records. And I don't have all of those yet. I have some. And the state has pointed me to places that they believe I have more that maybe I missed in the discovery, and I'll look at those. But I'm going to need some time to do that. I wanted to let the court know as well, because the court's going to be considering a scheduling deadline for 12B motions. I want us to have a clear picture before we have that deadline. And the clear picture that I'm concerned about is the state's pathway of how Brian Kohberger comes to their attention and is identified. I've read that PC affidavit over and over and over again, and I'm not sure. Over a year into this case and everything I've read, and I've spoken with our team, we're not sure how the state decides on Brian Kohberger. I know different pieces, but I don't know where they fit together. And the more work I do, the less I know about how they fit together. And that is critical for us to assess 12B motions. So while the court's doing deadlines for discovery, I need the court to have something with the 12B keyed on when I have full discovery. I also think it would be appropriate for the court to allow windows to file additional motions based on later disclosed materials too. I think we'll just keep getting materials until the court sets a deadline for it to be cut off. Not anybody's fault, just the magnitude of the case. And so I think that would be something appropriate for the court to set as well. I think that covers it.
Thank you. One more question. So
sure.
I understand this. I mean, aware amount of disclosures already. But do we need a whole nother year after this summer? I mean, can I help everybody by having tighter deadlines to make things happen faster so that we can get this trial sooner?
That's a tough question. If the state says you have everything, and I believe they could say I have everything they have, but I know there's other things out there. I know it based on responses to discovery. If I had absolutely everything, all their experts' reports, I would still need a period of time to read and understand that. There's not a shortcut for the amount of time that it takes to go through everything. There's just not a shortcut for that. Having a deadline for discovery helps me. It just does. Having a deadline for expert disclosures, that absolutely helps me as well. I have the concerns of discovery that's not yet made available. I have the concerns of the time it takes to review all of the materials. And I have the concerns about the limitations we're finding with people being willing to talk to us, both for the innocence phase and the mitigation phase, should we ever get there. I have significant concerns. We're working on it. If you could say, everything's going to go according to plan, I'm going to give you these deadlines, and all of the materials will be in the state's hands so they can give them to you, and the records you need will be given to you when you ask, and the witnesses that you need to speak with won't slam the door in your face. If you could tell me that, then I would say I could be ready by March of 2025. And that's me saying I'm going to spend every possible hour on Mr. Koberger's case, which I've been doing and which I'm willing to continue to do, and so is the rest of his team. But my problem is that's best case scenario if we don't run into problems and delays getting records or getting people to talk to us. And if the next calls I make on the experts that I don't have yet secured, if they say yes and they're ready to go and have time to take it on, that's best case scenario. I'm nervous telling you I'll be ready by summer of 2025. I'm nervous telling you
that. This is priority for everybody, and I want to be realistic about it. I don't want to set it more than once. I only want to have one trial, one time, so it doesn't come back. We can only predict the future so much. I only have so much power, so I'm relying on counsel deeply. So let's go to Mr. Thompson and see what you have to say about all this. Just getting things ready for trial.
Ms. Taylor is not understating the amount of work that's involved in this case, Judge. I think that's fair to say, and there's more information that continues to be developed. It's kind of like you ask one question, you get an answer, and that leads you to another question. I know that Ms. Taylor and her co-counsel and investigators are encountering that. We are trying to provide things as quickly as we can, and she's right. There are delays with the multiple agencies getting everything together. The tips, for example, were part of a nationwide tip line that needed to be completely shut down before we could get all the tips that were in it. And so that's why it took so long with these 9,000. I didn't count them, but there are thousands and thousands of tips, most of which are out there. But you're right, most of all of which need to be looked at to see if they have any potential relevance to the case. As I indicated to the court, if we cannot have a trial this summer, then I would say the earliest would be the summer of next year. for the reasons that I've described to the court about the practicalities of carrying on a trial of that duration with the high school, with the universities. We need to be realistic about being sure that we can get our witnesses here. We'll have something to put them, and there won't be undue interruptions in the community that can cause issues with the community's perception of the trial proceedings. I'm not quite sure what else I can offer.
You're making some kind of argument that changing venue, but I know we're not arguing about that.
And, I don't think that's going to change anything, Judge. When this case has national, if not international attention. This spring, I was at Association of Council of Counties board meeting in McCall, and there was more news every morning from Boise on this case than we see up here. Every doggone morning. I have friends in this community who have traveled to Mexico, and they say, people here were from Moscow, and immediately they want to talk about this case. It's not Moscow, it's not Latah County, it's everywhere. So I don't think that a change of venue is going to solve any of these problems. And the state's position on venue is that the case should be held here. It's a Latah County case. We believe that we can select an appropriate panel of jurors from Latah County. We have the tools to work with that we've discussed with Your Honor. In fact, we already have a fairly comprehensive draft juror questionnaire to send out so that the court and counsel can assess the level of knowledge and the feelings of the potential jury pool. But we think that we at least owe Latah County, the people of Latah County, the attempt to seat a jury here first, and not just rely on there's been a lot of publicity. There's been a lot of publicity everywhere. The only place I've heard that there wasn't publicity is in Lewis County. Somebody was talking to a court down there, and they happened to mention co-workers and said, what are you talking about? So if we want to change venue, I guess we could go to Nez Perce.
Kind of small.
It's kind of small. Lodgings aren't very good as far as a lot of lodging. But I think that is a practical observation on this case. It's not just here. It's not just Moscow. It's not just Latah County.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. So you're saying, looking at this realistically and the amount of information, evidence, non-evidence, that might be looking at summer of 2025?
I'm saying that could be where we end up, Judge. I am still concerned about the victims and their families. I mean, they have suffered for well over a year now with a lot of uncertainty, and that's painful. It's an everyday reminder, and they need some certainty and they need some closure in a timely fashion. But we know we also have to make sure, as Your Honor just said a few minutes ago, that we only do this case once. That it doesn't come back on appeal, that it doesn't come back for subsequent things saying that somebody made a mistake. We want to do it right. And the factors are in front of Your Honor. I think that you're certainly in a good position to make the best decision.
It's a decision that pulls me in two different.
I appreciate that, Judge.
Yeah. I don't want to set it right now. I mean, I'd like to get a little closer with discovery and see if we can have that more quickly. I'd like to speed it up if it's possible. I'd really like to do this sooner than later. I mean, maybe March 2025, which Taylor, that would be a reach. I just want to let it percolate a little bit. I know everybody probably here, including counsel, want to direct a certain date. But when you're talking about a date so long in the future, potentially, maybe we can maybe we can get to a point where we can move it more quickly. I'm not going to just let it hang for too long, but it's really hard for me right now to set something in 2025, even though that might be just the reality. And I know that there's lots of other issues to be addressed. I know there are going to be a lot of motions. Going to be a lot of motions about the death penalty as well. So it's demoralizing to think that we have to have a case so far in the future. But if that's what is the right thing for everything to do it correctly, maybe we only have to do it one time. Because we don't want to do this twice. We don't want to do this 3 times. Because no matter what happens, okay, if he's convicted, it's going to be appeal, and that's also a challenge. So my heart goes out to the victims. I can't even imagine the pain, the grief, because you can't really go forward with your life without this hanging over your head. So, sorry. We'll see. All right, so I'm going to contemplate a little bit. It's not like I have to set this within 2 or 3 months, apparently. And I want to do the right thing. Okay. So, does that conclude what we need to talk about today, Mr. Thompson?
I believe so, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, thank you all. We are adjourned.
Wow. Give me 1 second. Let me get everything set back up here. Wow. That was crazy. Why is my sound crackly? Is it crackly to you? It sounds crackly to me. Wow. It's got to be 2025. It's got to be. I mean, when Ann Taylor says she's already nervous, it's probably my headphones then. I don't know. I got this. When Ann Taylor's already nervous that it's going to be 2025, even saying 2025, I don't know why he just didn't set it for 2025. You know, when I'm surprised Bill Taylor was even saying, you know, that it'll probably end up being 2025. I mean, come on. She gave a hell of an argument. I'm surprised. I was like, yo, go Ann Taylor. You're going to sit and tell us all? You're going to sit and tell us all what you've been asking for this whole time? It was great. To sit there and say that Boise couldn't, there would be no difference between Moscow and Boise? Give me a break. And if Boise, you know, like you were saying, Boise was one of the first to talk about it, and they talk about it, well, good, then they're just as invested as you are. So why not go have it at Boise? Because they ain't going to have to shut down. They ain't going to have to wait until school's out. They ain't going to have to do none of that. They could handle it. Boise's Boise. And if there's no house anymore for the jury, you know, you don't have to have the jury local anymore because the house isn't there. So what does what does the jury need to do in Moscow? What do they need to do in Moscow that they couldn't do in Boise? The house is gone. If the house was still there, yes, the jury members should be local, damn straight, because they shouldn't have to travel 2 hours or whatever it is to go see. You know, and then him saying Boise, it was always on Boise. Well, guess what? They're just as invested. You should appreciate that. You should appreciate that they're just as invested. You gave, and I think that's why the judge was saying, well, you're almost like giving us an argument for the change of venue, even though you're not arguing the change of venue, because it's like, then you don't have to set it for the summer. It could be the winter of 2024. Why lock yourself down to a couple month period? Because there's no reason. The house isn't there anymore. That's just period. Man, I'm going to be planning a show for tomorrow night where we discuss this in its entirety. Holy crap. Wow. Yeah, we'll play it back another time and we'll sit here and discuss it. Hold on 1 second. Contribution call out. Let me get that ready. Kib Kitty, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Apollonia, Turquoise, Beckles, Dre, and D. Smith were all gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Kib Kitty. Appreciate that. Contribution call out. All right, so we've been going 5 already. Actually, give me 1 second here. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to take a phone call here in a second. It's been a while since we talked to Commercial Zone. So we're going to take a live phone call here in a second. And we're going to talk to Commercial Zone here. I want to talk to her to see what she has to say when it comes to this BS here. Give me 1 second. Where did it go? There it is. So let me make sure that my phone is... We're going to take a phone call here in a second. So I'm just going to chat with you guys for a few until I hear the phone ringing. And then after that, we'll go ahead and switch to that call. Because I'd love to hear what Commercial Zone has to say when it comes to this. When it comes to this shit. Man. Oh, here it is. Hold on a second. Oh, get off there. There we go.
Call from. Hi, this is Commercial Zone for CJ. To accept, press 1.
What's up, Commercial Zone? How are you?
Hi, CJ. I just took the big Do Not Disturb sign off my door. It has been on all day.
Yeah.
I've been locked away here listening to you all afternoon. I told my husband, who was off today, I said, please do not disturb. This is a very, very important day. I've got to listen to CJ. We have a big hearing coming up. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm very confused about what happened. And I'm very curious about what you think.
What, about the court hearing?
Everything. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I think the rulings turned out like we expected.
Yeah.
Now, we didn't in a million years think that anything was going to get dismissed, but it was just kind of interesting the change of venue arguments, and I'm dying to hear what you have to think about that.
I was impressed because at first, this is what was interesting to me when I was watching the court hearing. You know, it was seemed like more gaslighting, and then Ann Taylor was. It seemed like it was like, and it's like, oh my gosh, is she gonna fight? And then all of a sudden, when she started talking about what they've been asking for, it's like, holy crap. And she just came out swinging. And I think she was hitting grand slams, even though, like you said, we kind of already figured what was going to take place with the denials. And he never comes to a decision right away anyway. So it was one of those things where you already knew he wasn't going to decide. But what was very interesting though is that Thompson actually made the argument for changing the venue, and that was kind of cool. But I thought, Ann Taylor did a great job representing Koberger and explaining everything that this is why we can't have it for 2024.
Yeah, I'd like to know who threw that out there. That summer of 2024 was even a possibility, knowing all of the complications. There's like 4 to 5. I know we were talking in chat, 400 to 500 witnesses,
right?
All these tips.
Yeah.
But Thompson's concerned that the schools across the street, and we're all like in chat saying, well, who decided it would be a good idea to build a school right across the street from a courthouse? It's like you cannot, and then he's talking about, the motels, and it's like, this is a death penalty case. You're just absolutely sounding ridiculous. And maybe, I'm sure the victims, and, God bless them, what the pain they're going through, they want closure. But like Jay said, what's the price of a mistake?
Yeah.
Then you're talking, we're going to be dealing with this for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
And I think that between Jay saying that was a great quote, and then Ann coming in with she's got a 10 out of 10 as far as I'm concerned with her speech. I think that they really turned and they put that stop on this nonsense that this case could in any way, shape, or form be available, be ready for the summer. CJ, what do you think?
Especially with everything she needs. She said she doesn't even have everything that she should. I mean, when you're talking about stuff with the cell phones and the vehicles, if you connected all this shit already back in December of 2023, why does she not have all of that information?
Exactly.
And when you're talking about justice for the families, what hurts more for the family when it comes to injustice? 20, 15 years later, that person getting 100%. Set free?
And it's like you said, who is spreading these rumors that the people in Moscow want this done? Like I was very impressed when you went out there, and I didn't realize you were out there for a week. I mean, that was great research where you were like man on the street talking to people. And, that's not what you heard, right? That they want to push this.
No.
Where is this coming from?
No. It was even people at stores, even the checkout person. When I would go to different places, I would talk to them and ask them too, like I would ask them if they feel safe. I would ask them if, their percentage on BK's guilt. I would ask them if they felt that somebody else was involved. I would ask them if they didn't think BK, if it was 0% BK or less than 50 with BK, do you feel it was somebody else? Like, do you still do the buddy system? Do you still tell everybody where you go? Like, what's the atmosphere like for you and everybody? Do you still feel somebody's out there? Like all of these different questions. I didn't hear none of the shit that Emma.
For 400 witnesses. Thanks, Christina. Yeah, we're constant. We're on, as you know, we're on Twitter, just firing up a storm over there. But Christina said 400 witnesses. Where in heck are they going to be able to accommodate 400 witnesses if many of them are from out of town? some are going to be from out of state, like the experts. They already put on 3 really great experts, and all 3 of them have to come in from out of the area. And then you're dealing with media. I thought, Caesar, I've got to ask you a question. Now, all of a sudden, Bill Thompson is apparently a media expert, because he was like saying, oh, the only place where they haven't heard about this case is Lewiston, because he's man on the street. He's been to Mexico and where I didn't hear the other. Think about it. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah. Oh, isn't it every time he talks is like he's trying to teach everybody something? Like even in this court hearing, he's like teaching people about how the law works. And it's like, bro, you got lawyers all over the place in that room. I don't understand why you think you need to teach Ann Taylor how to do her job, or what, what the process is about, the process.
No, I think they really did a great job. And I have to, again, props to Jay for dropping that. Hey, how many years is a mistake going to cost? And I think that got Judge realizing, he's been on the bench since I think 2006 or something. So maybe he's coming to the fall of his career. Does he really want this case to come back as being like the last thing that that he does before he retires? The Supreme Court embarrassed. Oh, well, you did this. They should have had discovery. You rushed it. So I think that Jay, and then followed up by Ann, got through to him, CJ, because I was like, please do not enter a trial order for summer 2024.
I know.
Then Thompson's going to be pushing it. And then instead of dealing with, we got to look at this 51 gigawatts of discovery, like she said, or all of this other stuff, this discovery that we're still not getting, she's got to then fight that we need to postpone this trial. Everything's just fine. Everything's fine.
I liked how she used the 51 terabyte, the wow factor. I like how she used it back on him. Like, yo, you're right. We got 51 terabytes to go through, Judge. Like,
I know.
I'm going to throw that big word back at you.
Back to the Future. Well, I don't even know with 51. I mean, somebody
even
tell
though
me.
it's mostly video.
Appreciate that.
Right.
But
Even
CJ, what about, I'm really glad, I'm looking at my notes, but I'm happy she talked about with the discovery delays. And like, he's sitting there. Remember when we spoke back in September and she was talking about how many times she had to just follow up and file motions to compel the IGD information, and how Judge just sat there and allowed him to get away with it. He should have admonished him. He should have told him to turn over the stuff. It shouldn't have taken another 3 months. More motions to compel, another hearing. If you're so sure about your case, turn over your stuff. And if you're going to get the FBI involved to do your work, Moscow, then you got to anticipate back in December 2023 that the other side's going to be wanting that, as you say, the algebra homework, right? The algebra homework, which I think they've just got. CJ, correct me if I'm wrong.
Listen, Judge, he already gave him December 1st as a deadline.
Right.
He already gave you December 1st. So that was where I was a little disappointed, because it's like, Judge, why are you even asking Bill Thompson? Is there a way that we can speed it up? Like, why are you even asking that? Because you already gave him a deadline of December 1st. And it's the whole reason why back in fucking November 4th or whatever that was, whatever that last hearing was, I'm sitting there saying that they've been doing the same thing from the beginning of all these court hearings. They ain't never gonna do nothing different. That's why I said 4 months ago, 3 months ago, it's gonna be February or March. They're gonna be like, okay, we don't have it. We can't. Okay, what can we just move on? Because how can he even set a trial date if he doesn't even, she's still asking for all the same stuff. And I have a feeling that the stuff that she's asking for is the same stuff that she's been asking for, because I think that the stuff that was given to the judge, like I said, was a whole bunch of redacted papers and blank pages with a header on it, I just don't understand why he thinks that they should even have. It's like, no, I gave you December 1st. To
Right.
me, that's disrespecting the court.
Exactly. And then you don't sit there like a deer in the headlights and think, well, what can I do? She's been coming to you, Jay, they've been coming to you once, twice, three. I mean, they're on the 11th motion to compel discovery. That's absurd. That is absurd that she still doesn't have what she needs. Like she said, I can't do justice to my client.
Mm-mm.
Brian, this is his wife, and we're going to sit there and talk about high school parking lots and if they had accommodations at the Motel 6 or something. We're talking about a guy, and we still don't know what evidence they have. If we don't know, I mean, if he did this, if he had any part, if he played before the fact, after the fact, look at him, for sure. But we can't. I mean, at this point, he's not guilty by a long shot because we do not have. Point one is the public, and I've gotten into a lot of arguments this past week. A lot of people on social media, they're like, "Oh, the BK." No, it's not that. We've got a constitution here, great country. We got due process. People are innocent until proven guilty, and we don't have one piece of paper that we can say. We got a description of the evidence, but we don't have the evidence itself. If they would have released a 911 call, if they would have released a picture of suspect vehicle 1, released a picture of him walking into the house, released, some of the stuff that he sent maybe to the girl.
They should already have it.
Then you say, okay, yeah, I got you. Now I understand.
They should already have it. When she's saying, she goes, I'm still, the more when we were trying to piece through it, we have less than what she has. And so when she's trying to figure out how you connected all this stuff, and she's like, the more that I look at it, the less I understand how you connected him. And I'm still asking for video. I'm still asking for cell phone data. I'm still asking for all the shit that you said you fucking had December 30th, 2022. Because you said you had it in the PCA. Well, the exhibit A of the PCA. If you said you had it 12/29, 2022, then you damn well should have it when the discovery was first created for them to be able to get it. And why is it a year and a month later, almost to the day, a year and a month later, and she's still asking for the shit that you should have already had a year and a month ago? Why is she even, the only thing that she should be asking for in that court hearing was the IGG information. She should have had everything else that she says that she's still asking for. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. I think this court hearing, for all the people that feel like BK is 100% guilty, I'm telling you right now, as fucking shady as that Exhibit A Brett Payne affidavit is, it's just as shady, and it was exposed in this court hearing. Because why in the hell should Ann Taylor still be requesting the shit that was in the fucking PCA? That's shady.
I'm no fan of the probable cause affidavit, or I like to call it the affidavit of no probable cause. And when Ann Taylor brought that up and said she could not figure out from the PCA how they got to Brian Koberger. I don't know if you're watching the chat, but it just lit up from Kid Kitty and myself. We were like, thank you. Like Kid Kitty was saying, I think she said, quote her, Taylor's saying exactly what we've been saying. We can't figure out, reading this affidavit of probable cause, how they got from step 1 to step 100, and they pointed at Brian Koberger and said, this is the sole and the correct person who committed the atrocity. And I'm so happy that she said that, because we all said, we've been talking about this in your chat, and you've been talking about it for months, for months and months and months. I'm glad she exposed that today.
Yeah.
Particularly.
Yeah, I'm glad, because I'm like, oh my gosh, she's unsealing shit herself, because this whole time we were like, what is she asking for? What is she laid it fucking out today. I got a question for you though. What did you think when Ann Taylor, when she was stating the reasons why it would take until the summer of 25? One of the things that she brought up was that she's having a hard time getting people to talk to her.
Well,
What do you think that was? That was, I was like,
you've
whoa.
been to Moscow, right? I mean, I think people are probably scared.
Yeah.
And then it becomes, why are they afraid to talk to her, CJ?
Yeah.
You know, she's got to be able, and I'm wondering, who is she referring to? Is she referring to BS? Because remember when we spoke months and months ago, we were looking forward to the preliminary hearing. We're like, okay, finally, we're going to find out some information, some details, why it is that it's this size. And they started to make noises. Bethany was fighting the extradition, or, you know, she was fighting the subpoena with DM. She's in Idaho, no problem there. But being that BS is out of state, that's how we found out that, you know, she was subpoenaing her. She was fighting. She wasn't coming back. And then they had an agreement that defense was going to go to her and speak. And then all of a sudden, what happened the next week? Oh, okay, grand jury indictment. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
surprise. Yeah. And you know why? That they don't want to talk to her, because I feel like the statement, that there's a reason why her statement wasn't included in the PCA or the Exhibit A. There's a reason why Batanti said that she had evidence that was exculpatory
Right.
to Koberger.
Make those representations without having facts to back it up.
Right.
You just can't. You know, you've got ethical obligations when you're going to a court. You just can't pull something out of the hat and say, oh, well, she's got exculpatory. They would need to be able to point to what it is. And you're right, Susan. You know, I look when I analyzed, and I went over the affidavit problem, and I literally took a couple of weeks, and I sat down, old fashioned. So I printed it out, had a ruler, did a cup of CJ coffee, and a marker, and went through it line by line. And it's the things that's not in there that we should be focusing on. Like, she's in the house. She testified that where Ethan and Xana were. We didn't know where Ethan and Xana were. They said, you know, they said in the pressers, oh, you know, Ethan and Xana were at the flat until 9, and then it was like big holes, and then they returned to 11:22 at like 1:45 or 1:30. It was like, wait a second, guys. What about where were they from 9 and 10? Well, comes the PCA, we find out the three of them were at the frat house together.
Right. The whole time.
You know, so she's got important details because there's a lot of, you know, talk out there that there was some sort of an altercation. And that may have set things up that we don't know. But, you know, she's an important witness. And then she also is able to say when they came home that they were home at 1:45.
Yeah. How do you
details in the PCA, you know, about what happened that evening?
Well, it's like, how do you say that because if you read it word for word, it's from and to, approximately from 9 p.m. to approximately, 1:45. And then you state that they were there at 1:45. So to me, that's like an officer saying that. To me, that's like she walked home with them from the frat house.
Thank you. How did you know?
And then you go,
like when they were in their rooms, or at least in their bedrooms by 4 per. What's the hall monitor? Is she going room to room and doing checks like they do? You know, when you live on campus. I mean, was she walking home with them? Was she with them every single minute? I mean, is she chaperoning them that she could testify? Yes, they were continuously at the frat house. They didn't slip out. They didn't go to another party. They didn't look out for something else. They were there. How's she able to say that they were there that entire time?
Mm-hmm. And with
She
the
can't.
one, no, she can't. As far as we know, if you read it, you know, the 145 time twice is because she probably just was like, I don't know, we just walked across the street to go home. Okay, 145. Who you read that word for word, and who's to say? Because I've even wondered. Of course, to me, it reads that she walked from the frat house to the property with them, but I don't read it as she went inside with them. I read it as she could have possibly known that they got home at 1:45 because she walked with them and then left.
Right. But I mean, all she's got to do is just turn her back for a minute, go into a bathroom, or they could have slipped out. They could have gone somewhere else. You know, once she's on top of them, like their personal security. And what about prior to the time the PCA coming out? It was DM and BS were out in the community separately. Where was DM before she returned? Everyone else's whereabouts are accounted for, you know, except DM. We don't know where she was other than MPD said she was out in the community. But they also said that Bethany was out in the community, and then it turns out the community means she's at the Sigma Chi. So why in the world is DM's whereabouts prior to returning to 1122 a big mystery?
Well, I need to do this in a future show because if you remember from the very beginning when the case happened in the FBI, it was the first time we heard there was 3 points of interest in Moscow that they were looking for very early in the case. And I'm going to have to look through my old files to see if I can find the video. But I remember there was a video where the MPD came, or the FBI came out with 3 points of interest in Moscow. One of them was the downtown area, which would be around the grub truck. One of them was around the 1122 property. And I'm wondering if the other one was where maybe DM or BF's location could have been for that evening as well when they were, quote, out with the public.
Interesting.
I'm going to have to look for
I mean,
that.
there's so many puzzles here. And CJ, you know, we've been following this case from the beginning. I followed true crime. I know you have. You're an independent journalist. You know, so you have more of a professional input than me. I'm just, you know, kind of doing this in my free time. But I can't think of another case where there's so much confusion, so much ambiguity. You know, we keep going back to the Dorman case where you had a teenage girl who called 911, and they released that 911, the body cam, the video, and then you're like, remember the guy smoking? It showed up. Okay, well, why is that important? Well, the public needs to know they have the right person, that the person who committed these atrocities, those children, aren't running around somewhere. You know, we don't know anything. Why BK? Why not someone else? Or if it's BK, is it BK and someone else? Did he do this? Did he really do? And I still can't. Another thing, they, you know, in reading the PCA, they never place him in the house. They allude to it. They try to, like, you know, okay, we're going to take a piece here, but Payne never puts him in the house at the time the crimes are committed. Like you said a long time ago, that sheath could have been anybody. That could have, I mean, one of the girls could have had a protection. But it's going to be really hard to commit burglary and first-degree murder times 4 if you're not in the house. And we still don't have that information, any of those details, as of now, 14 months later.
Well, and if you know that Ann Taylor still is looking for not only cell phone evidence, because she's having, the more she goes through it, the farther she gets from him being connected because she doesn't see it. That means, to me, it's a definite, the grand jury wanted to see a real photo or a video of the car. And that, to me, is telling me that Ann Taylor also, if she's saying she doesn't have all the video either, and the more she looks at it, the farther she's finding connections, she gets more confused the more she looks at it because she can't find the connections. To me, that tells me that she don't even have the video that they're supposed to have, that they claim to have, that shows BK in the exhibit A, probable cause, whatever you want to call it anymore. She doesn't even have the video. And I bet you the reason that she wants this, one of the reasons she wants this indictment turned down is because I think she knows that they just wanted a fucking photo or a video to see a video of the car. That's the simplest thing that you should be able to provide and explain to a jury or anybody for that matter. Because a picture or a video says it all. You don't need to explain shit. Cell phones, you need to go through what an expert might tell you. DNA, you got to go through what an expert might tell you. Jury, they're going to ask you, well, if you got all this footage and he's going here and here and here, well, can we at least see that? That should be able to produce. It should be able to explain easy and understand easy too. And when I did my drive, I'm telling you, the places where they supposedly got even the A&W camera, there's no way. There's no way. You've
been saying that. I mean, you've been saying that, and you took us along with you virtually. It made a lot of sense. I'm like, what is he doing? He's either the most brilliant person in the world that didn't drop a ton of DNA with this very messy crime scene, or he's the stupidest person in the world. He intentionally drove his own car, missing a front license plate, and out of state tags. And from your with your show today was so excellent, because it sort of explained why he kept getting stopped. They don't like out of towners there, and he should have gotten his license changed immediately. But CJ, going back, Ann Taylor is a professional. She has been defending people that have been brought up on charges for decades. Logsden's a professional. The other lady that was on, she's a professional. Thompson should have turned over discovery that told Ann, you know what, Brian, you're dead in the water here. They got you. They got this. They got this. They got this. And they got this. And if you want, we can go to trial. I'll defend you, but you're probably going to get convicted. Let's maybe look at a plea deal or something. But she's not there because it's confusing. Why is it confusing? Why doesn't the evidence tell a story that leads to him? So if she's confused, I think that they're in a lot of trouble at this point. Unless they've got some evidence for some reason, they're hiding. But then it becomes, why are they hiding evidence after 14 months? You can see maybe a month or two, they needed time to get everything together, to prepare it, but it should have told them a story.
Yeah, maybe the third supplemental request, or something like that. Not a year and a month later when you should have already had the stuff that she's been waiting for when you put it in the PCA. That's just what it's just. That's why I feel like the shadiness was exposed in this court hearing, because Ann Taylor was like, we need cell phone stuff. We need video still. We need all of this. And then when they gave it to us, it was in such a scattered way, which it's not their responsibility to make sure it's organized, even though it's a dick move. It's not their responsibility to make sure it's organized. But if she and her team are going through it and they're not understanding where the connection is and they're needing the, it's, you should already have.
At this late date, she's still wondering, how did they get from, they're called at 11:58, they get there at noon, and then on the 30th of December, 2022, 50 agents of the FBI go breaking into his home in Pennsylvania. How did they make that connection? For her to still not understand it is not good.
It says a lot.
Not good. They should be able to tell a succinct, concise story. Here's the evidence. This box of evidence here, it's all together. And if you go A, B, C, D, E, F, that's how we got to him. And the jury's going to understand this story.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They just ran with it. And that's why, Ann Taylor, is still asking for that shit that they should have had in the, like they claim to have had on December 28th, 2022. They don't have it. And so that's why they can't supply it. And that's why she
Exactly. I think, this is just my opinion, as we keep saying, I think that they hoped that once they effectuated his arrest, that they would get the evidence through subpoena process and so forth.
Mhm.
And who knows, maybe they have some, but I don't think that at this point, if they're not able to post a sync story, where she's able to go to him and say, hey, Brian, you're dead in the water, jury's going to convict you, dude. If they don't, at this point, it just seems like, again, I urge everyone, read the PCA, take some time, print it out, read it. And it's like, why isn't the time when they summoned friends, why is that a big secret? I think, my opinion only, is that it was a large gap. Because if it was like a reasonable hour, 11:30, 11:40, they wake up, they call, they summon the friends, that's one thing. I think that detail would have been in the PCA, but they kept it out intentionally so as to, short of not like Judge Marshall, who signed off on that warrant, say, hey, wait a second here. You're telling me that these crimes you're saying happened at 4, but MPD isn't called until? Well, what happens in the meantime?
They don't show up 12 hours later.
So much.
Yeah, not till 12 hours later they show up, and it only takes you 2. I mean, that's why you wanted a new police department, building, is because you needed to be able to respond to your calls quicker. It only takes you 2 minutes, 3 minutes to get there, and it took 12 hours.
And it sounds like that's what it was, but they can't get there until you make the call.
Right.
So it's like, I urge everyone, read the PCA and just take notice of what's not in it. And, Kid Kitty and I, and so many of us were so cheap when she brought up the PCA and how confusing it was. It was like, finally.
Yeah, you have to.
Not out here on Pluto, saying this.
This going through the PCA. When you go through the PCA and you do take your time, you might as well print it out, because you're going to have to cut out paragraphs and put it in order, because it's all scattered as well when it comes to this and that. And you really do. You need to cut this paragraph off and put a piece of tape on it and put it under this one, because this paragraph went with this one, but it's on a different page. It's ridiculous. It's scattered.
Great point. And that's exactly what their case is, scattered. Isn't that the impression you got from Ann today? The discovery that she got was scattered. It was all over the place. It's announcing its stuff. It's not organized. It's here. We got to sift through it. We got to organize it. I thought she was overly nice to him, that saying, well, I kind of cut it. No, don't cut him any slack. He needs to put it in order so that when you get it, you don't have to sift through a pile of nonsense to get the one kernel of information that's so important. It's he should have had it laid out. CJ, I think he really hoped that it would have been a really tired, overworked, public defender that got assigned to him and didn't realize that, they just put together such a team that was going to hold him accountable. So now we're getting to, you're not getting a trial, buddy. Summer 2024 trying to rush. It ain't happening. Probably going to be next year. Now what? You're going to have the families on your back, the media on your back. What are you going to do?
They don't have any other option but to trust the prosecution. You know what I'm saying? And when you're
imagine if they were to drop charges now, what that would mean, CJ? What would that mean?
It's like what you were saying, like I've been saying too. They just took the tip and they ran with that motherfucker, and they needed to hurry up and find somebody because they couldn't let Moscow fall apart. They hurried up, needed to have somebody charged. And like you said, they were waiting on all that other information to come through to prove that the tip was legit. And unfortunately, they don't fucking have it. And that's the same shit. Not only, it's not just the IGG people. This is the cell phone data. This is the video and the IGG. This is everything. I've been thinking it was just the IGG. Oh no. Not after today. She came out and she just let it be known, like, this is
She did.
this is
And what
everything. They don't have it.
if I could interject, what you said, but going back to December of 2022, let us not forget the pressure that was on them because they thought about the car up in Oregon, right? You pointed that out. You pointed that out before, that they said, okay, it's the car, this is the car, this is suspect vehicle one, big bust, right? And then what?
Yep.
And then what?
Early December. Then, you know, we're working through the holidays. I don't know, Commercial Zone. You tell me, but people think that I'm wrong, but I'm still just always felt that they didn't zero in on BK until like the literally the couple days before, just a few days before they had his dad, quote, connected from the trash.
Yeah.
I think it was literally right before Christmas.
Yeah. No, that
That's
is right in line.
That's
CJ, that is right in line with what Judge said. In the remember that really long order that he put up, trying to think when it was, November or something. He said it was the FBI in December that said, look at Brian Koberger. I don't even think, like some people think, oh, it's when the two officers at WSU called in the tip. No, what was it, November 29th or something? No, it was later than that. It was, I believe that it was right before Christmas, like you said.
Yeah.
That also seems to coincide with the time when Steve and his new attorney, they went down to Moscow Police Department, and that's when Steve hit the roof, because he's like, you're telling me a guy with 2 years experience is wanting this case? You got to be kidding me. A week later,
Right.
you know, they're on the road to BK. So there's a lot of pressure on them to hurry up. And then, as we've said many times before, look at the timing. December 30th, right after January, who has to come back?
Just a couple days later.
Staff.
Just a couple days later. And if that's where they needed to stop the avalanche, because the avalanche had already started when the crime took place. That's when they said students go home. That's when the avalanche started. And if they didn't stop it before that semester started, there's no way you would have been able to recover. Period.
Oh, it would have been complete disaster.
There's no way.
And not just U of I, it would have been to the town and
Yeah.
Blackhawk County, because that is the number one money earner. I mean, everybody goes to that university, from the
Yeah.
coroner down to, down to even Judge. That's where he went. That university is everything. I'm so thankful that finally we heard the change of venue today. They really do need to get out of that county.
Yeah.
He stands no chance when you get 30,000 people, and Judge got a subpoena for his own trial. When he says, "Oh, we're gonna send massive amounts," and he gets one. They got to move. They got to move it to Boise, wherever it is. They got to move it. Do you think that's going to happen, CJ?
I think it should. The only reason it shouldn't is if the house was still up. The house isn't up.
Right. Yeah.
You're going to have the same.
House ain't there anymore. You made sure it got rid of it.
Yeah, you're going to have the same issue. And listen, I was there driving around. There ain't room, fucking period. There ain't room, period.
Oh, yeah.
It was so hard for me to even get to the parking lot of the courthouse because the roads are so weird over there. And when you're driving there, there is no room. And that was with nobody walking around, barely downtown. There's, everybody was walking around out in the house areas and stuff, the campus areas for the apartments and houses. But when I'm driving around downtown by the courthouse and the high school and the jail and stuff, it's so small. There's no way that they would be able to handle any of it. And when you hear about how they are, when there's a huge influx of people coming in that aren't from there, with how upset and how just move it to Boise. There was a reason why when I went there, before I even went there, I was like, okay, before I go, I need to make sure that I go to the local stores to get local gear. So that way, the first time I'm driving around in Moscow or Pullman, I'm wearing fucking gear. And when I got there and I had a Washington State license plate on the rental, I was like, hallelujah, because I couldn't ask for anything better, because those two things right there made sure, like what that guy said, they do not like people that aren't from there. And I knew that.
No. You could see it, you know. I mean, you could see it was just, we were very concerned, I can tell you, about your safety being out there. So very, very grateful, thankful that you did that. You go out there with a big, you know, stage show and all this other stuff. And, you know, you'd be sitting in the basement of the laptop down jail next to BK before you know it on stupid, you know, a ticket or something. But what I wanted to ask you, CJ, because you were on Queen, you were on King, you're physically there. Yeah, we can start to look at all of these places online. We're very thankful to you for recording it the way that you did, very professionally, but being there. How close is Banfield and you know, it's that one street that is right next to Taylor to Queen? How close is that?
I could like, if you're saying if I'm walking from 1122, what the door where BF's room is at, or like
yeah, let's just say you're walking from 1122 to that, you know, that fire hydrant where on Taylor, where Tisdale or Rosenthal, one of them parked their unmarked vehicle at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was right in front of that red fire hydrant.
Okay.
Jacket was down there. It looked like Emmett's jacket up there. How far is that?
Let me see. I walked it because I wanted to walk in between, and then I also got footage because I wanted to prove that there wasn't steps that went all the way down. Literally, because there was a fence. Well, I'm just gonna guess maybe 10 seconds to go from the door to the edge of the street from 1122, and then I would say probably to get to the fire hydrant from the street. Maybe 25 seconds. So 30 to 45 seconds would probably be a good estimate for me to go from the door of 1122 to the fire hydrant.
I don't understand that. I don't understand how there is a mass murder going on at that house. You have two officers that are right there. I just don't understand.
It ain't far.
Nothing. I don't get it.
Yeah, that body cam. You know, when you see the body cam and then you see the light from way back there. That's what, even with like Google guy, you know, like I was telling everybody when I went there, like, even though I had studied other people's videos driving through the area and studying on Google so much, and I should have been familiar with the area, and when I was there, the camera makes everything seem so much farther away, even on Google. Once you get there, it is so scrunched, and I'm telling you, the fire hydrant to the house, you could hear, you would have to be able to hear the music, you know, like when the body cam of them going to Jack's house, and then they came up around, you know, the unsolicited, and they came up around 1122, and that's when they took the photo of Kaylee. Like, you could have heard the music just as loud from Jack's house as you could the fire hydrant on Taylor Avenue. It's damn near the same distance, if not closer.
It's a big question. I know you got a lot of people that want to talk to. I want to ask you one more question, because the alibi came up. Yeah, and we were talking about that in your chat earlier. She mentioned the alibi and how she's going to talk people still. To remember, like when she said, you know, we had a deadline alibi, and that's where DK said he was driving around, but nowhere near 1120. I, for one, believe that they have him on video in Pullman, you know, on some of the streets that you drove nearby the school. I can't remember what the names of the streets are, but, you know, okay, so he's driving around there. Much better of a defense than I was in the house before, during, and after, and didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
You know, for him to say I was far away. But then the caveat is, she says we owe you this alibi, but we need to speak with some people. I'm dying to know who she's talking about.
Mhm.
Did you get any indication as to who she needs to talk about to develop that alibi defense?
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm still like I'm still shocked, like, how is I mean, I know it's a small town, and I know you'd probably get singled out if you said something because people are gonna know if somebody talks because of your story and what you know and your perspective of whatever would be told. Because secrets don't last long in small communities, but I she said it not only for the positive, for the negative as well, like the prosecution side, but the defense side. How is she having a hard time finding anybody being able to say anything positive either? Because I can understand the negative because you don't want to, you don't want to be the person that, said something or talked to Ann Taylor because, you don't want your shit out there. But then at the same time, I don't think that those same people are going to have anything to say about the positive side because they're just going to come from either I don't know or negative. Like, how is she having a problem talking to people on the positive side too? That was interesting to me. And it's like, well, who would she be talking about there too? I don't know.
And what about she's got to go back 3 generations?
Yeah.
Now, she sounds like she's got a hack. I mean, we knew, we kind of had a clue of that this was just a massive amount of work. But then when she starts talking about, I'd even thought that, okay, well, she's got to also be prepared. Worst case scenario, he gets convicted, then they got to go into the sentencing phase, and then she's got to try to do all of the mitigating factors. That he did this and he was this. He was a member of society, and we go back 3 generations of the family on both sides. I mean, it is an enormous amount of work, and I think we got a really good insight today. Do you agree?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We got to finally know because the stuff that she's been asking for from the PCA, like that's to me that proves I think it was a huge day. I think the prosecution, I think Ann Taylor saying I still don't have this and I still don't have this. I think that proves that the prosecution don't have everything that they're fucking claiming to have. Because that right there, you should already had it for a year and a month. And for her to be asking for that still, that just tells me you don't have nothing. It tells me you ran with the tip. You were hoping all of this other stuff was going to solidify everything that you thought it was going in that direction. And I think what happened is the whole BK shit ended up going like the Oregon car did. Unfortunately, they already arrested somebody. And when it comes to the 3 generations, I don't even think, I'm not saying she could have got IGG documentation, but at the same time, she may still not have got nothing because any of the experts that we've listened to on this show, whether it's CC Moore or any of these other ladies, they said you're going to be going back 3 or 4 generations when it comes to this kind of DNA testing. So it doesn't even mean that she has the paperwork. She could just already know from an expert, I'm going to have to go through 3 generations. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
It really, really is. And it was a really great show today, CJ. I was really happy.
Thank you.
To have had the opportunity to speak, not just speak with you, but also to chat and to watch the show together. I thought it was great. And,
thank you for being
here. We probably talk to each other once every 3 months, and I appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everyone in chat. I really enjoyed today, and it was very eye-opening. And hopefully I'll see you over on Twitter or, in a future call again.
Yeah, I mean, I still want to get together here in the near future whenever you want to do that PCA thing, because I would love to sit down for a show and just talk to you with all that PCA stuff, because I know when you were doing it.
Yeah, we were supposed to get together a couple of times, and
yeah,
schedules just kind of blew up. Well, we'll definitely, I'll send you a couple of, proposed dates, and let's definitely
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, let's do that. And thank you for being a part of the community too. You've always been a blessing to the community, not only with your positivity, but even information and your thoughts and theories and opinions. So I always appreciate you. I love the phone calls. I love when we're able to do these, and it does mean a lot to me. So really, thank you for your time and your company, and being
Thank
here
you,
with us
TJ.
today.
Thanks to everyone in chat today for their company, and we'll talk again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Bye, my friend.
Thank you. Goodbye. What a great call. What a beautiful soul. Yeah, so because the court hearing, and first of all, hold on. This came right after the call. I want to say contribution call out to Kelly Miller. Thank you so much, Kelly Miller, the 299.99. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you for everything that you do, Kelly. And we're going to give you a standing ovation. Thank you so much. Contribution call out. K Miller, thank you for everything that you do for the community and all the true crime communities out there. It means a lot to all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you to Commercial Zone for calling in. It means a lot. Now, when it comes to this court hearing, like I said, I don't know if I'm going to make it just a separate, because I know we didn't have commentary or anything like that. So that's why I'm saying, if you want the version that isn't, doesn't have commentary or messages coming up, just make sure that you save this live stream to a playlist. I will have timestamps put into the video in between this and when we do our game show tonight. I won't be able to go through unless I pull up my live and then rewind it, and it's just a pain. So what I'm going to do is I am going to make that its own separate video, so then we can replay it tomorrow night. So what I would like to do is I would like to set up a show where we just discuss the court hearing, and I'm going to reach out to some people and see if they'd like to join me up on panel, and we can have a panel discussion and just discuss the court hearing and kind of replay it and everything like that. So if you do want to rewatch it or you want to replay it, you're more than welcome to just save this into your playlist. And then I will put out a video of the court hearing with the commentary. If you want me to put out the video without the commentary, let me know. Reach out to me, contact me. I will go ahead and do it. If I get enough requests for me to put that video up there, I'll do that for you in the meantime. So I'm going to go through. We're going to take a look. We're going to see if there's anything breaking real quick. One thing I did want to share with you guys is this is an episode that I did a few weeks ago. It's my real footage, exactly 1 year from the crime. Let me share that with you real quick. And this is a link. So if you want to see, let me see. We started getting into the footage. I have a timestamp in there. So we had case conversation, and then at the 152 mark is when we start getting into the different parts of footage. So I'm going through, and it's all full screen. I'm going through different parts of the footage, showing different areas, explaining different things, nighttime, daytime, all sorts of stuff. So definitely, if you want to save that one, that has all the footage. Well, not all of it, 4 hours of different parts of it. And let me see if there's anything else here. All right, let's see if there's anything breaking. And tomorrow I will probably have an extended show. That way I can cover the Kansas City 3 for a little bit, or I might get on earlier in the day and cover just the Kansas City 3 all by itself. So if I do a surprise live tomorrow, late morning, early afternoon, I'll probably be covering the Kansas City 3 because I don't want to get behind on that for you guys either, because I know that there's other stuff that is going to be coming out here and there. So I probably most likely will be on tomorrow, late morning, early afternoon, just for a couple hours to discuss the Kansas City 3. I'm just looking for any kind of updates. All right. Okay. Let me see here. Not seeing anything yet. Also, we will go into, there's a couple updates I want to go into. When it comes to this University of Idaho Phoenix deal. Let's see here. All right, I'm not seeing any updates. Yep, they just proved that the prosecution doesn't have everything that they're claiming. That's just my opinion. Let's see, I'm not seeing anything breaking. That was 1 hour ago, back in court. So that was News Nation's version. Let me see here. Crime Talk. I'm not seeing anything. Shout out Jay for Justice. Not seeing anything. You know what? I might as well. I'll just go ahead and put out I'll just put out the video of the hearing. That way you guys don't have to go through the frickin' live. Okay. I'm not seeing any updates. I'm not even seeing anything for the Kansas City 3. Is anybody else seeing anything for that case? I'm not seeing anything. Wow. I'm not seeing anything. Yep. I'm just seeing people covering the video that we covered last night for Kansas City 3, the different videos from the lawyer. I'm not seeing anything breaking news on there. All right, this is one thing. Thank you, Caddy. This is, let me flip the screen here. And we will drop that. I seen way less and didn't get set free. If he was so caught, they would have everything and he would get out. We'll see. Oh, hey. Would you be available tomorrow, Mr. Myers? I would like to see if you would like to join panel tomorrow and discuss this court hearing. Wow. It was crazy. Crazy. I feel like the prosecution, when Ann Taylor's asking for cell phone, when Ann Taylor's asking for video, when Ann Taylor's asking, saying, I'm sorry, the more I look at what I'm seeing, I just don't see how you got BK. If she's asking for stuff that was already in the PCA, then I'm sorry. When she's still asking for video and cell phone, you should already have that. And if she's asking for it and you don't have it, that means you ain't got it. To me, this court hearing, to me, the prosecution showed by what Ann Taylor was asking for, the prosecution shows they don't have shit. I'm thinking like maybe like 5 or 6 o'clock Central. What would be good for you, sir? Let me know what would be. I was thinking like 6 o'clock Central, but we could do 5 if it's too late for you. Because I'm gonna be doing a long show tomorrow night. I already know it. We're gonna be going through this court hearing. We're gonna be going through a lot of other stuff. I didn't even get to Kelly's emails for this show. So I'm definitely I think tomorrow it's going to be a mailbag show where I go through everything you guys have sent me. And we're going to go through this court hearing. I will be available probably for probably 5 or 6 hours tomorrow night. But Mr. Myers, we could always cover the court hearing, the first segment of the show. And if you had to go after that, totally understand. You got to come back for our game night tonight. We're having The Price is Right this evening. Yeah, let me know. Email me. Let me know. We'll figure out a good time. I'd love to have you on. And I'm going to try and get some other people too, see if they're interested to hop on panel and we go through this court hearing. I want to have different opinions up there. A lot of stuff happened today. We heard from the G family that Kaylee was up against the corner, slumped over. We heard that from Steve G and Christy G this morning earlier in the show. Saw some, went through a lot of interesting questioned a lot of stuff today. This court hearing I felt like was very telling. I felt like this court hearing was so telling. To me, it just proves to me that the reason why we think this whole Exhibit A from Brett Payne is shoddy as fuck is because, let's be honest, when Ann Taylor's still asking for stuff that should have already been completed because it was used in that exhibit to apprehend Mr. Koberger, why don't you have it a year and a month later? Why is she asking for it? And judge, when you already give a deadline, when it's already how many supplemental requests for discoveries? 10. And you give a deadline for December 1st to have everything turned over, and it's January 26th, and then you're sitting there saying, well, is there a way, prosecution, that we can speed this up? Yeah, judge, it's called they're disrespecting your fucking court. If they didn't hand everything over before December 1st. And if Ann Taylor is asking for stuff that you should already have before you completed the fucking Exhibit A, I'm saying everything, Danny. Did Ann Taylor in this court hearing, Danny, did she not say that she's still waiting for cell phone? She's still waiting for video? She's still waiting for all of the stuff? Yes. So what do you think was included with all these supplemental requests for discovery? Do you think that she didn't ask for that same stuff 2 months ago or 3 months ago? Just because IGG was added for December 1st doesn't mean that she wasn't asking for all this stuff. It's not about one thing, Danny. It's about the whole kit and caboodle. And that's what I'm talking about. There is no reason she needed to be asking for any of that when they themselves said that they had the information, and that's how they frickin' came up with the whole BK connection. How do you come up with it? No, like me and Commercial Zone were saying. You come up with it because you need to hurry up and arrest somebody. You got the tip, like I've been saying this whole time. You just took the tip. And you were hoping everything else was going to fall into place. And unfortunately, it just didn't. It just didn't. And now, instead of Ann Taylor saying, okay, Judge, you're going to not allow the unseal? Okay, Judge, guess what? I'm going to sit there and tell everybody what I've been asking for. Because did we all, until today, did any of us know that she was asking for cell phone evidence? She was asking for the video? Did we know? No. So Judge was like, you know what? No, we're not going to unseal. And Ann Taylor was like, okay. Okay. Well, here, Judge, let me tell you, since you're going to ask me why we can't have the trial in 2024 in the summer, I'm going to tell you why, Judge. And since you don't want to let everything be unsealed, I'm just really going to tell you what I've needed. And you know what I've needed because I'd requested it. That was in a sealed document. But guess what? Since you want to ask me why I can't do a trial in 2024, I'm going to tell you why. I'm glad that she because come on, I'm sorry. And this is my opinion. To me, the prosecution got egg on their damn face because it was proven to me that they don't have the shit that they've claimed to these families, to the community, and to the grand jury, and to the damn judge that signed the frickin' that signed the warrant. Miss Marshall. Thank you so much, Lynn T. I appreciate that. Hold on one second. Get that contribution call out screen there for you. Thank you so much, Lynn T. Good to see you too. And thank you for always being a peaceful and positive part of the community. I really appreciate you very much. And thank you for the contribution. I don't know. To me, it was a great hearing today. It was a good day. It was a big day. But it was also very interesting that we heard from Steve G and Christy that I don't know. I never heard that Kaylee was slumped over up in the corner right there that we see underneath me. I never knew that. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead. I don't see anything breaking news. We'll get into other stuff tomorrow. I plan on having a long-ass show tomorrow, too, 5-6 hours. I'm going to get a time set with Mr. Myers. I'm thinking like 5 o'clock. I'm going to reach out to some other people, too. And then we're going to have a power panel show tomorrow night discussing any of the new details and then going through this court hearing right off the bat in tomorrow night's show. So look for me to be live tomorrow night. I won't have a notification set until probably tomorrow morning. I probably will be doing a live last minute covering the Kansas City 3 late morning, early afternoon tomorrow because I don't want to get behind on that. And also, if you guys aren't busy, I know there's a lot of all-stars out there and MVPs. If you ain't busy and you just want to kick back and maybe try and be a contestant in The Price is Right or some of these other games, come back and hang out with us later tonight. I'll be doing a game show starting around 7:30, 8 o'clock Central. And we're just going to be hanging out, playing games, and maybe listening to some instrumentals, and maybe watching some fun stuff or something. But we're definitely doing The Price is Right. I can't wait for it. Thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been a hell of a day. 6 hours went by in a snap of a finger. Amazing conversation. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Commercial Zone, for your call and your comfort and always being an amazing part of the true crime community. Thank you all for your contributions. I do appreciate those more than you could imagine. And I will see you all in a little bit. And I'm really gonna try and be on tomorrow morning. I got to get that Casey case covered too. So look for me then. I just can't set a time for sure, but we will be back tomorrow night. Thank you all. Appreciate you. And I will be dropping just the court hearing video coming up in about 45 minutes.